Chapter 411. The winter wolves that had been beaten into a daze were regrouping in front of the centaurs. Like a wave of snow, they would soon gather and swarm over, mercilessly swallowing Wade and his subordinates. Amandina, Coden, and Quinn all turned to look at the direction of the winter wolves. Austin did the same not far away. There were only a few Knight of Erewhon and nobles left behind, but none of them could make a sound. Once upon a time, Erewhon had the spirit to pursue such a belief. Count Austin subconsciously tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He turned around and said to Dolent. "Count Dolent, I'll leave the envoy group to you." He didn't know if Dolent was blessed by the heavens or he was just too lucky to be able to hold on until now. "Me?" Dolent was taken aback. "Count Austin, what are you trying to do?" Austin turned back with an expressionless face. For the first time, his eyes burned with something that had never been there before. He pointed his shining sword forward and shouted, "Knights of Erewhon. One day, will you watch your comrades fight alone and die on the battlefield?" The knight was slightly stunned. They looked at their commander and subconsciously took a deep breath. "No, we won't." "Because the lion's flag flies high," Austin shouted, "the belief of the past has never faded." He turned to look at the knight. "Follow me, you are the sharp swords of Erewhon." Austin turned back and charged into the battlefield. The knight shouted, "Swear on the sword," and the Green Knight charged into the winter wolves. They were Erewhon's knights. Dolent was stunned. He looked at the scene in a daze and did not even say a word to stop them. He was not the only one who was taken aback, even Brendel was taken aback. But when he looked at these people, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat. This was Erewhon's belief. Even if it was deeply corrupted, it still shone with a light that people yearned for in the darkness. This was the meaning of so many people fighting for it. This was also the reason why countless players loved this land. Many people wrote such words on the forum: "We are not strong, but we love it." At this moment, Brando suddenly remembered the meaning of the name of this country. In the glorious past, Yak named this land Erewhon in order to wish for miracles. If he didn't believe in miracles, then Erewhon wouldn't have any reason to exist. He suddenly felt that he couldn't say a word. He simply raised the Halran Gaia in his hand. "Ropar, bring up the rear." The Fireclaw Lizardman Lord withdrew his gaze from the humans and centaurs. He then bowed deeply to Brando and spoke for the first time in days. "The true essence of war lies in honoring a warrior's honor. As for what we fight for, that is of great significance to our Fireclaw clan." The Fireclaw Lizardman Lord lowered his head and said, "But no matter what, pursuing one's faith is an incomparably glorious thing." It raised its head. "So thank you, Master, for giving us such an opportunity to fight side by side with such a group of people. The Fireclaw clan will not disappoint you." Ropar waved his hand and the Fireclaw Lizardmen entered the battlefield. Brando turned around. "Let's continue forward," he said softly to Quinn. After passing through the last wolf pack, they had passed through the first layer of the loop of trade winds. Next was the storm circle. The tree elf leader didn't say a word from beginning to end. He only nodded silently. The group continued forward. After passing through the last line of defense of the winter wolves, the wolves in front of them finally became sparse. In the remaining time, after experiencing several small-scale battles, the remaining people finally crossed the Wolf's Pass. The Wolf Pass was the desperate situation of the calamity of wolves. After passing through the pass formed by the two towering peaks of the Kalanga Mountains, they entered the inner region of the Loop of Trade Winds. This was the so-called Storm Circle. Only after passing through the Wall of Storms would they be considered to have entered the core region of the Loop of Trade Winds. The Storm Circle would not produce the calamity of wolves, but there were more powerful monsters lurking within. This was no longer a suitable place for a large group to advance. In other words, the centaurs and druids had completed their mission at this point. However, the group that started with hundreds of people was now left with only 100 or 200 people. Even the youths under his command had lost more than a third, and this was the result under the protection of Coden and Scarlet. Among the 6 youths, one of them had died, while the other was heavily injured. This was their first battle, and the result was cruel. Not to mention that many of them had also lost their lives for this. Count Audine, Wade, the Erewhon Knight and the Centaurs. At this time, Brando could not help but look back at the mountain stream that they had passed through. In that direction, a pale green pillar of light flashed in the dark sky and finally disappeared. Everything returned to darkness. Seeing this scene, Brando did not say anything, but he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Although he knew that many people would lose their lives in the face of the calamity of wolves, when it really happened, Brando found that he was not prepared. He thought that after going through so much, his heart would have long been made of stone. He turned his head and saw Amandina's bright eyes looking at him. Brando was slightly stunned. He did not know what this Amandina was thinking. Was she disappointed? In his eyes, Amandina's requirements for him were quite strict, or perhaps it should be said that she had high expectations. This noble girl always seemed to want to see a more perfect side of him. A perfect lord? But Brando believed that he would never be able to achieve this. He was himself, and besides the greed in his heart, he could be considered as an ordinary person. Compared to those monstrous geniuses who had every step under their control, perhaps he looked more like a guy with good luck. Even in the past, he wasn't the best player, nor was he the strongest warrior, was he? Brando blinked and sighed. But the noble girl seemed to be keenly aware of his thoughts. She looked at him and said softly, "I think, in fact, there are some things that do not have a correct answer, my lord." Brando was slightly stunned. He looked at Amandina. This did not sound like something this noble girl would say. "I used to be strict with myself," Amandina only smiled at Brando, her lord, "but I think, if you do not feel regret for something all the time, then it would be scary. Because no matter what, people can't be detached from their own feelings. I think this is the nature of humans," she smiled, "but it is because of this or that dissatisfaction with ourselves that we can surpass ourselves. That's why I feel more at ease when I'm with such a real lord." "You?" Brando blushed. "You know what I think?" Amandina put her hands behind her back and nodded lightly. "In the end, my lord and I are the same kind of people." Brando coughed and turned around. He saw Quinn nodding at him not far away. "Lord Brando," the tree elf leader said, "life is precious, so this kind of sacrifice is worthy of respect." Brando raised his head and looked at the flashing pillars of light in the forest. He suddenly said, "There are so many people here who hold the flame of civilization in their hands. But how many people are there who are truly fighting for justice?" He looked at Quinn and said, "In the end, I only allied with you to borrow your strength." "There is no such thing as a person with a pure heart, Lord Brando," Quinn replied as he looked around vigilantly. "Can I ask you a question?" "What is it?" "Lord Brando, if you achieve your goal, and you only need to pay a small price to make the outcome better, such as saving the Green Tower, will you do it?" "Why not?" Brando asked. Quinn turned around and smiled. He then spoke in the ethereal language of the elves. "So, do you still not understand, Lord Brando? Kindness in your heart doesn't need to be said, but it is already the most precious thing in the world. That's why I said it before. If you are Lord Brando, I think you can become an ally of the people of the forest." Brando was slightly startled. He took a deep breath and nodded. But Scarlet, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked, "Most people would think this way." "If it's effortless," Quinn turned around and looked at her. He paused for a moment before speaking. "If it's not the wish of most people, how can there be a civilized world?" "What do you mean?" Scarlet was puzzled. "If there's no such thing as kindness, we won't speak. Without words, we won't need to communicate," Quinn replied. He looked up as if he suddenly thought of Wild. They had fought side by side for many years. Even though they often joked about who would die first, he didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. The tree elf took a deep breath. "Without spiritual communication, what's the difference between humans and beasts?" Scarlet was stunned. Everyone else fell silent. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the nearby forest. "The difference between humans and beasts is that they are afraid of fire, but we yearn for light. The fire of civilization burns brightly in the wilderness. It illuminates not only the chaos, but also the human heart. But for thousands of years, the descendants of the Flame King seem to have forgotten this. Following this voice, a man carrying a two-handed greatsword that was taller than a man slowly walked out from the forest. He stopped in front of Brando and looked up at them. The man raised his head and looked at everyone. That pair of strange gray eyes seemed to be dim, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. They felt as if they were being locked on by the other party's aura at the same time. Who is this guy? Coden, Scarlet, and Quinn raised their weapons. A strong man suddenly appeared in the wilderness and blocked their path. No matter how they looked at it, it was more like an enemy than a friend. But Brando was the only one who didn't move. Because he was looking at this guy with a face full of disbelief. The Ash Sword Saint, Mephisto. Author's Note, Chapter 2, Ash Sword Saint. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 412. In the whole of Wonde, there were a lot of famous legendary figures that the players were familiar with. Some of them were famous sword saints, such as Veronica, who was known as the goddess of war, or Darius, the earth sword saint who could split a mountain with his sword. Even Bugha, who was unknown in this era, would become a famous sword master in the future. There were also legendary wizards, such as Tolman of the Silver Castle, William of the Scroll King, Kira the Iron Smelter. There were also talented generals, such as Black Lord Insursta, Falcon Nicholas, Long Blade Lord Harrison, and Valkyrie Freya. But among these people, none of them were as respected as Greysword Saint Mephistopheles. There was no other reason. As the only person in Wonde who dared to declare war on an entire empire, this courage alone was enough to win the hearts of everyone. Brando remembered that it was almost 30 years ago. At that time, the insufferably arrogant crews completely destroyed the resistance of a small country called the Duchy of Sutherland after a series of victories. As usual, this small country on the border was incorporated into the territory of the empire. In the history of Cruz's 1,000 years of war, this was just a small point that should have been unremarkable. But this time, the Eagle Empire encountered an enemy that gave them a headache. In the Whistling Year, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles appeared in the vision of Cruz. The first time he appeared was during the Battle of Cruz's royal city, where he single-handedly tried to assassinate the emperor of the empire. Of course, he didn't succeed. But in this battle, Mephistopheles single-handedly destroyed an entire battalion of Cruz's royal guards, a battalion of the border guards, and 2 squadrons of the royal city guards. 3 viscounts, 1 earl, more than 20 lieutenants, and 3 times the number of reserve officers of the Empire's officer academy died in the hands of this Ash Sword Saint. If the loss of 3 viscounts and 1 count was only a humiliation to the Empire, then the loss of the 2 companies of reserve officers truly infuriated the sovereign of the Empire at that time. The reserve officers of the King's City Garrison Guard were undoubtedly the elites of the Empire. They were the future pillars of the Empire. Who would have thought that 2 squadrons of them would be wiped out by Mephisto? Even for someone as wealthy as Cruz, he would feel the pinch. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. In a fit of rage, the Empire sent out the most powerful capture team in history. The commanders of the 4 major armies, the president of the Imperial Alchemist Association, and even 3 Imperial sorcerers from the Tower of Stars and Moon. As for how strong this formation was, one only needed to know that Veronica, the leader of Azure Firmament, was the most junior member of the team. One could imagine what kind of old monsters this team was made up of. However, it was this formation that allowed Mephisto to escape with serious injuries. This incident not only made the Kurlutzians lose face, it could be said that it was a slap in the face of the Kurlutzians who had been insufferably arrogant for centuries, but it also set off a brazen wave in all of Vont. After that, the Temple of the Wind Empress and the Templar Church tried to find Mephistopheles, trying to use his hatred for Kurlutz to make him join their forces. Unfortunately, since then, this guy seemed to have disappeared and no one had seen him again. There were rumors that he died from his injuries. Of course, Brando knew that this was just a joke. After all, Mephisto had a rather important quest line. The players of the Amber Sword couldn't be more familiar with this pervert. What Brando didn't expect was that this guy would appear here in advance. The next time he appeared in history was almost 5 years later. Therefore, the moment he saw Mephisto, there was only one thought in his mind. Is the Lionheart so attractive that even this old pervert is here? Brando stared at the man in front of him with his mouth agape. He felt that if he could stare at the man in front of him, he would have done so long ago. At this moment, Mephisto was wearing a grey robe with a cloak and a sword on his back. Of course, the most distinguishing feature of his was his long grey hair and grey eyes. It could be said that there was no other human in the world with such unique hair and eye color. This was because Mephisto's hair and eye color were affected by his element. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles' element was the Song of Grey. It was a strange element, but if you really fought him, you wouldn't think so. In the past, Brando had only fought Mephisto once. That was when he completed the Black Iron Body quest. The goal of the quest was simple: to last 10 seconds under Mephisto's attacks. Brando remembered that during his first quest, he had used all the buffs he could drink and eat. Then, he was instantly sent back to the resurrection altar in 3 moves. This wasn't because of level suppression. To be honest, Mephisto was only level 70 or 80 at his peak, but his swordsmanship was terrifying. The Sword Saint of Grey was only a title of Mephisto's, but in reality, many players believed that Mephisto was the only NPC who had trained his basic swordsmanship to level 25 and above. Although this rumor wasn't credible, it was enough to show that this guy's swordsmanship was terrifying. It was even beyond the limits of strength. Brando looked at Mephisto, his mind racing. Although he didn't know much about Mephisto's personality, he knew that this guy was definitely not someone with a good temper. Just look at the things he did. Was this person standing in front of them an enemy? Or a friend? It was hard to say. But what made him frown was that Mephisto had a good impression of Erewhon in history. He also didn't have any entanglements with the Druids. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be an enemy. But he wasn't an enemy. Brando looked at Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, who was standing in the middle of their path. He felt that his reasoning was somewhat unreliable. But at least he knew that in front of such a powerful existence, his judgment didn't have much meaning. It all depended on the other party's mood. Therefore, Brando didn't say anything and didn't do anything to avoid angering this guy. He just raised his head and looked at the other party. The scene was silent for a few seconds. While Brando was sizing up Mephisto, the Sword Saint was also sizing them up. His eyes first swept over the few remaining Erewhon nobles, then fell on Brando. Cruise people. Mephisto stretched out his hand, and the great sword on his back flew out and landed in his hand. Then he pointed the tip of the sword at Brando and asked. Brando was startled. He looked at Mephisto dumbfoundedly. At that moment, it was as if he heard the sound of heaven and earth shattering. Brando only felt cold sweat on his back. What kind of joke is this? Holy shit, Brendel thought to himself. Kurlutz? I'm a popular Tauren. But if this guy thinks I'm a cruise person, according to the other party's habits, I'll be cut in half immediately. Of course, Brando didn't want to die without knowing why, so he quickly shook his head. No, he replied, Sir, I think you've got the wrong person. I'm a Erewhon person. Erewhon person? Mephisto looked at Brando and replied, It looks like it, but Erewhon people don't know the tactics of the Falling Frost Army. Tell me, are you a member of the Falling Frost Army? Brando realized that it was his tactic of letting the centaurs use the Falling Frost Army to fight against the winter wolves that attracted this monster. At this moment, he felt even more wrong than Daoist. In the past, not to mention the players of Erewhon, even the players of Madara knew this tactic. It was nothing more than a test of experience. There was nothing technical about it. As long as one looked at a video on the internet, it would be clear at a glance. But there was no way to explain this, so Brando could only think of a way to quibble. Sir, there are many people who know that tactic. After all, tactics are dead, but people are alive. It's not only Erewhon people who know how to deal with the winter wolves, right? Brando felt that although his excuse was clumsy, there were no loopholes. The truth was that even in this world, there were many people who knew the tactics of the falling frost army. This was not a secret to begin with. For example, Count Audine knew it. But he did not expect Mephisto to not be swayed at all. On the contrary, the sword saint smiled slightly with an expression that said, "Everything is under my control, don't try to quibble." Then he looked at Brando and said, "Indeed, it's possible to use this tactic more skillfully than the commander of the falling frost army. Young man, you're the first person I've seen who can use this tactic." "As far as I know," he said again, "it seems that other than Cruz, Erewhon doesn't suffer from the winter wolves, right?" Huh. At that moment, Brando felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck his head. There was only one voice echoing in his heart: natural idiocy is the cause of death. I'm innocent. Brando felt like crying at this moment. He did not expect that the tactic that he had repeatedly practiced in the game to deal with the winter wolves in order to gain experience would be fatal at this moment. But it seemed that this was the truth. According to Mephisto's way of understanding, Brando soon realized that he really did not have a way to explain it clearly. Indeed, how could he explain the fact that a person from Erewhon could use the tactic so skillfully against the winter wolves? Not to mention that this was something that did not make sense in itself. More importantly, even if a person from Erewhon wanted to practice, as Mephisto said, he had to have a place to practice, right? Brando could not help but rub his hands together. His expression suddenly became a little strange. In fact, he had always thought that his experience was a great cheat, but he did not expect that one day this cheat would finally bring him great trouble. "Lady Martha, do you have to be like this? You're not playing with me, right?" The young lord looked at Mephistopheles with a strange expression on his face and sighed miserably in his heart. "I'm telling the truth, Mephistopheles, boss Mephistopheles, can you not be like this? I can explain. P.S. Alright, actually this is the third update. Try to pay off your debt by tomorrow. If I'm loving enough, I'll give you a little dessert the day after tomorrow." Chapter 4:14. Brando's mind raced. In fact, he had a lot of things that could prove his identity, but the most convincing one was the White Raven sword art and the brooch given to him by the princess. The White Raven sword art was the secret sword art of Erewhon's palace. Anyone who saw it would suspect that he was related to the royal family of Erewhon. The White Raven sword art was derived from the Holy Cathedral of the Wind Empress, so it had nothing to do with Cruz. The brooch was the symbol of the Royal Knight Order of Erewhon. Even if the Cruz people had a way to get it, they would not use it as a disguise. Even the weak Erewhon would not accept such humiliation. As the saying goes, a rabbit will bite when cornered. Although the Cruz people were not afraid of Erewhon's strength, they would not want to get involved in a war for no reason. It could be said that the high-ranking nobles of the Cruz people would not bother to disguise themselves as Erewhon people. If the other Cruz people chose to do so, they would have to consider the consequences. Although the Cruz people were protective of their own people, they would not get involved in a war for a nobody. Therefore, whether it was the White Raven sword art or the emblem of the Royal Knight Order, they were the best evidence to prove that he was one of Erewhon's people. However, Brando hesitated for a while and decided to use the White Raven sword art to prove himself. After all, the brooch was a secret agreement between him and the princess. Brando could guess from the history and the princess letter that the nobles who supported the royal family of Corvado were not united. Although there were loyal subjects like Oberway and Benninger, there were also people like Woods and Makarov who were wavering in the middle. Not to mention the people under Duke Anthony who had their own plans. It was not hard to imagine that not everyone wanted the princess to get in touch with him. Some of them might even try to stop her. Even though Brendel did not know that he had already guessed the situation, he had a rough idea in his heart. He could imagine that Her Royal Highness had given this brooch to him despite all the pressure she was under. In fact, it was a sign of trust. This kind of insignificant support did not have any practical meaning, but it gave Brando a sense of trust. As a modern person, Brando could not have the feeling of a knight swearing loyalty to the king, but at least he felt a faint sense of satisfaction in his heart. Brando did not know what this feeling was. But he knew that if he casually used this kind of trust, it would put the princess thousands of miles away in a disadvantageous position. Even though this had nothing to do with him, he subconsciously chose to avoid this option. Mr. Mephisto. Brando took a deep breath and put away the feeling of being inexplicably pointed out by Mephisto. He said seriously, I think you're mistaken about one thing. Oh, you know me? Mephisto snorted softly. He looked at Brando coldly and said, but it's useless to say more. Where is Veronica? Brando was stunned. Mephisto was looking for trouble with Veronica. He must have heard from somewhere that Veronica had left Cruz alone, so he came all the way here. Brando was secretly shocked. Mephisto had spent a lot of effort to catch up with Veronica. There were no less than 10 sea and land routes from Cruz to Erewhon. After entering the Black Forest, there was no trace of Veronica. How much hatred did Mephisto have for people from Cruz to do this? But there was one thing that made him speechless. Where was he going to find Veronica? Speaking of which, he had lost the precious daughter of the Duke of Cruz, a genius alchemist, and a viscount of the Empire. It was too late to hide, so why would he go looking for her? Was he looking for death? Greysword Saint Mephistopheles was not surprised by Brando's reaction. Although he hated people from Cruz, he knew that most people from Cruz, especially nobles, were extremely proud and unyielding. They rarely backed down because of threats. Years ago, when Mephisto fought against the army in Cruz, most of the candidates who died in his hands were young. But even though they knew that they were no match for him, none of them fell with their backs facing him. That battle left a deep impression on Mephisto. Therefore, when he saw Brando today, he did not intend to let him speak first. The Ash Sword Saint snorted coldly, You don't want to talk? Then come with me. I believe Veronica will not leave a future genius like you alone. Although he did not see Brando's swordsmanship, the young man's commanding ability when fighting against the Winter Wolf was enough to be called a genius. Wait. Brando saw the Ash Sword Saint raise his giant sword without saying anything. His gray cloak fluttered, and an invisible wind pressure came at him. He was going to attack directly. Brando could not help but feel his scalp tingle. His eyes narrowed, and he quickly slid back like a ghost. Mephisto raised his sword to block Brando's escape route. With his ability, he could easily capture Brando among these people. But he did not expect Brando to retreat so quickly. It was as if he knew what he was going to do. At this time, Brando secretly sighed. When the Ash Sword Saint attacked, his in-depth analysis skill did not react at all. In the game, this could only mean one thing: the Ash Sword Saint's skill level was too high. It had exceeded the limit of the current in-depth analysis skill. However, in-depth analysis could more or less play a role in the fight with Veronica. Although the Kurlutzian Sword Saint did not use her full strength, the difference in strength between the two was obvious. In fact, Brando knew very well that the Ash Sword Saint might be slightly weaker than the Green Sword Saint Veronica in terms of absolute strength. But if they really fought, Veronica might not be a match for the Ash Sword Saint. Veronica's swordsmanship was at the peak of perfection. She could be considered as one of the top sword saints. However, the Grey Sword Saint Mephistopheles was already an inhuman existence in the hearts of the players. If one had to give him a title, it would be the Sword God. Brando was able to dodge the attack purely because he had studied the Ash Sword Saint's attacking habits more than once when he completed the Black Iron Body quest. Moreover, he knew that the Ash Sword Saint would not defend himself if he wanted to capture him. With his experience and cleverness, he was able to dodge the attack before the Ash Sword Saint made his move. Otherwise, if the Ash Sword Saint was determined to slash Brando, not to mention his swordsmanship, just his sword aura alone would be enough to split Brando into two. Even so, he was only able to take one step back. After that, he would not be able to dodge the Ash Sword Saint's second strike. It was as if he knew what the Ash Sword Saint was going to do next. But his strength was limited, and the gap between them was too big. Even if he knew what the Ash Sword Saint was going to do next, he could only watch as he was defeated. He took a step back and looked up to see Mephistopheles' calm expression. Mephistopheles swung his sword in the direction of his right hand, and a crescent-shaped sword aura shot out. But the strange thing was that the sword aura drew a perfect arc on the ground and whooshed towards Brendel's back as if it had eyes of its own. Secret art? Dragon strike? In the past, countless players had died under this attack. Of course, Brando was no exception. Even after reaching level 130 as a warrior, he still could not master this technique. Forget about mastering it, he had never even heard of it. Other than the Ash Sword Saint's self-created secret art, the 20 forms, no one else knew this technique. Brando saw that the Ash Sword Saint was going to use his ultimate attack, but he could not do anything about it. At least, Brando did not think that he was tired of living. He could only stop for a moment. But the moment he stopped, the result was already decided. Mephistopheles seemed to have predicted Brendel's choice. He retracted his great sword, and with a sudden thrust, he charged towards Brendel. Brendel swallowed the word "wait" back into his stomach. The young lord felt a sense of suffocation in the face of such a powerful attack. This was the Ash Sword Saint's plan. In his opinion, Brando could only raise his sword to meet the Ash Sword Saint's attack. And in a battle where the weak was fighting against the strong, the Ash Sword Saint could not do anything. If the Ash Sword Saint was still suppressing the Ash Sword Saint, then the next attack would be the key to victory. Brendel was aware of this, but he had no other choice. His mind raced as he tried to find a way to resolve the worst-case scenario. It was at this moment that a voice that he was extremely familiar with suddenly sighed. It was the voice of the female knight. The Ash Sword Saint's aura made her feel threatened in her sleep, so she woke up early. As soon as she woke up, she immediately realized that Brando was in a very dangerous situation. "I've never seen his swordsmanship before, but he's pretty strong," Orthlis said as she stretched lazily. She saw Mephisto's sword coming towards her, and because of the quick exchange of thoughts, she was able to ask calmly, "Little guy, how did you manage to get into trouble over there? Is this my own fault?" Brendel thought to himself. Is this my own fault? This was obviously his own trouble. Not only was the Ash Sword Saint a natural airhead, he was also a one-track mind. He did not even give Brendel a chance to speak before attacking. Is there still any justice in this world? However, Brando was not in the mood to pay attention to Orthlis's teasing. The greatsword was about to pierce his chest, and he had no choice but to use Halran Gaia to parry. P.S. I wrote 3 chapters today, but I'll release 2 chapters first. It's too scary to not have any chapters. I'll make up for it in the next 1 or 2 days. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 4:15. In fact, Brando wanted to use the White Raven sword art to prove himself, but he was powerless to do so. He could not help but feel powerless. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles was as terrifying as ever. He did not even give him a chance to fight back. Let's not talk about using the White Raven sword style. If I make any unnecessary movements, I'll probably be killed by her sword. Although Mephistopheles was determined to capture him alive, a battle of swordsmanship was not a joke. Both parties knew that the other party would go all out. If one of them tried to play around, he would be killed by the other party. That was not within Mephistopheles' expectations. After all, who would have thought that an opponent who was fighting with his life would play around with his own? Mephistopheles knew that Brando would have to use all his strength to block his attacks. That was the only way to limit the young man's movements. In fact, Brando had already surprised Mephistopheles. He was sure that this young man was a genius, and not just any genius. It was not that he was arrogant, but he had never seen a young man who could withstand 3 of his attacks. Not to mention a young man, even a grand swordsman who had been famous for a long time might not be able to withstand 3 of his attacks. After a round of battle, Mephistopheles had a rough idea of Brando's strength. But the more he thought about it, the more he was sure that Veronica would not give up on this young man so easily. Even in the Cruz Empire, it was rare for a young man in his early 20s to possess the strength of a gold. Moreover, he was also a genius in swordsmanship and battle tactics. Even Mephistopheles was secretly interested in this young man. But it was a pity that he was from the Cruz Empire. The genius of the Cruz Empire was his enemy. Mephistopheles' face was cold, but his sword moved faster. At this time, Brando heard Orthless yawn sleepily and said, "Quick, little guy. Give me the control of this body. You can't defeat this guy. Is it okay?" Brando's mind was as fast as lightning. "There's a bit of a problem. You're definitely much weaker than him, but at least you're not completely helpless. I mean, is it okay to force it? Lady Orthless, didn't you say that this is not the correct way to use the Holy Seal?" "Of course. I've rested for a month or two since the last time. 10 minutes or so shouldn't be a problem." Orthless replied proudly, "What, are you looking down on me?" "That's not it, Lady Orthless," Brando replied. After all, they were in the prime material plane. But when he thought about how Orthless had saved his life in Bucci, he felt relieved. "You can do it." The exchange of thoughts between the two was completed in an instant. Mephisto's greatsword had just collided with Brando's Halran Gaia. But in reality, Brando was no longer in control of his body. In that instant, Orthless struck out 3 times in a row. Halran Gaia turned into a black shadow in her hand. Due to its speed, it looked like Halran Gaia had split into 3 and collided with Mephisto's greatsword at the same time. Ding! The 3 sword strikes turned into a single metallic sound. Then, Orthless took advantage of the momentum and retreated out of the range of the Ash Sword Saint's attack without taking any damage. At this time, only a few seconds had passed since the start of the fight. There was a deathly stillness in the vicinity. The youths were dumbfounded, let alone the nobles from Erewhon's diplomatic party. They seemed to have only just realized what they had seen. Was that young man really one of Erewhon's men? Were the 2 of them still using mortal swordsmanship? Although the nobles were unbearable, they still had some ability to join the diplomatic party. Especially Robert, who was born in a prominent family, was naturally knowledgeable. He took a deep breath and immediately realized something. That young man was probably the most outstanding genius of Erewhon in the last 3 centuries. He couldn't let him die in the hands of someone of unknown origin. Although Brando had called out the name of the Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, there were many people with the same name in this world. Furthermore, the Ash Sword Saint had disappeared for so many years that it was normal for Robert to not recognize him. But at this moment, he suddenly ran out and shouted, "Sir, wait, he's not Crew." He wanted to prove that Brando wasn't one of Cruz's men, but before he could finish his sentence, the Sword Saint who had rested his great sword on his shoulder interrupted him. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles raised his eyebrows and looked at Brando with interest. He didn't even look at the fat Robert who was yelling at the side. Instead, he interrupted him and said to Brando, "What a good flash strike sword art, descendant of Gretel. Young man, Cruz's secret swordsmanship is now in your hands. What else do you have to say?" The jaws of Erewhon's diplomatic party dropped to the ground when they heard Brendel's words. Robert stared at the young man with his mouth agape. His mind went blank for a moment. Cruz's secret swordsmanship, flash strike sword art, was passed down from the Dragon clan. It was much more famous than Erewhon's White Raven swordsmanship, which was modified from the Wind Elf sword art. The White Raven swordsmanship might have been lost to the outside world, but flash strike sword art could only be practiced by Gretel's direct descendants. It was the Flame King's swordsmanship, one of the pride of the Eagle Empire. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles and even the fat Erewhon noble who fought alongside Brando from the Calamity of Wolves couldn't help but wonder if this young noble was really one of Cruz's men. Brando looked more like Erewhon's men. But in fact, except for the blonde hair and blue eyes of the pure-blooded Eagle Knight's descendants, most Cruz's men and Erewhon's men were very similar. After all, both of them were born from the same race centuries ago. Not to mention that Brando's mother was from Caliga, and his ancestors were exiled nobles from Cruz. Therefore, it was hard for him to tell the difference. At this moment, Robert suddenly realized something. No wonder. No wonder this young man dared to teach the little princess of Flower Leaf a lesson so mercilessly. No wonder he dared to talk back to Veronica. No wonder he didn't put the lion beast men in his eyes. This young man was originally from Cruz, and not just any ordinary Cruz's men. He knew flash strike sword art, which meant that he was a direct descendant of the Flame King, Gretel. Cruz was not like Erewhon, where the Corvado dynasty replaced the Cipher dynasty. Because of the support of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, it was natural for the descendants of the Flame King to rule the empire. In summary. In other words, this young man was not only from Cruz, but also from the royal family of Cruz. When he thought of how they dared to provoke a member of the royal family of Cruz, Robert could not help but raise his chubby hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He paused for a moment and said hesitantly to Brando, "Sir Baron, please forgive us. We shouldn't have offended you." He did not dare to directly say that Brando was from Cruz to avoid the wrath of Mephisto. But in his opinion, Mephisto had already recognized Brando's identity, so it made no difference whether he said it or not. But as soon as he spoke, Orthless glanced at him in confusion. At this moment, Brando, who had just returned his soul to his body, almost vomited blood. Damn it, this time he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "Lady Orthless," he could not help but say, "You, what?" Orthless was slightly stunned. She was not an idiot. When she heard Mephisto's strange question and saw Robert's suspicious attitude, she naturally understood that she had done something stupid. But what she could not understand was that the Flame King Gretel's swordsmanship was a sage's swordsmanship. Could it be that the descendants of the Flame King had fallen to the point where everyone wanted to beat them up? But that did not seem to be the case. "Aren't you a wind elf? Why do you know how to use flash strike sword art?" Brando asked weakly. "Normally, people would use the swordsmanship they are most familiar with, right?" "That's true," Orthless replied, "but boy, this is your body now. Most of the swordsmanship I've trained in is suitable for females, and guilt swordsmanship is most suitable for you. That's why you can unleash 100% of its power." "In that situation just now, I could only use my full strength to protect myself," she replied in her mind. "Also, didn't you use flash strike sword art last time in the Arena of Destiny?" Brando almost vomited blood again. He thought that Orthless was an unexpected savior, but he did not know that this was the worst decision he had ever made. This was the worst decision he had ever made. But he also knew that the knight herself was not at fault. It was just that he could not think of such a coincidence even if he racked his brains. This is too much of a coincidence. But there was no point in saying anything now. Even Erewhon's envoy had begun to doubt his identity. The centaurs and tree elves naturally did not have the ability to prove his identity. Only Coden, Amandina, and Scarlet knew that he was telling the truth. They had seen him use flash strike sword art in the underworld. But then again, could Coden, Amandina, and Scarlet really be sure? Brando knew that in their hearts, he was also a mystery. Moreover, even if the two ladies were willing to testify, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles might not necessarily believe them. After all, in the eyes of this sword saint, they were on the same side as him. Brando glanced over. Scarlet seemed to want to walk over, but she was pulled back by Amandina. This action made Brando breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Scarlet would act rashly. Mephistopheles did not kill him because he still had some use for him. He might not be merciful to others. In fact, at this time, Brando understood that there was only one way left to prove his identity. And that was the silver brooch of the princess. A real member of the royal family of Cruz would not disguise himself as a knight of the royal family of Erewhon. However, it was obviously not appropriate to display the silver brooch of the princess here. Brando looked around and said to Orthless, "Lady Orthless, do you have any tricks that can increase my speed?" "Of course, why?" Orthless replied while keeping her guard up against Mephistopheles. "Think of a way to lure him away from here. Lure him to a place where there's no one." Brando replied. "Boy, you're being too whimsical." Orthless shook her head. "His absolute strength is far greater than yours. I can only rely on my skills to make up for it for a while." There's no way I can escape, that's enough. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles' speed is his weakness, Brando said with certainty. Even if it's not enough to shake him off, it's more than enough to lure him away. Are you sure? The knight was slightly surprised. Brando thought to himself that if he was not sure, he would not have been able to complete the Iron Body quest in the past. He nodded. Listen to me, Lady Orthless. Go west from here and lure him to a place. Orthless hesitated for a moment, then nodded. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 4:16. You know you're no match for me, yet you still want to resist. Aren't you stupid? The Ash Sword Saint held the hilt of his sword with his right hand and rested the sword on his shoulder. He looked at Brendel and said. Orthless smiled. Even though your swordsmanship is great, you're blind. Mephisto was slightly taken aback by the change in Brendel's tone, but the suspicion disappeared in a flash like a dragonfly. Even so, you still want to say that you're not from Cruz? You'll find out soon enough. What, you want to run? Mephisto looked at him. Orthless. Brando smiled. Amandina. Amandina's voice was as soft as a strand of hair. Yes. Follow this valley and head north. Wait for me at the White Rock. White Rock? You'll find it when you see it. Amandina looked at her lord and nodded. She didn't ask any questions. Mephisto, who was standing not far away, looked at the conversation between the two. He loosened his grip on his sword for a moment, then tightened it again. With his perception, it wasn't impossible for him to catch the conversation, but he didn't think that Brando would be able to run far even if he wanted to. Moreover, his main target was Veronica. He just needed to make sure that Brando was under his control. Petty tricks. The Ash Sword Saint looked at the scene in silence. His pale and slender fingers loosened a little on the sword hilt. He told Orthless about the resting points in the game. Places like the Holy White Rock and the Holy Fountain in the Black Forest were the most stable places in the game. In other words, they were places that the game designers provided for the players to rest. There were 3 resting points in the Calamity of Wolves quest, and the closest one was not far away. Orthless and Amandina finished speaking and raised their swords. Oh. Mephisto looked at her, him, and asked, Are you ready? You're very confident. This was Orthless' answer to her own question. Mephisto's arrogance had obviously provoked the pride of this ancient female knight as well. The Ash Sword Saint did not answer, but instead pointed his sword at Orthless. Brando. Just give it a try, the meaning of this sentence is. Orthless snorted proudly and swung her sword downwards. 6 green streams of air appeared behind her like a pair of wings. This is. Mephisto's expression changed. This was the battle technique of the Wind Elves, Sky Patrol. Orthless took a small leap back and slid backwards like a ghost. Her speed was not fast, but it was an illusion. She left behind a series of afterimages as she slid backwards. In the eyes of the crowd, the young lord was still in front of them for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, he was already at the edge of the forest. The Ash Sword Saint snorted coldly. His body turned into a black dragon and chased after him. His speed was slightly slower, so this chase became a battle of endurance. Orthless changed direction at the edge of the forest and plunged into it. What direction? She asked. 1 or 2 miles should be enough. That's a little far, little one. Orthless flapped her wings and glided through the tall trees. She turned around and saw Mephisto, who was holding his sword, was only a step behind her. The Ash Sword Saint was slow, but that was only in comparison. If you can use that move to stop him, then it should be fine. She replied. No, there's no other way. There are conditions to use the Holy Sword technique. Brando spent most of the day leading the crowd through the Thorn Ridge, but in fact, he only used the first 2 hours to maintain the Holy Sword technique. His earth elemental pool had long been empty. The conversation between the two only lasted for a moment, but Mephisto had already launched his attack. He pushed his greatsword forward, and 3 sword auras shot out in a beautiful arc towards Orthos. The female knight dodged behind a tree and allowed the sword auras to hit the trunk of the tree. The sword auras pierced through the trunk like an axe, and the tree fell to the ground with a loud thud. Orthos hurriedly leaped away to avoid the branches that came crashing down. Charge! Brando reminded her. Idiot, in a battle of this level, a straight line will be predicted. Don't worry. The two continued to exchange ideas through divine sense. Mephisto was carefully listening to the wind and the grass around him. Orthos was hidden by the fallen trees, so he could not pinpoint her exact location. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed by. The Ash Sword Saint's eyes twitched, and he instinctively drew his sword and swung it. A wind spirit spider that was pouncing towards him was cut in half. The wind elemental exploded in midair, and Orthos took advantage of that moment to rush out. Her timing was impeccable. Mephistopheles turned around sharply, but he could only catch a glimpse of Brendel's figure disappearing into the distance. So many tricks. Mephisto sheathed his sword and followed after Brendel. He was not afraid of falling into an ambush, but if Veronica was there, he would be able to deal with her as well. At this moment, the centaurs and tree elves who were far away in the valley could only hear a loud cracking sound from the forest, and then a large tree toppled over. They could only guess that there was a battle, but they did not know what exactly happened. Scarlet's knuckles turned white as she gripped her halberd tightly. What do we do now, Miss Amandina? The leader of the tree elves, Quinn, walked over and looked at the human girl. Brando's words clearly meant that he had given her the command. Amandina also looked away. Follow the valley and wait for the Lord at the White Stone. She calmly replied. Quinn nodded and gestured for the others to continue forward. The leader of the tree elves maintained a cold expression, but he still looked at the forest in the end. The group slowly moved forward in the extremely quiet snowy landscape. For a moment, it seemed that the nobles of Erewhon were the only ones who had yet to react. After the loud explosion in the forest in the distance, all movement disappeared without a trace. The two figures disappeared in that direction and did not return. Scarlet stared blankly in that direction, her heart pounding with worry. For a moment, she was afraid that Mephistopheles would come back and throw Brendel's lifeless body in front of her. But after a while, when she saw that there was no movement, she felt a sense of loss. Scarlet frowned and sighed softly. She blamed herself for thinking about such bad things, but no matter what, she could not relax. Scarlet? It's time to go. She raised her head and saw Amandina looking at her. Amandina was wearing a white fur dress as she stood in the wind and snow. Her round boots sunk into the thin layer of snow, and her quiet temperament seemed to be able to calm people down. That's great, Amandina, Scarlet said with a tired expression. If only I could be as strong as you. I'm also worried, Amandina sighed, but there's no point in worrying. Our Lord's orders have to be carried out. That's why. Scarlet was a little dejected. I really hate being so weak. Amandina did not reply. She was also uncertain in her heart. The group slowly moved forward, and the silence in the snow seemed to drown out the uneasiness in everyone's heart. While Amandina was immersed in her own worries, she suddenly heard a commotion at the back of the centaurs. Her frown deepened as she turned around and saw that the other half of the centaurs seemed to have stopped in their tracks. What's going on? Amandina turned her head and saw a group of centaurs coming out of the forest. Her expression changed when she saw the woman in the lead wearing a green cloak that swayed in the wind. She realized that too many things had happened and did not notice that the other groups were approaching. Especially when the snowstorm was getting heavier and heavier, perhaps no one would notice this at all. The newcomer was Veronica. The goddess of war from Cruz had chased after Brando all the way until they passed through the Wolf's Pass. She did not know that someone had beaten her to it, but her gaze swept over the centaurs and tree elves. She did not see Faina, Rono, Elman, or Brando, but she recognized Scarlet and Amandina. Veronica's slender fingers rested on the hilt of azure firmament as she took a step forward. With just one step, she seemed to have transcended the limits of time and space. It was as if she had turned into a gust of wind and crossed 100 meters in a single step. Amandina jumped in fright and subconsciously retreated, but the cold edge of the sword was already pressed against her white slender neck. Quinn had just raised his longbow, and Scarlet did not have time to raise the lightning spear in her hand. A moment ago, Veronica was at least 100 meters away. Amandina froze in place. The goddess of war looked down at the beautiful girl. Her long black hair and eyes were different from Erwin's bloodline. She was slightly startled, as if she had discovered something strange. But this doubt disappeared in an instant. Veronica had used all her strength in that attack, and it was within her expectations that Scarlet and Quinn couldn't react in time. Normally, she wouldn't do such a thing to a weak girl, but this time, the war goddess of the Empire was truly anxious. There was no news of Faina, Rono, or Elman. Especially Faina, the little princess of the Flowerleaf territory. She could not lose her no matter what. Lady Veronica, what are you doing? Quinn raised his longbow and aimed at the goddess of war. Coden also placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to attack at a moment's notice. But Veronica did not even look at him and only asked, "You should have seen Cruz's envoy, right?" "I don't know." Amandina replied, "They left a long time ago." "Didn't Brando kill them?" Of course, his lordship did not want to start a war. Veronica's expression changed. "When did they leave?" "My apologies, I cannot answer this question without his lordship's permission." Amandina's expression did not change. "Even if Lady Veronica kills me, it will still be the same." "Humph." Veronica snorted and sheathed her sword. Threats were already her bottom line, and she would not kill anyone. Then where is his lordship? Amandina hesitated for a moment, but she suddenly made up her mind. His lordship is not here right now. Then bring me to him. Veronica was a little anxious and did not notice the slight change in Amandina's expression. As a normal person, I can't keep up with you, Lady Veronica. It's fine, let her come with me. Veronica turned around and looked at Scarlet. Scarlet was shocked and immediately took a step back. She raised her spear in front of her and looked at the goddess of war with extreme vigilance. The red-haired girl's body tensed up. If Veronica made any strange movements, she would immediately fight to the death. Scarlet's expression was clearly written on her face. She would rather die than reveal Brendel's whereabouts to anyone else. But Amandina stopped her. "Scarlet, don't do anything stupid." Scarlet was startled and looked at her in confusion. "Take Lady Veronica, take her to see the liege." The noble girl took a deep breath and said slowly, "This is my command." To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 417. Orthlis was like a ghost as she passed through the forest, with the ash sword saint following from a distance. The two of them walked for a few minutes, but Orthlis suddenly frowned. She raised her head in a certain direction. The deeper they went into the forest, the more she smelled something she hadn't smelled in a long time. What's wrong?" Brando asked in his mind. "There's the smell of blood. It's so thick that it can't be dispersed." "Are there any monsters nearby?" "The smell of blood? Let's go check it out. This isn't the time to be nosy, little one." Brando didn't expect Orthlis to be so unfamiliar with the Black Forest. Monsters fed on magic. Even if they occasionally attacked other animals, there shouldn't be such a thick smell of blood. Brando was worried that the adventurers would be attacked, which meant that there might be unknown dangers lurking around. But it shouldn't be. Since the Flame King Gretel had the experience of trekking through the wilderness, the Wind Elves shouldn't have been any better. Or perhaps the Black Forest of this era was different from the past? He shook his head and said, "Let's go check it out, Miss Orthlis." "Oh." Orthlis suddenly stopped. She narrowed her eyes and looked in that direction. Then she shot forward like an arrow. This sudden change in direction caused Mephisto, who was following closely behind, to frown slightly. He raised his vigilance slightly and followed behind. Orthless, Brando didn't pay much attention to the ash sword saint behind him. She passed through 3 tall trees covered in moss. The smell of blood in the air was getting thicker and thicker. Then she suddenly stopped. The forest in the valley suddenly opened up in front of them. There was a small open space in front of them, but the scene in the open space was too horrible to look at. The grassland seemed to have been smeared with a layer of blood. There were human limbs and blood-soaked organs everywhere. Corpses were spread from one end to the other. There were at least 100 or 200 corpses stacked on top of each other. There was even a thin layer of snow on top of each other. However, the white snow was also soaked with crimson blood. Both Orthless and Brendel gasped at the same time. Even though Orthless was used to fighting and killing, she had not seen such a fierce battle in the past few centuries. The air was filled with the thick, nauseating smell of blood. They're from the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Brando recognized them at a glance. Almost all of them were wiped out. He confirmed this when he saw the corpses of 2 low-level priests under the layers of corpses. At least 2 priests had died in a single battle. This was a serious matter. In fact, the clergy of the Holy Cathedral of Fire were divided into 3 categories. The first category was the high priests of each country. There were a total of 11 of them, and it could be said that the Holy Cathedral of Fire was the core of the Holy Cathedral of Fire's power. Then came the high priests, and lower priests of each region. These people belonged to different factions and were the backbone of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In order to truly become an existence of this level in the Holy Cathedral, in addition to having a firm belief in the golden fire that the Holy Cathedral of Fire served, one must at least possess the strength of a gold rank. The lower priests were the same as the reserve knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but their status was much higher. Because they were few in number, the loss of one was a great loss to the Holy Cathedral. Therefore, every lower priest should have at least 3 reserve knight of the Holy Cathedral to protect them. In other words, there were at least 8 gold ranks among the corpses here. Brendel sucked in a breath of cold air, not because of the strength of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but because he was wondering what kind of trouble these guys had gotten themselves into, for such a powerful team to end up in such a miserable state. He immediately recalled the corpses of the Holy Cathedral of Fire's subordinates that he had discovered a few hours ago. He frowned deeply. This boss was a little too ridiculously strong. At this time, Orthless heard a noise behind her. She turned around and saw the ash sword saint walking out of the forest with a giant sword on his shoulder. He was stepping on the dried twigs on the ground, making a cracking sound. Mephistopheles chased after Brando and thought that he had led him into a trap. But when he saw the tragic scene in front of him, he could not help but be stunned. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" He must have been attacked by demons. "Humph, Cruz's lackey, you deserve it," the ash sword saint said indifferently. At this moment, the 2 of them did not seem to be talking to each other like enemies. The gray-haired man took out his sword and pointed it at Brando. "Well, since you know you can't escape, come with me obediently." Orthless was stunned. She thought that this guy was really stubborn. But when she was about to take out the brooch that the regent princess gave to Brando, she suddenly heard Brando say to her in her mind, "Something is coming from the west, Lady Orthless." The knight raised her eyebrows. "How did you know?" "My wind spirit spiders are disappearing." "It's coming." The wind spirit spiders had disappeared without a trace. Brendel's tone became urgent. He felt that the wind spirit spiders were most likely the boss. "Wait, something is coming from the east." Mephistopheles' tone suddenly changed. Orthless's heart skipped a beat. "You mean there are 2 monsters?" "It's hard to say, but no matter what, we should leave this place as soon as possible," Brando reminded her. "But little one, if we retreat now, that monster will definitely attack." Orthless looked at Mephistopheles. "At such a close distance, I don't have the confidence to rush out." "You are too weak." You won't be able to use Sky Patrol a second time in a short period of time. This was the first time Brando was judged as weak. He was only in his early 20s, and it was already a miracle that he had the strength of a gold-ranked monster. What else could she expect? However, he knew that there was no point in arguing with this 1,000-year-old woman. In her eyes, he was indeed weak. He shook his head. Let's exchange bodies. Let me explain. Orthlis did not object and immediately retracted her consciousness into the space ring. Brando's consciousness took over control of the ring. In the eyes of the Mephistopheles, Brando was stunned for a moment before his eyes regained their clarity. Something is coming. You don't want to know what killed these people, do you? Brendel asked, raising his head to look at him. His first words were alarmist. Mephistopheles paused for a moment and was about to say something when he saw the young man take out a silver brooch from his chest. However, before he could see what the brooch was, a rustling sound was heard from the bushes beside him. 2 people came out of the bushes. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles. Veronica. When Mephistopheles saw who it was, he and the woman immediately took a step back vigilantly and pointed their swords at each other. My lord. It was Scarlet's voice. Brando looked up and his hand froze in midair. He could not help but grumble in his heart. So it was this old woman from the Empire who came from the east. Why did she come here again? And she even brought Scarlet with her. Isn't this making things worse? But risk often comes with opportunity. Brando quickly noticed that the moment Veronica and Mephistopheles discovered each other's presence, they were completely focused on each other. It was as if they had completely forgotten about the existence of others. Come to think of it, in a confrontation at their level, any carelessness could cost a person's life. However, the tense atmosphere between the two sides was a good opportunity for Brando. He took a deep breath and quickly gestured to Scarlet, who was standing beside Veronica, to quickly come to his side. Brando sensed that the number of wind elves in the west was rapidly decreasing. He was afraid that the boss would rush out of the forest. He did not care if Veronica and Mephistopheles lived or died, but he was no longer a player who would lose a level if he died. If he was targeted by the boss, he would not even have a place to cry. At this time, Veronica's attention was not on Scarlet at all. Of course, the red-haired girl also noticed this. In fact, when she saw Brando, she could not help but want to run over. She was worried that Brando would blame her for bringing Veronica here. But when she saw that Brendel did not seem to mind, the rock in her heart finally fell to the ground. She let out a sigh of relief and carefully walked to Brendel's side, looking at her lord with some peace of mind. But what she did not expect was that before she could stand still, Brando grabbed her hand and said, "Quick, follow me." "Ah. What's wrong?" "Nothing." Even in the midst of the snow, Scarlet felt as if there was a stream of heat flowing from his hand all the way to her heart and face, causing her cheeks to burn as if they were on fire. But she lowered her head and pretended to be calm. Brando nodded. He first looked back at the west, then at Veronica and Mephistopheles who were confronting each other. Then, he looked around and found the direction he came from and ran in that direction. Scarlet followed behind him and held her breath. She was at a loss as to what to do as the lord she admired pulled her and ran. Her mind was blank. She felt like a marionette that was being pulled by Brando in a certain direction. She did not know the direction, but she felt like she would die if she made a sound. Scarlet could hear her heart thumping hard. But Brendel did not notice Scarlet's strange behavior. Even though he felt that her actions were a little strange, his concern for the thing behind him suppressed his suspicions. Furthermore, he did not have the fire seed with him. He had given it to Amandina before he left, and the two of them were gold rankers. Without the fire seed, they could only last for a few hours in the frost. They had to return to the White Stone as soon as possible. But at this time, Brando suddenly heard the wind elf Orthlis's warning, "Be careful, there's something coming from behind." Then, Brando heard a sharp whistling sound behind his head. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 4:18. Brando quickly formed an intuitive concept in his mind. If it was like the sonic boom of a whip, then Brando could not imagine how big the whip was. To be exact, it was a whip that swept through the entire forest. The terrible sonic boom swept through the entire forest in an instant. Brando felt numb at the back of his head. He subconsciously pulled Scarlet forward and the two rolled into a nearby tree hole. Then, there was a buzzing sound that seemed to sweep through his brain, causing his eardrums to resonate. A few seconds later, he even felt that there was a buzzing sound in his head that lasted for a long time. Only after a long time did he gradually recover his hearing. That was really terrifying. At the last moment before he fell into the tree hole, he saw a whizzing attack. It was a whip-shaped air wall, about the height of a tree trunk. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and it swept across half of the valley in an instant. The moment he fell into the tree hole, the wall of air just swept over his head. Brando could not help but shake his head in the darkness of the tree hole. The impact from before seemed to have caused his teeth to cut his lips, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. But he immediately froze because he felt a soft response on his lips. If it was not for the faint scent of the girl in the darkness, he would have almost forgotten that he was still under Scarlet. Brando's face turned red. His vision gradually adapted to the dark environment in the tree hole where even the stars were weak. He gradually saw that his hands were on the wet soil in the tree hole. And coincidentally, Scarlet was under him, facing him with her mouth slightly open like a frightened little animal. The girl's burning amber eyes were particularly bright in the darkness. But it was not anger that burned, but shyness. She almost forgot to breathe. There was blood on both of their lips, and there was a salty taste of blood in each other's mouths. Brando's face was stiff and he did not say a word. He sat up and stretched out his hand stiffly to pull Scarlet up. Although he had restrained himself from thinking about what happened before, he did not know why that memory was so fresh and vivid. His lips responded with the soft fragrance of a young girl, with a touch of the wildness of fresh blood, as if it could melt his thoughts. It was clearly something that happened in an instant, but it played out in his memory over and over again. It was as if he had lived in that moment forever. Neither of them spoke. Brando couldn't help but want to cover his face. This was the first kiss of a failed magician in his previous life, and even in this life. How could he lose it so inexplicably and humiliatingly? He could not help but comfort himself that perhaps the kiss on the little Roman's forehead was his first kiss, but even he could not come up with such an excuse. It was also Ku Qian's first time. The red-haired girl felt that she was going to melt into a water-like substance that seeped into the cold soil beneath her body. She stared blankly with her eyes wide open until Brando pulled her up. "So sorry," the two of them said in unison. Scarlet let out an "ah" and lowered her head. Brando felt that his face was burning. It was as if the danger outside the forest had disappeared, or he had completely forgotten about it. Although he had decades of experience in his two lives, he was not prepared for this at all. Then Orthlis laughed out loud. Her laughter was like a silver bell in the dark, waking Brando up. "Little one, you are so cute." "Ahem." Brando coughed. "What was that just now?" "Did you see it clearly, Miss Orthlis?" Orthlis seemed to have discovered a new continent, but she was not in a hurry to press on. Instead, she replied, "It looked like the tail of something." "I don't think I saw it wrong." "Tail?" The word was like a bucket of cold water that drenched Brando from head to toe. What kind of creature could have such a big tail? He was suddenly startled, and suddenly remembered that the previous attack really did seem like a dragon's tail sweep attack. But if it really was a tail attack, oh, Martha. How big was that dragon? Wait, it didn't have a physical body? Brando suddenly took a deep breath and asked. "It seemed to be a creature of the air element," Orthlis replied, "but I could barely make out that it was some kind of cloud or mist." "It was a monster." Brando corrected her. He turned around and called out, "Scarlet." Scarlet also reacted at this time, although her face was still red. "I know, my lord." "Wait." The girl was suddenly startled. "My gun is still outside." She looked up and saw that Brando had already climbed up the tree hole. Brando thought that Mephisto and Veronica should still be in the open space. But the two of them should not have been killed in an instant. Although it was not impossible, it was still a little inconceivable that two of the most powerful people in history would die in front of him. Even if he was here to change history. But this was a little too inexplicable. Brando climbed out of the tree hole and saw that Scarlet's spear of lightning was still not far away. But when he saw the scene outside, his face immediately changed and he shrank back into the tree hole. Scarlet saw the strange expression on her lord's face and his forehead was full of cold sweat. "What's wrong?" she asked. Brando quickly put a finger to his lips and motioned her not to make a sound. "What is that?" He could not help but ask Orthless in his mind. "Even if you ask, I don't know, little one." Orthless also took a deep breath. Although there were many strange monsters in the dark forest, the thing outside was too outrageous. "It looks like," she thought for a moment and found a reliable word, 15 serpentine lizards. But Brando waited for a while, and when he was sure that the thing did not notice him, he poked his head out and carefully looked at it. If the first time he was shocked, then the second time he confirmed that it was not an illusion. Even Brando could not help but feel a sense of insignificance from the depths of his heart. He felt that his limbs were a little weak. He raised his head and looked at the behemoth that stood on the ground. Above the forest. Above the layers of clouds. Behind the layers of clouds, there were 15 gigantic white dragon heads that were formed from clouds and mist. They were looking around slowly. It stood on top of the forest. The dark green treetops were like a layer of carpet at its feet. The gigantic beast looked more like a white mountain range. It was a mountain range made of clouds. Brando could not help but think of the thick cumulonimbus clouds in the sky in the past. And this thing was a little bit like those unpredictable clouds. It occupied half the sky in the forest. Brando looked at the giant beast and felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. Was this thing really supposed to appear in this quest? Why did it look like a level 1 creature with a perfect body? A mythical creature. Brando. Orthless's voice came from his heart. Yes. This thing looks like a Saint Hydra. Ancestral mythical beast. Shouldn't ancestral mythical beasts be physical creatures? Brando felt that his mouth was a little dry. Probably a projection. Orthless was not sure. After all, creatures like the Leviathan, the Ouroboros Jormungand, and the Saint Hydra were just legends even a dozen centuries ago. Even if it's just a projection, it's enough to kill people, Brando thought. "Wait, Brando." The knight suddenly said. "What's wrong?" "The forest seems to be foggy." "Foggy?" Brando was startled. He looked around and saw that the fog was rising little by little. At first, Brando thought that it was snow, but after a while, he realized that the wind and snow had stopped. It was just that there was a strange silence in the forest. There was no mention of ancestral mythical beasts having the ability to control fog. Brendel subconsciously raised his head. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately saw the huge wall of clouds in the sky slowly moving forward, and wherever it passed, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above the dark mountains and forests between the heavens and the earth. In the darkness, the pillars of light that represented civilization and order were flickering and then extinguishing one by one. It was like a candle flame that was blown out in a storm. The wall of clouds is closing again. Brando felt his eyelids twitching. At the same time, Carglass, who was hiding under the white sacred stone, sat next to Medea, holding the priestess' hand tightly. He stared at the terrifying scene with his mouth agape. Dozens of pillars of light in the southern sky were extinguished at the same time. One after another, the pillars of light flickered and then suddenly disappeared. The disappearance of each pillar of light was not only the end of a life, but also the end of a hope in the darkness. No one said a word. Amandina sat on the other side of the bonfire. She raised her head, and the light in her dark eyes disappeared bit by bit. The air was cold to the bone, and she hugged her knees as if it was the only way to bring some warmth to herself. Her lord was gone, and Scarlet was taken away. The sudden change in the sky made her feel extremely uneasy. But she could not show her uneasiness. She subconsciously gripped her skirt tightly, and her pale and slender fingers reflected her true feelings. Falerne sat by her side, remaining silent as always. Only then did the noble lady feel a little more at ease. She took a deep breath and looked to the other side. When Veronica left, she left some people to monitor them. There were about 100 of Cruz's envoys. It was not impossible for Quinn's tree elves and the remaining centaurs to resist, but Amandina did not agree to it. After all, they had to wait for Brando to return. Amandina looked at the leader of the Cruz's envoys, a countess. She was only slightly older than Amandina, but her beauty was enough to make anyone jealous. Her face seemed to blend the smoothness and perfection of a classical goddess statue. She stood there quietly, neatly dressed in a thick black and purple woolen coat. Her long violet hair was draped over her shoulders. She was full of mystery and elegance. However, Amandina found some similarities between her and him. They were both calm and rational, but their slightly furrowed brows reflected the true thoughts in their hearts. She's worried. Amandina was slightly distracted. She raised her head and looked at the sky. What is she worried about? Or is this strange omen foretelling something? Delphian did not notice Amandina's gaze. She only looked at the fog that was getting thicker and thicker. She muttered to herself, the light has been extinguished. Is this the demonic wave? Elman, where are you? P.S. What the hell is wrong with Chidian's author section? Can't they have some integrity? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the legal reading. Chapter 420. The closing of the wall of clouds meant that the mana was flowing back, and the effects of the great tide were becoming more and more apparent. Brando looked up at the Saint Hydra that occupied half the sky above the mountains. For a moment, he had difficulty breathing. Even if it was just a projection, it was still at least level 100. Neither he nor Orthlas spoke. They were both thinking of a way to get through this ordeal. Brando looked around and saw a large boulder not far away. He calmed down a little and began to consider the possibility of hiding from the Saint Hydra. He took a deep breath to adjust his breathing and gave himself a pep talk. There were more dangerous situations than this in the game, and there was no reason to be afraid just because there was only one chance. For example, the raid on Fort Nerolosai in Madara, and the battle at the Dragon's Lair. As long as every step is perfect, Brando thought back to his past experiences and felt confidence returning to him. The adventurous nature in Sophie's blood was ignited. He took another deep breath and reached out his hand to grab the tree roots and tried to crawl out of the hole. Under the cover of the tree canopy, he could only hope that he could hide from the Saint Hydra's sight. Brando stuck close to the ground and prepared to crawl out bit by bit along the roots of the tree. Little guy? Orthlas was stunned. She did not expect Brando to be so daring. Hiding here is not a solution. That thing won't leave anytime soon. It seems to have noticed something, Brando said in his mind. I suspect that the Ash Sword Saint and Veronica are still alive. What are you going to do? Orthlas asked in her mind, but due to the surrounding environment, she subconsciously lowered her voice. I'll go behind the boulder first. Then I'll see if I can use the environment to get out of here. As long as I'm 3 or 4 miles away, the Saint Hydra should not be able to see what's going on in the forest. That's quite a distance. Are you that confident? Orthlas looked at Brando, but she did not ask. She knew that since Brando had already made up his mind, he must have such determination. She could see this from the flames of adventure burning in the young lord's eyes. This kind of Brando was beyond Orthlas' understanding, but she liked him much more than the steady and rational Brando. Brando did not say a word and carefully climbed out of the tree hole. He was like a lizard in the mud, lying on the ground. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Sometimes, he even felt like there was a dagger at his back. Although the weather was cold and dry, sweat still dripped down from his forehead. It took Brando several minutes to climb out of the tree hole, and then it took another minute to turn around. When he had done all this, he remained motionless, feeling his heart beating hollow and strong, one beat after another, thumping. Brando waited for about half a minute, but the Saint Hydra in the valley did not seem to notice him. He let out a sigh of relief and reached out to Scarlet, who was under the tree hole. "Come up, Scarlet." Scarlet stood in the tree hole, not knowing what was happening above. She could only anxiously wait for Brando's news. She looked up and saw Brando extending his hand to her. She was startled for a moment before she put her hand in Brando's hand. "Scarlet, no matter what you see later, don't make a sound." Brando held her hand and reminded her sternly. He trusted this red-haired girl, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Scarlet nodded firmly. Brando then pulled her out of the tree hole. The girl was shocked when she saw the terrifying figure of the Saint Hydra, but she did not make a sound as she promised. Brando gave her a thumbs up as a sign of appreciation. But this was only the beginning of a successful plan. Then, he carefully climbed out of the tree hole with Scarlet. Crouching like a cat, he used the intertwining protruding roots between the tall trees to get closer to the rock. The distance between the tree hole and the rock was only 23 meters. In the past, this distance was just a blink of an eye for them, but now, it felt like a century had passed. The Saint Hydra stood in the valley and slowly turned around. Its huge tail swept across the top of their heads more than once, causing them to break out in cold sweat. When the two of them merged into the shadow behind the huge rock, they felt like they had lost all their strength. Scarlet was fine, but Brando felt like his back was drenched in sweat. He let out a long sigh and began to plan his next move. His gaze passed through the shadows of the trees. Fortunately, there were not many open spaces in the dark forest. He was planning to enter the valley on the north side of the ridge. If he could get there, he would be able to avoid the Saint Hydra's gaze. The distance was less than 2 miles, half of what he had expected. But there was a problem in the middle. They had to cross a small stream that crossed the valley. If the shrubs on both sides of the stream were not enough to provide cover, it would be very dangerous. But after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to do it. It was not a good habit to be indecisive on the battlefield. A good warrior must have confidence in himself. If he did not believe he could do it, then he would not be able to do it. And Brando happened to be one of the best warriors among the players. He and Scarlet rested for about a minute behind the rock. During this time, the Saint Hydra slowly moved along the valley. It seemed to be looking for something, its 15 heads swaying in the air. The two of them did not dare to make a sound. Brando silently counted to 50 seconds before he signaled to the red-haired girl beside him. The two of them then rushed out like lightning. They landed in the shadow of a huge oak tree and held their breath, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. But the Saint Hydra still did not pay attention to them. The White Mountain was already halfway into the valley. Its movement seemed slow and clumsy, but Brando knew that it was an illusion. If one could cross hundreds of meters in a single step, one would know that slow was only a relative term. Brando's next target was the goose-eared stalagmite forest by the river. The dense foliage of the stalagmite was the best cover for hunters in the mountains, and it was no exception to this rule. They followed the forest to the riverside without making a sound. Scarlet accidentally stepped on a dead branch and snapped it. When the crisp crackling sound rang out, the two of them looked like they were struck by lightning. But fortunately, luck was on their side this time. The Saint Hydra seemed to have noticed something on the other side of the valley. It raised its 15 heads and roared in unison before it slowly turned around. The white tail of the Saint Hydra swept across the forest again. Was it Veronica or Mephisto? Brendel did not know, but he could only wish her good luck. At the same time, he seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Scarlet followed closely behind, and the two of them quickly passed through the tall bushes at the edge of the forest. The bushes extended all the way to the exposed pebbles near the valley. The stream was only a few dozen feet away. Both of them were panting a little. Even though they had only run a little more than a mile, and with their stamina, they should not feel tired at all. However, the high tension was causing their stamina to deplete at an accelerated rate. Both of them felt a little overwhelmed. The distance between them and the Lernaea Hydra was about 2,000 to 3,000 meters away from them in a straight line. It's about 2,000 to 3,000 meters away from the Lernaea Hydra. It sounded like a long distance, but it was only a few steps for a mythical creature. The tail of the Saint Hydra was probably 1,000 meters long. There was no way to fight it. In Brando's memory, the only creature that could rival it was the evil dragon, whose nest alone was hundreds of miles in diameter. He patted his face as he recovered from the tragic hunting experience known as the Battle of the Dragon's Nest. The Saint Hydra was attacking something on the other side of the valley. Its 15 heads pierced through the clouds and occasionally swooped down on targets 1,000 meters below. Brando was puzzled. Veronica and Mephisto could not have run so far in an instant. Was there someone else? With that in mind, he turned around and was about to step out of the bush. But at that moment, Brando suddenly felt a strong force coming from the left. He felt a grip on his shoulder. He immediately realized that there was someone else in the bush, but his reaction was too slow. The force had already grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him back. "My lord." Scarlet saw a hand reaching out from the bush and pulling Brando in. She was startled and instinctively pulled out the dagger in her boot. But she immediately saw a familiar face. Veronica held Brendel with one hand and held the sword against Scarlet's chest with the other. "Lady Veronica?" Brando was shocked when he saw the person who grabbed him. He did not forget that he had lost the 3 important people of the crew's empire. He knew better than anyone that at least 2 of the 3 had been killed by the Lord of Withering Flowers. Shu, the goddess of war, had a serious look on her face. She looked up and said to the 2 of them, "Don't make a sound if you want to live." Brando was stunned at first, but he suddenly realized something. He looked up and followed Veronica's gaze. He saw that the Saint Hydra was attacking its target on the other side of the valley, but the fog around its body was slowly spreading out and shrouding the sky above the forest. Fog. Brendel was shocked. He originally thought that the fog was just a projection of the ancestral god beast, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Veronica's reminder made him realize that it was not the ancestor beast, but the fog in the valley itself. This was what the druids encountered. Brando immediately connected the dots. He lowered his head and looked at Veronica. He knew that she had saved his life. If the fog was part of the Saint Hydra, then the whole valley should be under its surveillance. As soon as he left the dense forest, he would be immediately captured. But why did Veronica save him? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 421. Brando's shock lasted until he heard a soft ding. He snapped out of his stupor and saw the crew's goddess of war hit the dagger out of Scarlet's hand. The dagger fell into the bushes. The red-haired girl raised her head and held her right wrist with one hand. She gritted her teeth and glared at the old woman without saying a word. This was the second time she had suffered at the hands of the old woman, and the old woman's condescending attitude made her very uncomfortable. If not for the fact that her lord was still in her hands, she would have glared at Veronica with hatred. But Veronica did not say a word either. She dragged Brando into the bushes, not caring if Scarlet was still following behind them. "Lady Veronica, it's not very polite of you to do this." Brendel's shoulder was gripped by a hand, and it felt like he was being clamped by a pair of steel pliers. He could not move his body at all. Even though it was quite a unique experience to be dragged by the war goddess of the empire in the grass. If someone was intimately touched by Veronica in the game, they would definitely post about it on the forums. But Brando did not think that it was something to brag about. Veronica continued to drag him deeper into the bushes as if she did not hear him. She then turned around and said coldly, "Mr. Brando, manners can only be talked about if you survive on the battlefield." Veronica let go of him, and Brando immediately felt that he had regained control of his body. He took a deep breath and grimaced as he rubbed his shoulders. He thought to himself, "This old woman is really strong." "All right, where are Vahina and the others?" Veronica asked. Lady Faina and Sir Elman left when the calamity of wolves began. Brendel's expression did not change. It was not entirely a lie if the calamity of wolves began within an hour of the Black Wolves' attack at the Wall of Roses. Veronica looked at Brando and did not say a word. She put one of her hands under her cloak. This subtle movement did not escape Brando's eyes. He thought that she must be holding something like the gem of lie detection. If it were an ordinary person, it would be easy for them to overlook these inconspicuous details. However, for the experienced players of the game, these kinds of tricks were nothing new. "You didn't kill them?" Veronica frowned and asked. Brando took a deep breath. He finally confirmed the reason why Veronica attacked. She was here for Vahina. This meant that she had not encountered the Lord of Withering. He looked above him. The fog was slowly spreading over the forest, which meant that the valley would soon become unsafe. "Why would I kill them? I have no reason to start a war." Brando looked away. He had calmed down and looked at Veronica with his deep brown eyes. Veronica heaved a sigh of relief, but for some reason, she suddenly thought of the noble girl who came from Awin. The master and servant's answers were the same, and she could not help but shake her head. "Can you bring me to them, Mr. Brando?" "I'm afraid that's impossible." Brando flatly refused. Vahina had already been taken away by the Lord of Withering. Rono and Elman were also dead, and there was no way to find them. No one knew this better than him. Moreover, he had a more important mission to complete, and he could not afford to waste time looking for them. "You know very well, Lady Veronica," Brando replied, "I am not responsible for the disappearance of Viscount Elman and Miss Vahina." Veronica did not comment on this answer. She just stared at Brando, as if she wanted to read his true intentions. The atmosphere was a little heavy. At this moment, there was a soft rustling sound from the bushes. Scarlet parted the bushes and saw Brando and Veronica confronting each other. She was stunned for a moment and wanted to go to Brando's side. However, Scarlet didn't expect that the moment she moved, a cold sword was placed across her throat. Veronica pressed her sword against Scarlet's snow-white neck. "What is the meaning of this?" Brando's eyes widened as he looked at Veronica in disbelief. "I'm sorry, young man. If you don't agree, I'm afraid I'll have to take your companions away." "Is this a threat?" Brando took a deep breath. The goddess of war of the empire was known for her righteousness and integrity, and she had a relationship with the goddess of war, Freya. He did not expect that there would be a day where she would use her sword to threaten two of her juniors. Brendel looked at Veronica's cold face and realized that he had underestimated the importance of the Flower Leaf Territory's little princess to the goddess of war. "Lady Veronica, as you can see, the demonic wave that appeared in the forest is currently invading this area. The druids have asked me to head to the center of the loop of trade winds to restore order and prevent the Green Tower from being destroyed by the wolves. As a descendant of the Flame King, you should know the consequences if the demonic wave goes out of control. What does that have to do with me? I'm a noble of the Empire, not a saint who saves the world." Veronica raised an eyebrow. Her voice was filled with the dignity of a commander. "But you don't want to give up on saving the lives of others for one person, do you?" Brando looked at Veronica and said, "Perhaps Lady Vahina is the only successor of the Duke of Flowerleaf, but her life is not more important than the others here." "You're right," Veronica sighed and shook her head, "but it's meaningless. You should know who I am." She grabbed Scarlet's shoulder, causing the girl to frown in pain. "Then I'm sorry. Since you don't want to, I'll have to take your companions away so that you can follow me." "Forgive me for not being able to comply," Brando replied in a deep voice. Brando was already dissatisfied with Greysword Saint Mephistopheles' sudden appearance, and Veronica's unreasonable attitude ignited the flames of anger in his heart. Since the negotiations had broken down, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. He lowered his head, and the Halran Gaia in his hand drew a dark sword light towards Veronica. In front of Veronica, who was far stronger than him, he had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. However, Veronica was not surprised by Brando's decisiveness. After the battle in the Centaur Bazaar, she knew that this young man would not give in so easily. Brando's attack was within her expectations. You overestimate yourself. The Empire's goddess of war snorted and casually swung her sword towards Brando's Halran Gaia. In Brendel's eyes, this casual slash was more like a sword screen. He did not think too much about it, and directly pushed himself off the ground with his hand, and shot towards Veronica while sticking close to the ground. His sword changed direction and slashed towards Veronica's feet. His goal was not to cripple the Empire's goddess of war, but to force her to retreat so that Veronica could release Scarlet. Veronica was surprised by Brando's reaction. She had already used the Azure Sword Saint's inheritance, Sword Veil, but she did not expect Brando to be able to predict her attack. Just how talented was this little fellow in swordsmanship? It was too late to change her attack, so Veronica had no choice but to let go of Scarlet and retreat. However, she still had to make Brando pay the price. As she retreated, she swung her sword at Brando's blade. Clang! The two swords clashed with each other, as if they were real. At that moment, Brendel felt that it was not a sword aura that was clashing with him, but a dragon. The power of Veronica's sword aura was almost unstoppable, and before he could react, his whole body was swept away like a cannonball. Brando crashed into the sand with a bang, feeling dizzy for a moment. However, he was not surprised by this result. He immediately got up and saw Scarlet roll away from Veronica's hand. Unfortunately, although the red-haired girl's reaction was fast, it was still too slow compared to Veronica's speed. The Sword Saint retreated and immediately tried to catch the escaping Scarlet. She took a step forward and arrived behind Scarlet. Scarlet gritted her teeth and tried to resist, but Veronica did not even look at the dagger in her hand. She then grabbed Scarlet's shoulder. Brando naturally would not let her have her way. The young lord did not hesitate and threw the Halran Gaia in his hand at Veronica. The Halran Gaia drew a straight line in the air, and a row of spikes protruded from the ground and pierced towards Veronica. Veronica frowned and could only take a step back to avoid the sharp edge of the Halran Gaia. The Halran Gaia flashed in front of her with its spikes. But when she stopped, she did not expect Brando to form a sword with his hand and create a whirlwind with the White Raven sword aura. The White Raven sword aura struck the Halran Gaia and pulled it back from the air. The Halran Gaia changed direction in the air and stabbed towards Veronica again. The goddess of war of the Empire was shocked. She did not expect the Halran Gaia to have a second attack. Although the Halran Gaia had lost its aim, the Halran Gaia's rock spikes were not lacking in offensive power. Veronica had no choice but to stop and deflect the Halran Gaia. Brando used the White Raven sword aura to regain control of the Halran Gaia. The Halran Gaia drew an arc in the air and landed in his hand. When Brando caught the sword, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The double attack of throwing the Halran Gaia was a stroke of genius. Even he did not expect it to work. But if he had to use a word to describe his current mood, it would be too cool. He was stunned when he held the Halran Gaia. Little one, this is not the White Raven sword aura. This technique is almost the same as the original. Orthlus's voice immediately rang in his mind. She could not help but sigh. If I did not know that you have never learned the Wind Elf's secret sword, I would have doubted your origin, but your talent in swordsmanship is too amazing. It's unbelievable. Brando did not respond to the knight's words. He raised his head and looked at Veronica. The goddess of war of the Empire was forced to stop, and Scarlet had already escaped from her hands. The red-haired girl was almost at Brando's side. although there was not much distance between them to begin with. But Brando knew that this was enough. At this moment, Veronica withdrew her sword with a cold expression. When she saw the young man's expression of relief, her expression suddenly changed as she thought of something. The goddess of war of the empire turned around. She immediately held her breath and saw the 15 terrifying heads of the Hydra circling above them. Brando was sent flying and was half kneeling in the grass. Because of Brando's Halran Gaia, there was an empty space around her. She was standing in the middle of the empty space. It was obvious who was more conspicuous. Damn it, I was tricked by this kid. Veronica realized this in her heart. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 422. Veronica looked up. Her blue eyes reflected the 15 heads of the Saint Hydra in the dark sky. Even someone as powerful as the goddess of war couldn't help but hold her breath. The giant beast caught the slightest movement on the other side of the forest from above the clouds. Its crimson eyes saw the tiny human, but after the 15 heads circled around him in a snake-like formation, only the 7th head remained. The giant serpent head lifted high and turned into a cloud in midair. The attack from the cloud came one after another. Thousands of air arrows shot out, aiming for Veronica below. But Brando knew this was bad. The monster's attack area was too large. It covered a radius of 1,000 feet, almost covering the entire forest. Thousands of white air arrows pierced the forest at the same time. It was a terrifying yet beautiful scene to the bystanders, but to the people in the middle of it, it was a breathtaking scene. Brendel's position was no exception, but he decisively rolled to the side. Immediately, more than 10 air arrows as thick as buckets hit the spot where he was originally standing. The air currents were as sharp as blades, scattering the grass and leaves, and gaps of various sizes immediately appeared in the grass. Scarlet's reaction was not slow either. She dodged the translucent air like a beautiful leopard and closed in on him. The Saint Hydra's second round of attack could come at any time. Just as the two were about to leave the dangerous place, they heard an angry roar. Did I allow you to leave? Among the three of them, Veronica took the brunt of the attack. Hundreds of air currents formed a terrifying white whirlwind in the air. Under normal circumstances, even an elemental awakened would not be able to survive. But what surprised Brando and Scarlet was that not only was Veronica fine, she even had the strength to hold them back. Brando could not help but look back. At this moment, a sky-blue transparent air shield had appeared around Veronica. The sharp white air currents that hit the shield were immediately deflected to one side. Although the transparent air shield flickered, it did not look like it would break any time soon. Veronica held her sword in one hand and stood still in the middle of the storm of attacks. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Brendel swallowed his saliva, knowing that he had truly angered her this time. Facing an enraged war goddess of the empire was not his hobby. As soon as he saw Veronica's sword move, he immediately jumped into the side of the valley. A ray of white light shot out from Veronica's sword. It formed a white sword light that was dozens of meters wide. The sword light flew over Brando and Scarlet's head and hit the stream not far away. With a loud bang, the sword light evaporated the water from the riverbed. The stream was cut off for a moment, and it took a while for the water to flow again. The Supreme Sword Saint's full power was truly terrifying. Brendel's scalp went numb as he looked at the broken stream. He looked back and saw Veronica's second sword in her hand. He immediately knew that something was wrong. He quickly turned around and grabbed Scarlet's hand. Scarlet, get ready. Scarlet was stunned, but Brando had already activated his charge. Veronica's second sword was just a hair's breadth away from Brando. As he turned into a continuous black line and disappeared into the forest, the sword light hit a row of trees with a loud bang. At that moment, it was as if a gust of wind had swept through the forest. Dozens of huge trees that would require 10 people to wrap their arms around them were chopped in half and sent flying far away before they crashed to the ground. Veronica could not help but grit her teeth when she saw that her sword had missed its target. She had never lost her composure like this since the Highland War with the Hazel people. However, the fact that the young man was able to see through her moves one after another made her suspicious. She even began to suspect that the young man had some sort of relationship with her. Her swordsmanship, Sky Wall, was a secret swordsmanship of the Presco family that was never passed down to outsiders. It was also a superb swordsmanship that was rarely seen in the Kurlutz Empire that used the wind element as its foundation. However, the sword barrier, backflow required the wielder to remain motionless. Before the aftershock of the Saint Hydra's attack arrived, Veronica could only watch as Brando escaped. She looked up, wanting to see how long the giant beast would continue its attack. Although the sword barrier, backflow was known to be invincible, it was still an exaggeration. If the Saint Hydra had gone all out, the goddess of war would not have dared to be so careless. However, when she looked up, she was a little surprised. Veronica saw that the seventh head of the Saint Hydra had completely disintegrated into countless air arrows. The white air currents scattered in the air and then converged in her direction. For a moment, it looked like a white chrysanthemum blooming in the night sky. It was also a deadly flower. Veronica frowned slightly. She activated her wind element, and the green light around her thickened by another layer. No matter how many air arrows hit the air shield, it was not affected at all. But she was curious why the Saint Hydra would scatter its attacks. Was it just to ensure that it would hit its target? But that was not normal. The Saint Hydra should be a high-grade monster with intelligence. The battle-hardened goddess of war immediately became alert. She then noticed that the air arrows did not disappear after piercing into the forest. Instead, they gathered together. Mist? Veronica's sharp eyebrows twitched as she saw that the fog had reformed into white nights. She had never seen those tall knights in any literature before, and the armor formed by the fog was not the standard of any country in the world of Vaunt. They were not elves, humans, dwarves, or even undead. What is this? Veronica noticed that the Saint Hydra's new attack was not the air arrows, but the strange knights that had reformed in the forest. She dispelled her barrier and looked at the new enemies with caution. On the other side, Brando dragged Scarlet with him and stopped a few hundred meters away in an instant. There were too many obstacles in the forest. He was afraid that Veronica or the Saint Hydra would catch up to them. He did not dare to delay and rushed towards the entrance of the valley with Scarlet in tow. Brando knew that with the goddess of war behind him, there was no way he could return to the White Rock. He could only continue forward. Fortunately, the frost wave had passed, and surviving in the dark forest was not a problem for him. But Amandina will be very worried. He thought to himself, but he couldn't care less about that at this moment. Just as Brando thought about it, Orthless suddenly warned him, "Be careful." He raised his head, and suddenly a spear pierced through the fog in front of him. Because the entire process was silent, he almost collided with it head-on. He quickly retreated and bumped into Scarlet, who was behind him. Both of them groaned in pain, but Brando did not have time to feel the warmth of her body. He retreated and pushed Scarlet to the side, allowing the spear to graze his chest. Then, he saw the enemy clearly. A knight riding a gigantic four-legged dragon slowly walked out of the mist. This first impression was a little wrong, because it was more accurate to say that it was a tall and muscular knight that came out of the mist. Or is that thing made of mist? It retracted its spear and looked at Brando with a blurry face. Brando looked at it and felt goosebumps all over his body. There's more than one Saint Hydra in the mist? There are more monsters? That was the first thought that came to his mind. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the knight raised his spear and stabbed again. His attack was fast and ruthless, and the mist spear was very special. When he attacked, there was almost no air flow. Brando was not used to this, but he noticed that the enemy was not very strong. It was only at the level of a gold-ranked knight, and its biggest weakness was its lack of agility. To prove this point, Brando decisively used a common trick in the game to lure the enemy to attack. The knight fell for it, and Brando grabbed the spear. But he grabbed nothing but air. It's an incorporeal creature. Brando was shocked, but his right hand did not slow down. Haoran Gaia pierced through the enemy. Haoran Gaia was a magic sword that was at the same level as Haoran Gaia. It did not care if the enemy was an incorporeal creature. The magic on the sword pierced the enemy's heart. The knight raised its head and howled in pain, then turned back into mist and dissipated into the forest. System, you have defeated the demon, Misty Nightmare, part of it. You have received 1510 EXP. Then, green words appeared in his vision. Brando was slightly surprised. He gritted his teeth. The monster gave 1510 EXP, which was close to the Lord tier Black Wolf. But it was just a normal monster. It was not an elite, nor was it a Lord tier monster. Furthermore, the notification said that the Misty Nightmare, part of it, was repelled, not killed. It was a bit like fighting zombies. If not killed with spells or weapons with purifying properties, the Misty Nightmare would only be temporarily immobilized. At this time, Orthless said, "Boy, there's a familiar scent on this thing." A familiar scent? I'll give you a hint. It's the Saint Hydra. Wait. Bran seemed to have realized something. Lady Orthless, are you saying that this thing is formed by the Saint Hydra? That's fast. No wonder it's a Misty Nightmare, part of it, and it has the ability to regenerate. Brando could not help but take a deep breath. If what Orthless said was true, then this thing was definitely not the Saint Hydra. Or rather, the Saint Hydra was just an image of the Misty Nightmare. If that was the case, then it should be some kind of monster that lived in the fog. Misty Nightmare, he seemed to have heard of this name on the forums. But this monster seemed to be ridiculously strong. At this time, Scarlet nudged his hand and motioned for him to look at the ground not far away. Brando was startled. He looked in that direction and saw that there were many figures in the fog where the Misty Knight disappeared. He could vaguely see that they were human. Again? Brando subconsciously raised Haoran Gaia in his hand. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 423. The forest was already shrouded in fog, and the sky was nowhere to be seen. The Lernea Hydra's silhouette had long been hidden behind the fog, and no one knew if it was still standing in the valley. Brando suspected that at least part of it had vaporized, or else the forest would not be so shrouded in fog. The figures behind the fog quickly approached, and Brando was slightly startled. They were not vaporized knights, but real humans. The knights wore golden red cloaks with fire crows embroidered on their chests. The cleric in the middle wore a golden red silk robe with a triangular bishop's crown on his head. The word "flame" was embroidered on his shoulder straps in a fiery red cruse font. Only a cleric of the Holy Cathedral of Fire could wear such luxurious clothing. Brando recognized him from the shriveled old face. It was Amon, the high-ranking cleric of Ankh. He frowned. This guy is not easy to deal with, but on the surface, he appeared humble. Brando sheathed his sword and placed his hand on his chest. He bowed slightly. Cleric. But in his heart, he thought, that bastard. Why did the Holy Cathedral send such a notorious bastard? Aren't they afraid of offending the Druids? Amon looked at the young man who appeared out of nowhere and was satisfied. His attitude was 1,000 times better than the mercenaries he met before. A noble is a noble. He looked at Brando and thought, at least he's educated and reasonable. But he seems to be from Erewhon. Amon did not know that the players in the game had a way of dealing with high-ranking NPCs like him. Brando's reaction was basically second nature to him. Even Scarlet gave her lord a strange look, wondering if he was a little too unruly. Amon and the others came out of the forest to check if there were any knights like before. There were no knights around, only trainee knights. This made Amon very cautious. The knight Raymond had died in the battle with the Lernea Hydra, and everyone was shocked. Since the November War, the Holy Cathedral had not had a high-ranking knight return to the sacred flame for many years. But Amon felt the object on his chest and thought that the knight Raymond's sacrifice was not in vain. He sighed softly. The cleric looked up with a kind expression. "Young man, you're not bad. Where are you from? Where is this place? How far are we from the Pass of Wolves?" Amon to ask 3 questions in one breath. Even though he tried his best to control, Brando could tell that he was nervous. What is a high-ranking cleric nervous about? Brando was a little puzzled. Is it just because of the monster? But the people of the Holy Cathedral would not be so afraid just because of the death of 100 or so people. They were all fanatics. Amon was not a good person, but at most, he had a flaw in his personality. Anyone who could become a high-ranking cleric was a person with a strong will. He lowered his head and did not think too much about it to avoid arousing the other party's suspicions. "I am Baron Ferber. Esteemed priestess, I'm afraid that you have never heard of Trentheim, a remote and desolate place, so my name is not worth mentioning. On the other hand, esteemed priestess, I don't know where this place is, but we are not far from Wolf's Pass." Brando said a lot of nice words to get rid of this guy. He was worried that Veronica would catch up with them at any time, and the people of the Holy Cathedral of Fire would definitely not stand on his side. But Brando did not dare to show his eagerness. It was a small matter if he aroused suspicion, but it would be fun if he was labeled as disrespectful to the Holy Cathedral. Don't be fooled by this guy's amiable face. Brendel knew what kind of person he was. Amon nodded. They were not far from the Pass of Wolves. This news lifted his spirits, and the fatigue on his wrinkled face disappeared. But he felt that it would be too unreasonable to leave just like that. Although the Holy Cathedral was high and mighty, it was not good to give people the impression that they were arrogant and domineering. So the cleric stopped and said to Brando, "Mr. Baron, we are in a hurry to leave this area. Would you like to come with us?" Brando sneered. The Holy Cathedral had always been a lone wolf, and this guy had invited him with a face full of rejection. Fortunately, he did not mind. He shook his head and said, "You should know that I'm also here for the Lionheart sword. Even if I'm not destined to have it, I don't want to have any regrets. So I have to continue." Amon nodded. He resisted the urge to use his skinny fingers to check if the thing was still in place. He could not wait for Brando to reject him. But when Brando mentioned the Lionheart sword, he raised his head and looked at Brando curiously. "If that's the case, then we won't hinder you. Mr. Baron, you have an extraordinary upbringing. When we return to the Holy Cathedral, I will write a letter to His Majesty to express my gratitude." Amon promised with an amiable face. For a moment, it seemed that his originally gloomy mood had been reversed. Brando smiled slightly and did not comment. He seemed to be full of the elegance of a noble. But in his heart, he was cursing Brendel for saying so many high-sounding words. "Get out of here. Are you still the arrogant and greedy Amon? Please don't destroy the original setting. Also, my time is limited. Can't you make it short?" Brando scolded Amon for a long time. Finally, he was ready to leave. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Just as the priest of Ankh was about to leave, a person suddenly appeared from the bushes behind him. It was none other than Veronica. When the goddess of war from Cruz saw Brando, she did not say a word and directly slashed her sword at him. The sword brought along a slanted ray of light. Brando hurriedly dodged, and with a whoosh, the sword aura split a black pine tree behind him into 2 halves. The tree fell back with a cracking sound. Her slash, Amon and the Holy Cathedral Knight who were about to leave were stunned. The priest raised his eyebrows and was about to fly into a rage. But when he saw who the woman in front of him was, he suddenly shuddered and swallowed his words. Although his status was high, he was still inferior to the 4 commanders of Cruz. In terms of reputation, they were about the same, but everyone knew that the real power of nobles was to have soldiers under their command. Not to mention that Veronica was the Azure Sword Saint and the leader of the Firmament Army. She was also from one of the 12 oldest families in Kurlutz. In terms of strength, Amon was no match for her. Perhaps some of the priests in the wealthiest areas could be on par with this woman, but Amon was not one of them. But since he was sure that the woman in front of him was not to be trifled with, he immediately turned around and looked at Brando coldly. The meaning in his dull grayish-brown eyes was obvious. What was going on? Brando could almost read the question from his eyes. He really changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. After the slash, Veronica appeared beside Brando without a word and reached out to grab Brando's shoulder. Brando hurriedly stepped back and blocked in front of Scarlet, afraid that the woman would use the same trick again. But this time, Veronica was charging straight at him. After her first attack missed, she immediately pressed down on him again. Brando could not dodge and could only block with Halran Gaia. A row of rock spikes stood up and blocked Veronica. But Veronica was already furious. She directly punched a hole in the rock spikes and reached out to grab Brando's shoulder. Priest Amon could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw the two fighting, especially when Brando's Halran Gaia made his eyes move. Brando knew that his strength was far inferior to the crew's goddess of war. At this moment, he no longer cared about his image and fell back and rolled to the side. The bumpy ground of the forest hurt his back, but he could only endure. He rolled back and immediately shouted, "Scarlet!" Scarlet understood and immediately got up and fled to the side. Brando's charge cooldown was almost finished. He threw a card of fate on the ground. Of course, no one could see it. They only saw a flaming red magic circle suddenly appear on the ground, and then a huge fire djinn rushed out from it and pounced on Veronica. This sudden attack surprised Veronica. She instinctively wanted to withdraw and retreat, but she felt that the fire djinn was only a silver tier. She thought that Brando was trying to stall for time. After a little hesitation, she rushed straight at the fire djinn. She turned the azure firmament in her hand and wanted to give the fire djinn a fatal blow. She did not think that this was exactly what Brando wanted. Brando retreated and snapped his fingers at the fire djinn. Explode. A ray of golden light burst out from the fire djinn's body. The majestic power contained in it made Veronica, who bore the brunt of it, pale. This was the terrifying power of a silver-tier elemental creature releasing all of its magic and fire elements in an instant. The attack almost crossed the threshold of elemental power. Then there was a loud bang, and the white light penetrated into everyone's eyes. Everyone could not help but close their eyes. Only Brando, who was already prepared, took this opportunity and frantically retreated in the direction of the forest in his memory. But at this time, he heard the familiar voice of Priest Amon, Wall of Holy Words. Brando immediately felt that there was an inexplicable power behind him. He did not need to look back to know what it was. This translucent wall of light was one of the few field control spells of the priest. Brando immediately stopped. The length of the wall of light created by the priest's holy words was more than 100 meters, but the height was less than 10 meters. He lifted his sword up, and a rock spike suddenly rose from the ground. Brando intended to use this rock spike to cross the wall of light. But the next moment, the sound of air breaking came from afar. A white sword aura swept through the center of the rock spike that had just grown out like lightning. With a crack, the rock spike suddenly broke from the middle. Brando's plan naturally failed. He turned around and found that Veronica had recovered from the previous explosion. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 424. At this moment, Veronica was no longer as calm and composed as before. The initial explosion had damaged her uniform, and even her beautiful sky-blue hair had been scorched in several places. The blue shield around her was not enough to protect her. The crew's goddess of war stared coldly at Brando. The importance of hair to a woman was self-evident. At this moment, Veronica was in the mood to kill Brando. She withdrew her sword, and the air around her disappeared. At the same time, she turned her sword, and with 3 fingers on her left hand on her right hand, she gritted her teeth and stabbed towards Brando. A blue light swept towards Brando with the tip of the sword as the center. Brando reacted at the last moment. He tilted his head to the side, and the sword swept past his cheek. The young lord felt a cold pain on his cheek. He did not need to think to know that the sword had hurt his cheek. "You're that noble heroine." "I remember now." Amon interrupted. He raised his finger and pointed at Brando. His finger pointed at a cross-shaped circle of light. "I heard that you have the heaven's armament." Brendel was taken aback, but he did not dare to act rashly because of Amon's holy strike. He glared hatefully at Veronica. This woman actually dared to expose this matter out of my expectations. She's completely different from the goddess of war in history. Could it be that I've guessed wrongly? I didn't say it. Veronica replied coldly. She raised her eyebrows and remembered Vahina and the others sneaking around. Then she understood. Veronica replied expressionlessly, "But you can also look for me. I'll accompany you anytime." "My 2 lords, you're bullying the young. How can you say such a thing?" Brando wiped the blood off his face and sneered. Although he said so verbally, he had already tensed up and was ready to fight back. Veronica would definitely not let him go today, and Amon would not let him go easily either. In that case, he could only give it his all. Brando sneered, revealing his white teeth. He stared at Amon with a gaze as cold as a wolf's. He was never a person who would put his fate in the hands of others and compromise with anyone. There is no difference when it comes to heretics. Anyone who can still move with their eyes will be killed. Amon turned a deaf ear to Brando's words. His eyes fell on the sword in Brando's hand, thinking that it must be the Halran Gaya that the nobles and crews had been talking about. The Halran Gaya was not only famous in the mountains of Tokunin. If Amon could get his hands on it, his status in the holy sanctum would be elevated. As for whether Brando was a member of the Templar or not, it didn't matter to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy strike on his finger shone brightly. The golden circle of light in the shape of a cross expanded in an instant, and a light bullet shot out from it towards Brando. However, a green light flashed from the side as Veronica used her sword as a whip and lashed out at the ball of light, sending it flying into the forest in the distance. With a loud bang, a bright spot of light exploded in the misty valley. Veronica turned around and said coldly, "If you want to kill him, you'll have to ask for my permission, Lord Amon." "Lord Veronica?" Amon was slightly startled. The high priest was smart enough to understand immediately. "I understand. Lord Veronica, you want him alive." Veronica did not say anything, and Brando secretly retreated. Both Amon and Veronica had the power of elemental activation. It was unrealistic for him to fight both of them alone. He could not wait for the 2 of them to fight because of the conflict, but that was obviously impossible. Amon was obviously trying to please Veronica. He lowered his head and silently counted the cooldown of charge in his heart. 20, 19, 18, a cold wind blew through the canopy in the valley, and the forest rustled, but the fog that shrouded the surroundings did not move. "Well, Lord Veronica," Amon said at this time. "In short, if you want to force a heretic to submit, it's best to capture him first. But compared to that, it's easier to start with his companions." With that, the high priest turned his head to the side of the forest. Brando saw Amon looking in that direction, and his face suddenly changed. Scarlet had just escaped from there. Amon's intention was self-evident. Veronica made a soft sound, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "You're courting death." Brando could no longer hold back and dragged Halran Gaya straight towards Amon. But at this time, Amon turned his head and smiled slyly at him. The meaning on his face was obvious. He was waiting for this attack. A white halo appeared on the high priest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The halo flashed from head to toe, and the high priest disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared behind Brando, and at the same time, a red light shot out from his hand. This was not the high priest's spell. Brando was really stunned this time, but his 100 years of experience as a warrior came into play at this moment. He almost instinctively ducked his head to avoid Amon's attack. The red light flew past Brando's hair and landed in the bushes. The red light flashed, and a flame immediately jumped out of the bushes. Brando took advantage of the momentum to roll forward. He was surprised that the high priest usually did not know any spells other than holy spells, but the move just now was obviously not any holy spell that Brando was familiar with. It was more like an elemental spell, but Amon's elemental spell was Iron Wall. He knew this very well. Brando pounced forward, and the high priest also pointed forward with a sneer. Holy word, bind. Brando's heart went cold when he heard this incantation. He could not dodge in his current state, and as a lower gold, it was difficult for him to resist an elemental spell. The only thing he could do now was to pray to Martha and hope that she had not completely forgotten about him. However, ever since he entered the loop of trade winds, he had provoked one powerful enemy after another. It did not seem like Martha was protecting him. But at the mention of protection, Brando suddenly had an idea. The golden light in Amon's hand pierced forward. It was originally aimed at the fallen Brando, but in the next moment, a door of light suddenly opened between the young lord and Amon. A majestic white deer strode out, and the high priest's spell hit the white deer's chest. Logically speaking, the white deer did not have a physical body, and physical attacks would have gone through it. Unfortunately, Amon had not only cast a spell, but also a holy spell. The white deer's statue happened to be a holy item of the holy attribute, and the summoned white deer was no exception. The holy word, bind, immediately dissipated when it hit the white deer. It did not even have the most basic binding effect. Holy white deer. Amon never dreamed that Brando would play this trick on him. But when he was stunned, misfortune immediately fell upon him. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew through the forest. The sudden gust of wind made the three of them subconsciously turn their heads back. My lord, be careful. Scarlet shouted anxiously from the forest. The red-haired girl had been hiding far away from the battlefield so that she could meet up with Brando after he escaped. But she did not expect that Brando would be left behind. She wanted to go back to help, but she was worried that she would be a burden to Brando. But at that moment, she, who was the furthest away, was the first to see the situation on the battlefield. She saw a huge white head suddenly appear above the vast fog. It was one of the heads of the Saint Hydra. She was the second to notice the changes in the surroundings. She was guarding Brando's escape route and was about to make a move, but a sudden warning in her heart saved her life. She subconsciously withdrew her sword, and with a swing of the azure firmament, dozens of green air currents immediately formed a barrier around her. Her action saved her life because the Saint Hydra had already raised its head high and was about to bite down. One of the fangs made of fog crashed into the barrier around her and shattered. The other fangs almost grazed Brando's nose as he fell to the ground. Although the young lord was unharmed, he was still scared out of his wits. Among the three, Amon was the most unlucky. One of the fangs bit into his back and hit his robe. If not for the last layer of protection provided by his robe, Amon would have met the Flame King Gretel immediately. But even so, it was still not easy for him. He was sent flying far away, and his whole body rolled a few times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. When he landed, a gray gem fell out of his collar and rolled a few times before landing in the bushes nearby. Only Brando and Veronica, who were the closest to him, saw this scene. Even Amon, who was in a daze from the fall, did not notice it, let alone the knights of the Holy Cathedral who were further away. Little guy. Orthless suddenly called out, that gem looks familiar. Brando had just recovered from the shock, but when he heard this, his heart skipped a beat. As a heroic spirit from the War of the Holy Saints, Orthless's knowledge was self-evident. If she only had a vague impression of something, then it was obvious which era it came from. Where did Amon get this thing from? But he did not have time to be surprised. The Saint Hydra had already begun its attack on them. When the behemoth's attack failed, 3 more heads immediately appeared above the fog. 6 pairs of crimson eyes immediately locked onto everyone present. Then, they let out an earth-shattering roar and began to attack the tiny ants in the forest. But when the 3 heads attacked, Brando was pleasantly surprised to find that they were all targeting Amon and Veronica. Not a single attack was directed at him. He carefully laid on the ground, not daring to even breathe too loudly. Although the Misty Nightmare was not a real divine beast, its strength was not to be underestimated. When the Saint Hydra attacked, Amon and Veronica immediately fell into a bitter struggle. Even the reserve knight of the Holy Cathedral who wanted to save their priestesses lost 2 in the blink of an eye. Brando did not know why this happened, but how could he let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately rolled a few steps away from the bush and got up to escape the battlefield. Stop right there. Although Veronica was resisting the attacks of the Saint Hydra, her attention was focused on Brando. When she saw that Brando was about to escape, she was furious. The female sword saint swung her sword forward, and a beam of light shot towards Brando. Unfortunately, she knew that her attack would not hit the young man. She could only watch as Brando ran further and further away. She wanted to give chase, but just as she raised her foot, the 2 Saint Hydra heads blocked her path. Bastard! Veronica gritted her teeth and cursed for the first time. Author's note, it's basically sorted out. Sigh, it's so painful. But at least it won't be broken anymore. Sigh, I've kept everyone waiting. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 425. Priest Amon, stop him. Veronica shouted to Amon as she saw Brando running further and further away. She knew that she could not stop Brando, so she could only shout at him. But at the same time, she frowned as she sensed the Hydra Saint coming at her from the side. She quickly turned around and swung her sword at the 2 heads in front of her. Cyan firmament struck the center of the nose of the first head of the Hydra Saint, but the white mist only sank back for a moment before returning to its original state. The resulting thrust pushed the Kurlutzian goddess of war back nearly 10 meters. As Veronica retreated, the second head swooped down on her. She snorted and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. The white mist rolled across the forest floor, knocking the surrounding black pines to the side. It was as if a gust of wind had passed through, blowing the sword saint's azure hair and blocking her vision. She turned her head to the side and saw the trainee knight of the Holy Cathedral blocking the other 2 heads at the cost of their lives. They formed 2 rows in front of Amon to buy time for the priest to cast his spell. Amon hesitated as he got up. He did not know whether to stop Brando or deal with the Hydra Saint. He only had one chance. If he chose to deal with Brando, none of his knight would survive. But in the end, his greed for Halran Gaia overcame his rationality. Amon raised his right hand and drew the emblem of the Holy Cathedral of Fire with the agate ring on his index finger. In the name of fire, you may run, but in the end, you will not be able to escape. He pointed at Brando. Flame's prayer, come back. Brando, who was running away, almost fainted when he heard the incantation. The Flame's prayer was a part of the greater holy words, and it was being used by the priest from Ainc to deal with a small fry like him. It was common knowledge that in Wond, there were only 2 professions that could cast holy word spells above the 7th circle, witches and priests. As for the witches' curses and the priests' prophecies, they were all known as the words of the gods. They were definitely the greatest weapons among the many spells. This was especially true for pure warriors with low will. Although Brando had the level of an elementalist, it was too low for him. He only felt that Amon's incantation had just stopped, and in a flash, he appeared in front of him in a circle of fire. To hell with it. Brando cursed inwardly. He immediately turned around and faced Amon, who was sneering at him. He was practically grinding his teeth as he said, "It seems that Lord Heavenly Priest wants to keep me here." "Of course," Amon replied. "I hope you won't regret it." Brendel did not waste any more time and turned his sword around. He held Halran Gaia with both hands and thrust it towards Amon. Arrogant and crazy. Amon's face turned cold. Most people would be a little hesitant and afraid when going against the Holy Cathedral of Fire, but Brando's decisiveness made him feel that his authority was being challenged. The priest raised his left hand coldly, solid wall. A golden hexagonal shield of light opened up with his palm as the center, causing Brando's sword to draw a long line of sparks. Brando knew that this wasn't a spell, but Amon's elemental power. Amon's spell was ready at this time. A fiery red light shrouded the priest's robe. Amon was using a holy spell to buff himself. "I advise you to surrender without putting up a fight." Amon dispersed the hexagonal shield of light in front of him with one hand, and at the same time raised his other hand to grab Brando's Halran Gaia. He held the blade between his thumb and index finger, and when his skin touched the sharp surface of the metal, there was an ear-piercing sound similar to metal clashing. Holy spell, iron fist, holy power. The priest used a holy spell to buff himself, and after the buff, his close combat ability was no less than a fully armed warrior. Although Amon had only used 2 holy spells, Brando could feel that his strength was no less than his own when he wasn't using his full strength. Amon grabbed Brando's sword and laughed in a low voice. "Although the Baron is a heretic, the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Holy Cathedral of Fire are not at war yet. According to the rules between nobles, my lord should believe that the Holy Cathedral of Fire will not harm a noble so easily. The Baron can still pay the ransom for himself." The priest of Aink took the time to check if his knight could still hold up against the Hydra, and at the same time, he gave Brando his conditions. Why does this guy's laughter sound so familiar? The thought flashed through Brando's mind, but it only lasted for a moment. The fact that they were still in the middle of a battle made Brando grit his teeth and tried to pull his sword back. Amon's grip on Halran Gaia made him feel that he would not be able to pull his sword back unless he exerted all his strength. After confirming this, Brando sighed and sneered, "Oh? In that case, in your opinion, what should I pay in order to redeem my life?" "Halran Gaia, lead the way for Commander Veronica, is that okay?" In Amon's opinion, killing Brando was the safest option, but since Veronica did not agree, he could only settle for the next best thing. But it was basically impossible for Brando to hand over Halran Gaia, let alone lead the way for Veronica. He looked at the somewhat astute eyes of the heavenly priest and secretly took a deep breath. Amon. One of the few regional priests in the Holy Cathedral. Although his position was not the highest, in Brando's mind, he was definitely one of the most difficult to deal with. Amon's elemental element was solid wall, which belonged to the lowest level of micro-elemental elements. But in the Amber Sword, it was not the level of elemental elements that determined everything. Mixed elemental elements were chaotic and weak, and existential power was absolutely invincible. High-level elemental elements represented more possibilities, and low-level elemental elements could also exert great power if used appropriately. Amon was an example. Relying on the solid wall elemental element as a backup, he made up for the priest's weakness of needing time to buff himself in a one-on-one battle. When a priest was in his full state, even a wizard would not dare to face him head-on, let alone a warrior. In Vaunt, a priestess who was in her peak state was known as a god. In Brendel's impression, only a berserker and a berserker's berserkers or some special advanced classes could fight against a priestess in her peak state. Not to mention that Amon was a few levels higher than him, and this guy probably only needed about 1/3 of his buff to beat him up. This absolute difference in power made Brando silent for a moment until Amon spoke again. "Are you trying to buy time, Baron?" Amon chuckled. "Maybe you are a little fearless, and Lady Veronica won't kill you, but that doesn't mean that others will be treated the same." Brando was startled. "Your loyal subordinate is hiding not far from here, but it seems that the beautiful lady is more likely to be Mr. Baron's companion." I'm sure Mr. Baron wouldn't want to see anything happen to his companion, right? Amon glanced at the forest. Amon did not know that his words had ignited Brando's anger in an instant. If there was a bottom line in Brando's heart, it would be everyone related to him. Perhaps it was because he came from the heavy past where he witnessed the death of the Valkyrie and the Regent Princess. He had seen too many stories of loss and sorrow. Brando knew that if he wanted to break free from this heavy chain, he had to shatter this history and change it with the power he had in his hands. Therefore, he would not allow anyone to threaten him with such means. He made up his mind in an instant. Brando shook his sword-wielding arms, and with a burst of power, he pulled Halran Gaya's blade back from Amon's hand. Amon could not help but be startled and took a step back subconsciously. But as soon as he took a step back, Brando immediately closed in on him. In Amon's view, Brando's move was to prevent him from using the solid wall element again. But at this moment, the priest from Ainc was a little surprised. At such a close distance, he could not use the solid wall element, but Brando could not dodge his attack either. Don't forget that the priest did not only have buff spells. You only care about the head but not the tail, Amon sneered and stretched out his 5 fingers. A cross-shaped halo appeared on each of his 5 fingers. Holy strike! He shouted in a low voice, and 5 light bullets were shot out instantly. Amon did not use his full strength. He knew very well that with the opponent's strength, such a simple attack would not be able to hurt him, so he was ready for the second attack. In his view, Brando had to dodge, and the only way to avoid the 5, holy strike, was to dodge to the side. But after the first attack, Amon raised his hand again, and a holy word, bind, was already waiting on Brando's planned route. However, what happened next almost made the high priest drop the spell in his hand in a daze, causing the spell to backfire on him. Because he did not see Brando coming. He saw Brando rushing straight at the 5, holy strike, he threw out. Although the 5, holy strike, were not at full strength, if all of them hit a person with only the strength of the golden domain, it would still be fatal. Is this guy crazy? Although the young man was covered in blood, he was still moving forward. How is this possible? Amon could not react for a moment. He only knew that Veronica would be severely injured if she took the full brunt of his holy strike, but this guy seemed to be fine. A berserker? But Brando's calm and sober eyes told him otherwise. In that moment of hesitation, Brando had already closed in on him. Amon believed that if the young man attacked with a sword, his robe with defensive spells would help him. The robe of a priest was passed down from generation to generation, and its defensive power was astonishing. He had even used it to block the attack of the Hydra, so it should be able to block this young man's attack. But what Amon did not expect was for Brando to hug him. Bastard, let go of me. Amon didn't expect a gold-ranked swordsman to hug him like a gangster in a fight. But he soon realized that it was an effective method. After his hands and feet were bound, he realized that he couldn't cast any spells. As a respected priest, this was the first time Amon had encountered such a situation. He panicked and could only feel Brando pushing him in a certain direction. Brando, on the other hand, was familiar with the situation. Players were always unscrupulous in a fight, and he knew all too well how to restrain a wizard or a priest. Although this method was not completely effective, he believed that Amon would not be able to react in time. As long as he had a few seconds, it would be enough. Brando's gamble paid off. Amon could not think of a way to deal with such a ridiculous tactic. While he was panicking, he suddenly heard Veronica's warning, "Careful." Amon turned around subconsciously. His face paled when he saw that his knights couldn't hold on any longer. The huge head of the mist-formed Hydra Saint was smashing through a few of them and heading towards them. Is this kid trying to drag me down with him? Amon's expression changed drastically as he guessed Brando's real intention. P.S. Today's chapter is here. In addition, there were 2 chapters with 163 scenes, and 1 chapter was actually 164 scenes. As for the title and whatnot, you just had to figure it out yourself. Some of my classmates are asking me when I'll be back with 2 chapters, so I'll be doing one for a few days to ease the tension. I'll be back soon. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 426. Amon's eyes reflected the head of the Hydra saint that was growing bigger and bigger. He saw the monster opening its mouth, and he could see the sharp teeth in its bloody mouth. It was getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and shout, "Let go of me. Are you crazy? TSK, TSK. Even a high priest of the holy cathedral is afraid of madness?" Brendel wrapped his arms around Amon's waist and carried him forward, revealing his pearly white teeth as he laughed coldly. Brando. Veronica turned around and saw the young man named Erwin charging towards the Tyrannosaurus with Amon in his arms. "Let go of him. What are you doing?" She could not believe that Brando would dare to kill Amon. Although she did not think highly of Amon, she was a witness to the death of a high priest of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Things were getting complicated. "And, let go. Young man, you'll die too." Amon had never been so afraid since he became a high priest. He felt as if his blood had frozen, and his words were incoherent. "I won't die." He raised his head and looked into Amon's eyes with a faint smile. Amon was stunned by Brando's stare, and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "You! How dare you kill a high priest of the Holy Cathedral?" Brando pursed his lips. The two of them crashed into the Tyrannosaurus' mouth, and a half-meter-long fang pierced through Amon's back. With Brando and the Tyrannosaurus' combined strength, Amon's robe could not save his life. Amon spat out a mouthful of blood, and the intense pain made him cough violently. But Brando did not have it easy either. The other fang that pierced through Amon's body had also pierced through his chest. Brando only managed to slightly deflect it from his heart and pierced through his lung. Brando immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The green light on his retina immediately turned red, a warning that his life was in danger. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since he was resurrected in Brando's body. It was not just excessive blood loss, but severe internal injuries. His heart and lungs were failing. This was bad. "My lord." Brando heard a scream from the forest. It was Scarlet's voice. But he just shook his head, and his consciousness became clear again after a brief moment of blur. His retina began to show a pale gray scene. This meant that his indomitable will had begun to take over his body, and he only had a few minutes left. But this time, he seemed to have suffered too much damage. His indomitable will, which had always been successful, was barely working this time. His body was showing signs of exhaustion. But this was not the case when the indomitable will was in effect. All these thoughts flowed through Brando's mind like a quiet stream. In fact, he had already woken up when he shook his head. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus closed its jaws and was about to bite him. Brando knew the consequences of being bitten, but he still wanted to live. He loosened his grip on Amon's back. The cleric's body tilted as if he had stopped breathing. Brando took the opportunity to pull out Halran Gaia and thrust it upwards. Halran Gaia went straight into the Tyrannosaurus's soft mouth. The massive creature raised its head in pain and let out a roar that shook the valley. Brando took the opportunity to pull out Halran Gaia and aimed at the creature's throat with the ring of the Wind Empress with his right hand. The air gathered in an instant and pushed into the Tyrannosaurus's throat. The mist scattered like a flower of blood, and the huge recoil threw Brando away in an instant. Brando was thrown high into the air by the tremendous force and fell into the forest like a cannonball. He felt that he had broken at least a few tree trunks and landed heavily on a shrub. If it were not for his muscles and organs that were nearly 100 times tougher than a normal person's, this would have been a fatal blow that would have taken his life. But Brando only felt dizzy after the violent impact. He tried to get up, but the pain soon overwhelmed him, and he fell to the ground again. Brando took a deep breath, and the pain in his lungs made him cough violently. When he looked up, he saw that Amon was dead, and Veronica was still being held back by the Tyrannosaurus. The night trainee of the Holy Cathedral was even more unreliable. In other words, there were no more obstacles in front of him. Brando endured the pain and tried to get up. He wanted to escape into the forest while unyielding will was still in effect. But at that moment, he felt a soft hand on his shoulder. He then saw Scarlet's face. "My lord." Brando heard the red-haired girl with a long ponytail shouting. Her voice was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. "I'm not dead yet," Brando replied weakly. "It's almost time." Orthlis's voice sounded. She said in a serious tone, "You're too reckless. Do you know your current situation? It's a miracle that you're still alive." "I'm confident." "Don't you think you're too confident?" Orthlis said in an annoyed tone. Brando could not help but laugh. But his laughter turned into a series of violent coughs. He squinted his eyes and saw the head of the Tyrannosaurus flying in the air. He was afraid that the Tyrannosaurus would find out that he was still alive, so he quickly whispered to Scarlet, "Get me out of here first." Scarlet supported Brando to prevent him from kneeling on the ground. But she quickly turned around and wiped the corner of her eyes. She nodded. The fact that Brando could still talk to her reassured her. Scarlet was strong enough, but when she thought about the possibility of Brando dying in battle, she could not help but feel helpless. In comparison, she would rather die in front of his lordship. At least she would not be sad. Scarlet gritted her teeth and supported Brando. But just as she was about to move forward, Brando suddenly saw something shining in the grass not far away. "That thing." Brando pointed in that direction. Scarlet was startled. She looked in that direction. It was Brando's blood. She saw a gray gemstone lying quietly in the grass. "It's Amon's gemstone." Orthlis's heart skipped a beat. "Yes. You're still paying attention to it at this time? It's the nature of a player to take advantage of opportunities." "I can't forget my roots," Brando said weakly, but his voice was fading. "A player?" Orthlis was stunned. "Yes," Brando nodded weakly, "this is my nature. So no matter what, I won't forget my purpose." "My lord." Scarlet shouted, but her voice was already far away. "Pick it up," Brando ordered, "give it to me." Scarlet was startled, but she gritted her teeth and did as she was told. "I don't know what it is, but since Orthlis recognized it, it must be something extraordinary." Brendel closed his eyes in relief. "I don't know what it is, but since Orthlis recognized it, it must be something extraordinary." He would not let go of such a good opportunity. For a moment, he felt that Scarlet was leading him through the forest. He did not know if the Lernaea Hydra had caught up. He struggled to untie the bottles of number 21 holy water that were tied to his belt. Some of them were not as effective as the number 5 holy water, but at least there was enough of them. Brendel had obtained a lot of them from Baron Grodden's collection. Some of them were defective products that he made with Medea's help, but most of them were distributed. Brando drank 5 bottles in one go, but he only felt slightly better. Number 21 holy water was the final product of the mass-produced holy water. It could even be made by a priestess, but its effect was terrible. It was even said by the players that it could only relieve pain. In fact, it was not much different. After drinking all of the holy water that he and Scarlet brought, he felt that his HP had only recovered to a critical level, but his condition was still a mess. His damaged lungs and wounds that had not fully healed could take his life at any time. He could only rely on his luck. He took a deep breath and said, "Scarlet." "Yes?" "Listen carefully." "My lord?" There should be a supply point south from here. Supply point? Brando coughed. He felt that he did not have much time to explain. The notifications in his vision were getting more and more urgent, and he knew that his life was in danger at any time. He took a deep breath and explained, "It's the same as the white stone of holy light. Bring me there." "Aren't we going back to Miss Medea?" "My lord, your injuries?" Scarlet asked with a frown. Brando shook his head, "Don't go back." He knew that if Veronica had not been killed by the Lernea, she would have chased them all the way here. Even if she died because of him, with the misty nightmare in the valley, it would be suicide to run into it. But, no buts. Brando knew that they had no way out. Their only chance of survival was to enter the center of the loop of trade winds. He was the only one who knew how to enter the center of the loop of trade winds. There, he would be able to get rid of all danger. Only by entering the center of the loop of trade winds would he have the chance to see the legendary Valhalla and ignite the fire of civilization in the Black Forest. That was also his first goal when he came to this world. The first step to changing Erewhon was to, he closed his eyes, "This is an order. At this moment, the duration of Indomitable will reach its end." To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 427. While Brando's life was in danger and he was unconscious, the Lernea Hydra went berserk after being injured. It raised its heads and howled at the sky, before turning to attack the backup knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Veronica. It was as if it wanted to destroy these insignificant creatures that challenged its authority. Thus, the knight of the Holy Cathedral was met with a calamity. They were struggling to hold on, hoping to buy time for the cleric to cast spells to support them. But Amon's death was no doubt a shocking blow that shattered the confidence of the backup knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. With the addition of the Lernea Hydra's other heads, their front line collapsed in an instant. Many knight of the Holy Cathedral of Fire were bitten in half by the giant dragon head that suddenly emerged from the clouds. The battlefield instantly turned into hell as screams of agony filled the forest. Veronica's brows were locked in a tight frown. She used her sword aura to parry the attacks of the Hydra Saint, but she was not worried about her safety or the safety of others. Instead, she was worried about the unbelievable situation. Amon's death. When she first saw Brando's eyes, her heart skipped a beat. But this cruise goddess of war did not expect Brando to do so without hesitation. He killed a cleric of the Holy Cathedral. It was the Holy Cathedral of Fire that had absolute control over Erewhon, Cruz, and the entire Alliance of Fire for thousands of years. Even if the Cruz people controlled the Holy Cathedral Council, they still did not dare to go against this colossus. The authority of the Holy Cathedral of Fire had long been ingrained in the hearts of the people, and everyone respected it. Standing against the Holy Cathedral was standing against the entire Alliance of Fire. Other than the two great wars in the past, no one dared to declare war on the Holy Cathedral. Even Veronica, who was far more powerful than Amon, did not dare to make a move against him. She was the Legion commander of the Empire, but the Empire would not completely break ties with the Holy Cathedral of Fire over a single Legion commander. That bastard. Veronica clenched her teeth. She gripped Azure Firmament so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She knew very well that she had to bury what she saw today as a secret in her heart forever. She took a deep breath. The Holy Cathedral of Fire had never had a cleric die in an internal conflict. If this news were to spread, it would be a devastating blow to the Holy Cathedral. It could even shake the foundation of its rule. Once the precedent was set, Veronica could imagine how shaky the prestige that the Holy Cathedral of Fire had built up in the past would be, and the monarchy that was unwilling to succumb to divine authority would naturally become restless. Even the majestic and powerful Emperor of Kurlutz must have thought about it. She hurriedly crawled over to help Brando up. She put her hand on Brando's chest. The young man's wound had festered, but she could not do anything. The girl could only feel that Brando's heart was still beating faintly, but it was so weak that she could barely feel it. Scarlet finally could not help but cry out loud. She was cold and hungry. When she left the forest, she seemed to have hung her backpack on a tree branch. She did not notice it because she was in a hurry to escape. In the end, all the food and emergency supplies were left behind. The red-haired girl cried for a while before she placed Brando in the huge gap under the rock. She did not dare to leave Brando alone, so she could only sit beside Brando and hope that her lord would get better. But the situation did not develop as she had imagined. The next morning, when Scarlet woke up groggily, she found that Brando's body was changing. In short, the young man's magic was draining away from his body. For a powerful person who had entered the Gold Realm, such a sign was almost an omen of death. Although Scarlet did not know this, the loss of magic was definitely not a good thing. She panicked, but could not find a way to stop it. But just as she was feeling anxious, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Eh? It was a woman's voice. Scarlet was startled. She immediately looked out of the white stone. The only person who appeared in this place at this time could only be Veronica. But what surprised her was that she saw a strange woman. Or rather, a creature with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a plant. Scarlet did not recognize the woman, but she recognized the unconscious girl who was wrapped around one of her tentacles. It was the daughter of Cruz, Faina. Scarlet immediately knew that this woman was the murderer of Tia. She wanted to pull out the dagger at her waist, but it was empty. Scarlet then remembered that she had already thrown it away. She clenched her teeth and looked at withering Overlord Andessa with vigilance. She asked, "Who are you?" When she opened her mouth, she found that her voice had become hoarse and her throat was dry to the point of pain. Andessa was also sizing up the red-haired girl. She seemed to be interested and even had a smile on her face. However, this dangerous woman did not even look at Brando. Her gaze was fixed on Scarlet. "Little girl," Andessa spoke with a slightly emotional voice, "I think I know you." "I don't know you." Scarlet felt that she was on the verge of collapsing, but she still protected Brando with one hand and gritted her teeth. "No, no," Andessa narrowed her eyes and shook her head, "what I mean is, there's a scent on your body that I'm very familiar with." Scarlet did not reply. Andessa smiled, "I remember now, this scent, it's the blood of gods." Her eyes lit up and she licked her lips. "Should I call you the Oracle of Lightning?" Scarlet's expression changed drastically. Her already pale face turned as white as a sheet of paper. The pain brought to her by the god's blood was as clear as a knife dripping with blood. She could still remember the night she was killed by the tree shepherd and then resurrected. After that, she was haunted by nightmares every day. She struggled on the brink of collapse every moment. If not for Andessa, she would have already become a mindless monster. Just like the Oracle of Earth she met before. She could not help but stare at Andessa. She knew that this woman was in cahoots with the Oracle of Earth. Tree herders. Ser. Ents? Scarlet almost choked, but she still managed to ask. "Heh, you actually recognize us." "But it's not strange," Andessa replied, "since you have the blood of gods in your body, you are naturally one of us." She tilted her head, "But it's strange, you seem to have your own will." "I'm not an oracle." Scarlet took a deep breath and refuted, "And I'm not one of you." "No, no, no," Andessa looked at Scarlet, her eyes shining brighter and brighter. "It seems like the rewards this time are not small. Other than the little princess of the Cruz tribe, there's an unexpected reward." "Who gave you the god's blood?" "You're just a wandering oracle." Scarlet looked at her and did not reply. "It's all right, I'll find out." Andessa smiled, "From now on, little girl, you are my spoils of war." Scarlet trembled, "Don't even think about it." "Oh. That's not up to you." Author's note, unfortunately, I found out that there was a part missing from the copy, so I made some changes to make it complete. The extra words are a gift. Chapter 428. That's not up to you, little girl. Before Andesha finished her words, a vine shot out from behind her like a bolt of lightning. But she clearly underestimated Scarlet's strength. Even though she was tired and hungry, she nimbly flipped her body to the side and landed beside Brendel, dodging the attack. The red-haired girl with a ponytail raised her head and glared hatefully at Andesha. She knew that she was not Andesha's match when the 12 tree shepherds made their moves. Andesha was also startled. Isn't the messenger of lightning a spellcaster? She muttered to herself in surprise, a mutated bloodline? Humph, what luck. But the conceited woman did not attack again after retrieving her vine whip. Instead, she looked at Scarlet with her purplish eyes and said, "You're no match for me. Come with me obediently, and I won't hurt you." Scarlet did not say a word and shook her head resolutely. TCH, Andesha put down her vine whip. Humans are truly creatures that won't shed tears until they're about to die. Listen carefully, I can't guarantee that you won't be hurt. Scarlet knew that she was no match for Andesha, but she was still prepared to attack at any time. Her hands instinctively formed claws, and golden veins appeared on her arms once more. Mana reaction? Andesha raised her beautiful eyebrows and nodded lightly, but she denied the possibility. As a heretic who did evil in the chaos, the tree herders had an innate sensitivity to the flow of mana. The mysterious veins on Scarlet's body seemed to resonate with the flow of mana in the air, but there was a slight difference between them. It was more like a wizard's magic tattoo. Andesha was getting more and more curious. There were too many strange things about this little girl, and she could not wait to study her. She raised her index finger, and a vine whip shot toward Scarlet. Scarlet carefully retreated, but this time the vine whip seemed to have a life of its own. It changed directions halfway and coiled around her wrist. The girl was shocked. She grabbed the vine with her left hand and tore it into pieces. What sharp claws! Andesha was slightly startled. Her vines looked soft, but they were actually corrosive. Even ordinary magic weapons would not be able to block them, but they were unable to block Scarlet's claw. However, Andesha was one of the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders. When Scarlet tore away one of the vines, more vines broke out from the ground under Andesha's command. Caught off guard, the red-haired girl with a ponytail was bound tightly. At first, Scarlet tried to struggle, but Andesha used vines to bind her arms and legs tightly, rendering her immobile. Scarlet gritted her teeth and mobilized the magic in her body to attack the god's blood crystal in her heart. In Andesha's eyes, arcs of lightning appeared in the air, and the source of these arcs of lightning were all pointed at Scarlet's heart. To the oracles, such an action could only mean one thing: suicide. Most of the oracles would only do this when they were surrounded and might be captured by the enemy. This was to prevent organizations other than the tree shepherds from obtaining a sample of the blood of God. But at this moment, Scarlet was using her consciousness to attack the god's blood crystal. Even though she could not move, she still glared at Andesha with hatred. Her eyes were burning with amber flames, and there was only one meaning in them. She wanted to destroy everything. Andesha sucked in a breath of cold air. "What are you doing?" She looked around and tried to stop Scarlet's actions. In the next moment, Andesha's gaze finally landed on Brando, who was behind Scarlet. She immediately stretched out her hand, and a vine wrapped around the dying Brando. The sharp end of the vine was pointed at the youth's throat. "Stop immediately, or I'll kill him," Andesha shouted. Scarlet trembled and stopped her self-destructive actions. She gritted her teeth and looked at Andesha. She finally opened her mouth and spoke for the first time since the battle started. "Despicable." "Humph," Andesha heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's for your own good, little girl." Scarlet turned her head away. Andesha knew that if she left this youth's side, she would immediately commit suicide. She could not help but feel a little distressed. The god's blood was very precious to the tree herders, and she was also very interested in Scarlet's body. But she looked at Brando and thought to herself, I can't bring this stinky man along with me, can I? But Andesha was stunned when she looked at him. It's him? You're Brando, right? TSK, how did you end up like this? Andesha was surprised and immediately teased, let me guess, did those cruise people do it? Scarlet turned around and looked at the woman in shock. Don't be surprised, nothing can hide from me. Andesha smiled mysteriously. There were a few wounds on Brando's body, and there was a strong aura on them that she hated. Needless to say, they were caused by the Holy Cathedral of Fire's holy spells. Scarlet was silent. Andesha tilted her head and looked at the girl, and suddenly thought of a plan. Is he your lord? Scarlet did not answer. It doesn't matter, your lord won't live for long in this state. Andesha patted her face and smiled, mana is flowing out of his body, and for experts like us, this is no different from losing our lives. Andesha saw Scarlet's body tremble, and her smile deepened. Do you intend to accompany this man until he dies? It doesn't matter, big sister can accompany you. Scarlet gritted her teeth and looked at Andesha with a serious expression. I understand. You're saying so much because you want to say that you can save Lord Brendel. I understand, if you can really do it, I'll go with you. The young girl said these words almost word by word. Smart. But remember, Scarlet stared coldly at Andesha, if my lord dies, then there's no meaning for me to live. Are you threatening me? Andesha smiled faintly, that's true love. But don't worry, if I say I'll do it, he won't die. She thought for a moment. Since I have a grudge with the Holy Cathedral of Fire, this young man can become a member of the tree herders. Andesha knew Brando because she saw him from afar when she was chasing after Vahina. Brando's display of strength against the male wolf left a deep impression on her, and she later learned of his name from Tia. He's an outstanding young man. She slowly walked over and patted Brando's face, for the sake of the Oracle of Lightning. Can you really save him? Scarlet looked at Andesha's actions and felt a little uncomfortable. But when it came to it, she began to suspect if Andesha was lying to her. With the speed of his mana loss, he'll die in an hour or two, Andesha replied, but it's easy to save him. All you need is a way to replenish the mana loss. She took in a deep breath. TSK, he didn't die on the spot with such heavy injuries. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't sense the aura of an oracle from him, I would have suspected that he's not human. But it doesn't matter, he'll be one soon. Andesha muttered to herself. What do you mean? Scarlet turned her head and glared at her. How else do you think I'm going to save him? Andesha looked at Scarlet and asked. You can't use the blood of God. Scarlet immediately understood what Andesha was going to do. She could not believe that this woman would be so crazy and immediately struggled. Stop. Andesha was not in a hurry. She took out a black crystal from her bosom and stopped. Stop. Are you sure this is the only way to save your lord, or he'll die? Scarlet was stunned and looked at Andesha in disbelief. You're lying. Why would I lie to you? Andesha replied, I'm not like those fellows from the Holy Cathedral who have the ability to revive the dead. I can save him, but this is the only way. She took out the black crystal and placed it in front of Scarlet's eyes. She looked at the little girl who was biting her lips and hesitating. In any case, I'll save him, and you have to come with me. The blood of God in this crystal is a high-grade dark element. If not for you, I wouldn't be willing to use it. But Andesha was tired of talking nonsense with Scarlet. She was looking forward to seeing Brando as an oracle. Normally, the stronger the body, the more malleable it would be after becoming an oracle. However, the blood of God could not suppress the will of an expert who had passed through the elemental barrier. Among the gold-ranked experts, Brando could be said to be the best specimen she had ever seen. She ignored Scarlet's struggle and directly stabbed the crystal into Brando's heart. Brando groaned softly and frowned in his unconscious state. No. Scarlet screamed and widened her eyes. Andesha clapped her hands and turned her head. You don't have to be so nervous. You're not the only one who used your will to suppress the blood of God. I think your Sir Lord might succeed, so don't be in a hurry to commit suicide, little fellow. Who knows, you might accidentally be separated from your Sir Lord forever. Although Andesha said those words, she did not believe them in her heart. The blood of darkness in her hand was different from the blood of the thunder god. It was the blood of the highest god. Even an expert who had awakened his elemental barrier would not dare to say that he had 100% confidence in suppressing such a blood of god. But Scarlet glared fiercely at Andesha. Andesha's words gave her a glimmer of hope. She turned to look at Brando. The blood of God in the black crystal had begun to spread throughout the young lord's body. She bit her lips and prayed that a miracle would happen. At this time, Andesha suddenly turned around. She suddenly felt the black crystal in her hand vibrate, and a golden thread seeped into the crystal from Brando's body. Then a second thread, a third thread, and more golden threads merged into the crystal, causing it to shine with a golden light. This. Andesha looked at all of this with her mouth agape. She had witnessed the birth of countless divine envoys, but she had never seen such a scene. She immediately realized that something was wrong. She subconsciously wanted to pull the crystal out, but just as her hand touched the crystal, she could not help but scream. Andesha could feel her hand burning, and she quickly pulled it back. She had only touched it lightly, but she realized that her hand was completely burnt. What's going on? Andesha looked at the crystal in Brando's chest in disbelief. The crystal was trembling and emitting a dazzling golden light in all directions. The golden light was getting brighter and brighter, and almost half of the valley was illuminated. At this moment, a cold voice rang in his mind while he was still in a daze. System notification: blood of origin has been matched. The restoration process has begun. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 429. System notification: blood of the origin has been matched. Beginning restoration. Just as Brando was feeling drowsy and was floating in endless darkness, a voice suddenly pulled him back to his own world. He immediately woke up and felt an unfamiliar force invading his body. But Brando was experienced and he immediately reacted. That's the blood of God. How can there be the blood of God? Brando was startled, but he knew the consequences of being invaded by the blood of God. The blood of God was currently restoring his body, but it would soon attack his soul. Brando did not dare to be careless and immediately prepared to counterattack. But at this moment, the magic power in his dying body was dissipating, and Brando was shocked to find that he was powerless to stop it. He realized that he could only watch helplessly as the blood of God flowed all over his body and gradually extended towards his brain and heart. Damn it, don't do this. Brando clenched his teeth and shouted in his heart. He saw that the blood of God was about to enter the core area, but at this moment, another voice suddenly sounded. System notification: a destiny item has been found nearby. Would you like to activate the talent of destiny? Brando was startled again. Why would there be a destiny item nearby? Wasn't the golden apple already given to Scarlet? But what was the point of activating the talent of destiny now? The talent of destiny could not suppress the power of the blood of God. But just as he was hesitating, the voice in his heart changed again. The talent of destiny has been activated. Brando was stunned. Wait a minute, he did not choose to accept this damned talent of destiny. Then what was going on? Could it be that the blood of God had invaded his soul? Just as he was panicking, the system notification sounded again. Blood of the origin has been matched. Inheritance has been matched. Soul has been matched. Inheritance has been activated. Inheritance has been activated? Brando was stunned. What inheritance? What did the blood of the origin mean? But just as he was wondering, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. Brando suddenly found himself sitting on an ice-cold metal throne. This fact clearly did not match his previous experience. Brando was slightly startled. His fingers moved, and the metal armrest of the throne responded with a cold touch. His fingertips could not help but shrink slightly. The cold feeling was transmitted to his thoughts through his nerves, calming him down and allowing him to realize his current situation. What is this place? Brando took a deep breath. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. This dark and cold space seemed to make him feel suffocated, so he looked up to examine this place for the first time. What came into his eyes were layers upon layers of vaults, obsidian pillars, and a mysterious hall that seemed to stretch endlessly. There was no one around. What is this place? Brando turned around. He narrowed his eyes and saw a similar throne at the other end of the hall. There seemed to be a person sitting on that throne as well. That person was facing him from a distance. At first, Brando thought that this strange setting was a reflection produced by a mirror. He even wondered if this was the place where players should go when they died. The Hall of Hades? But there did not seem to be such a scene in the game. His doubts continued until the person sitting on the throne opposite him spoke. Who are you? The voice was low but not hoarse. Instead, it was a little heavy. This voice traveled through the long distance between the hall and fell into Brando's ears. Who are you? Brando asked. Me? The man chuckled. He placed one hand on the throne and rested his chin on his fist. It was as if his whole body was tilted to one side. I'm just an idiot. Huh? Brando was stunned. He frowned slightly. Was this a mission? But was there such a scene in the game? He could not think of such a scene no matter how hard he racked his brains. In short, calm down first. Brando told himself so in his heart. He first took a light breath and recalled a similar situation in the game. If this was a mission, then the most important thing was to answer the other person's question. I hope it's not some guessing game, Brando complained in his heart. Then he replied, why are you here? He originally wanted to ask why he was here, but changed his mind at the last moment. Then why don't I ask you why you are here first, little guy? The person's voice was unquestionable. Me? Brando was stunned. Sorry, I don't know. In short, after offending a woman, I killed a priest, and then I came here. He replied with some self-mockery. Then it's a little interesting, the person opposite him said. Little guy, do you think everyone can come here? The person put his fist on his chin and looked at Brando casually. Let me think, are you of the golden race? Brando's heart skipped a beat. Although he did not know how he came to this place, he was sure that this was definitely a mission. He thought for a moment and replied without hesitation, sorry, I'm not even of the silver race. So you're a piece of trash? The person replied. Brando choked and gritted his teeth. It was not because he was depressed, but because he was too familiar with it. He did not know how many times he had heard this sentence in the game. In the Amber Sword, only the truly powerful NPCs would call the humans of this era the Black Iron race. And for all players, almost all of them were of the Black Iron race. Forget it, the person waved his hand. Let me ask you, before you came here, did you come in contact with the seal pattern? The seal pattern? Brando suddenly realized. Wasn't that the holy relic of the four saints Fanzan? He suddenly thought of a possibility and stared at the person in front of him in shock. Could this guy be Fanzan's heroic spirit? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Since the Wind Empress and the Flame King had left behind their legacies, the High Priest must have left behind some legacies as well. You are. Brendel stuttered, thinking to himself that his luck couldn't be that good, to actually obtain the inheritance of one of the four saints by accident. In fact, at this time, Brando thought of Amon's gem. If he had the chance to come in contact with a mysterious magical item before this, it must have been that gem. A light flashed in his mind. He suddenly remembered that Orthless also said that she found the gemstone very familiar. If it came from the same era, then why wouldn't it look familiar? But what puzzled Brando was that he suddenly remembered that he had seen Fanzin's holy relic seal pattern once. It was in the background of an event on the Amber Sword's official website. He remembered that the holy relic was a staff, so how did it suddenly turn into a gem? The only possibility Brando could think of was that the seal pattern was also broken into several parts, just like the Flame King Gretel's flame scepter and Saintal's ring of the Wind Empress. And the gem just happened to be a part of the seal pattern. While he was thinking, the person on the other side of the hall snorted coldly, interrupting his train of thought. "Who I am is not important," the voice replied coldly. "But you should know why you are here." "My lord," Brando's tone became more respectful. "You mean the gem?" "That is not a gem, that is the seed of fate." "What did you say?" Brando almost vomited blood when he heard the name. "Are you kidding me? Isn't the seed of fate a necessary item to unlock the talent of fate?" In fact, the seed of fate was just a general term. The golden apple was also a seed of fate, and the goddess poem was also a seed of fate. It was just that they corresponded to different talents of fate. Just like how the golden apple corresponded to the fairy's whispers, and the goddess poem corresponded to the child of Martha, every seed of fate corresponded to a unique talent of fate. But what Brando didn't expect was that he would receive another seed of fate right after he gave her the golden apple. He couldn't help but touch his face subconsciously. When did his luck become so good? He couldn't help but look at Fanzin. What kind of seed of fate is that? Could it be the twin pact? But wait. He remembered that Farnazane seemed to be a believer of the twin goddess when he was alive, and the twin pact was a gift from his inheritance, Farnazane's staff of the Great Guardian. Thinking of this, Brando's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "What kind of fate is the seed of fate?" "Oh." The person on the other side of the hall was slightly startled. "You actually know about the seed of fate?" "Very well." He nodded. "Saves me the trouble of explaining." The gray gem carries my fate, and those who accept this fate will naturally have to accept the legacy from ancient times. Legacy from ancient times? Brando was slightly startled. Shouldn't it be the legacy of fate? The twin goddess was Won's twin of fate, and controlled the direction of fate. He felt that something was wrong, and asked, "Then what is the name of this legacy?" Brando's question was asking for the name of the talent of fate. The person on the other side of the hall was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "The fool." "The fool?" Brando was stunned. It felt like he had been punched in the face. What was that? There were not many types of talents of fate, and the outstanding ones were even rarer. But he had never heard of the fool. And from the name, it sounded terrible. This damn talent can't reduce a person's intelligence by a third or something, right? Brendel could not help but grumble in his mind. He pursed his lips and subconsciously used the tone of the game to reply. "Well, can I refuse to activate this talent?" But Brando did not expect that the moment he opened his mouth, the hall fell silent for a moment. Then the person let out a cold laugh. "Give up." He looked at Brando and shook his head gently. "Little guy, do you know your situation?" "Situation? What situation?" he asked in return. "If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 430. You are so stupid. Why do you think it is the blood of the origin? The mysterious man sneered and muttered to himself as if he did not want to talk to Brendel, but his tone was filled with pity as if he was watching a good show, not shedding tears even in the face of death. This is the common trait of humans. If Brando was not used to this arrogant tone, he would have ground his teeth in anger. In fact, he ground his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Are you talking about the blood of the gods? It is not that scary, is it? The man grunted, but said, you do not mean what you say. It is usually like this, but with your current physical condition, do you have a way to use your willpower to suppress it? Brando pressed his fingers on the metal throne, and his fingertips were slightly white. He gently exhaled to calm himself down, but the man was right. Brando was very nervous now. Although this was a world created by the mind, the blood of the gods was invading his body before he came here. It was even beginning to control his willpower. The premonition of death made his heart pound, especially after being reminded by the man. So? Brando asked. Let's make a deal. A deal? It is rare to find someone who can come into contact with this world. Although you are a useless person, you do not look like an ordinary useless person. I do not know why you have the blood of the remnants in your body, but since you are our descendant, it is not impossible for me to help you. Wait, remnants? Descendant? Brando was stunned. Fanzan said that he was their descendant. Does that mean that Brando has the blood of the Novamians of the Sacred Alliance flowing in his body? What kind of people are they? The only thing that Brando could think of was his mysterious grandfather, but he was wondering what kind of person could have connections with both the Saint Soul and the Holy White Cross White Lion Empire of the Sacred Alliance. Brando could not help but think of the messy royal relationships. Could it be that Brando's family was part of the ancient royal family that survived the War of the Holy Saints? But it was not possible. He was not of the silver race. His mind was in a mess, and then he looked up at the man opposite the throne and asked, so, what are the conditions? Isn't it very clear? The corner of that person's mouth curled up. You're obviously a remnant, so you should understand your mission. My request isn't complicated. Just accept the talent of the fool. Another remnant. Brando frowned slightly. He was puzzled about the so-called path of the refugees, joining the great cathedral. This was obviously impossible. However, the other party said that he only needed to accept the talent of the fool, which surprised him. According to the Amber Sword's understanding, receiving a talent was at least a reward. Such a generous exchange made him a little wary. What's the so-called talent of the fool? He asked. The man spread his hands. In this world, there are thousands of talents. They come from bloodline, race, and history. The man changed his posture on the throne and pointed at his chest. But birth, luck, and fate are like invisible strings that connect everyone and decide the path he will take in his life. You should know what the twins do, right? They're the twin goddesses. Brando thought to himself, but of course, he did not dare to say it out loud. Talent is like a mission. The mission of the fool is unique. This talent can be said to be named after me, but it's not as superficial as you think. The man's voice was a little lower. As for what the fool is, you will naturally understand in the future. As for this ancient talent, it's the key to unlocking potential. He changed the topic. The fool has 7 meanings. The first authority corresponds to the dragon of war, Tiamat, outside the sky. It means fanaticism. As for its power, you can experience it yourself. Brando looked at him suspiciously. Sounds good, but what's in it for you? Inheritance, it's the inheritance again, Brando muttered under his breath. Oh. The man on the other side of the throne was slightly startled. It seems that you already know some information, but I'm too lazy to lie to you. It's not easy to find someone who can really inherit everything. At least there are strict restrictions on the bloodline. But don't be too happy. I can also leave you in the lurch. Waiting is meaningless to me. Brando was speechless. He wanted to take the opportunity to propose a condition, but he had to take it back. So, do you understand? The man asked. Is it up to me to say no? It's more like the devil's temptation, Brando replied unhappily. You don't have to test me. The man shook his head. The devil is my sworn enemy. Brando was stunned. Are you really Fanzan? A low laugh came from the other side of the throne. You have a rich imagination. Brando was really stunned. He had always thought that the man would be Fanzan, or at least one of the 4 sages. Then who are you? The man did not answer him. Don't you want to know how to unlock the next 6 authorities of the fool's talent? You'll tell me anyway, won't you? Smart. Brando clenched his teeth. He thought to himself, isn't this all the way in the game? Smart my ass. Just collect as many gray gems as possible. In fact, my soul was sealed in the gray sacred stone after I died. However, the sacred stone was shattered in the war, and the gray gems were also shattered. As long as you can find them, you'll be able to get all the seeds of destiny of this talent. Wait. This time, Brando could not help but stop. You said the gray gems are fragments of the sacred stone. Did I say that? The man replied casually. Brando froze on the throne like a stone statue. He sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the man opposite him with a dumbfounded expression. You are, the man nodded. The Silver Elves call me Darnals. I have a name among the witches called the Sovereign of Eternal Darkness and Infinite Realms. However, I still prefer the human name Odin. Black, Dark Dragon, are you afraid? Brando gulped. In fact, in the later stages of the game, players had fought with the Dark Dragon's shadow once. However, it was only a projection of his residual consciousness. Moreover, it was a projection of his true body in the sky. That was a storyline mission in the game. However, this was the first time he saw the Dark Dragon in his human form. He seemed to be similar to an ordinary human. He hesitated for a moment. For a moment, he did not know what to think. According to the epic records of the crew's people, the Dark Dragon was a super demon king. Moreover, it was the kind of melodramatic plot that wanted to rule the whole world. But now, the protagonist of this melodramatic plot was right in front of him. This name was probably the one he had heard the most in the game other than Martha. He had heard it so many times that his ears had calluses. He seemed to have gotten used to it, but when he saw it in person, the shock was unparalleled. Not to that extent, he replied subconsciously, but he immediately reacted. What do you want? I'm already dead, the Dark Dragon replied. You should ask what you want. Brando was stunned. You're really dead? The Dark Dragon nodded. You should understand that what you saw was just a message left by my consciousness in the gray gem. Damn, why do they all like to play this game? Brando heaved a sigh of relief. He had always regarded the Dark Dragon as the final boss. However, when he heard the Dark Dragon's words, he suddenly thought of Tumen. But when he thought of this, he suddenly reacted and asked cautiously, wait, if that's the case, how are you going to help me deal with the blood of God? The Dark Dragon laughed. What a joke. It's just the blood of God. Actually, that thing can't do anything to you. As a remnant, your background is much nobler than those messy things. Wait. So you're saying that everything you said just now was a lie? Brendel asked, not spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not to that extent. Besides, the talent of the fool is also beneficial to you, isn't it? The Dark Dragon laughed. And I also plan to give you a gift. Damn. Brando was stunned. His heart was filled with bitterness. Boss, do you know that you're like a rat crossing the streets in Woned? I can inherit anyone's talent of fate, but not yours. Won't I die if I'm not careful? But the Dark Dragon did not waste time talking nonsense with him. He raised his hand and a golden light shot into Brendel's heart. This is for you. Let that country bumpkin see what the true blood of God is. As soon as he finished speaking, Brando felt a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Before he could curse the final boss, he was pulled back to reality by the terrible pain. At the same time, Andesha was shocked to see more and more golden light pouring into the black crystal in Brando's chest. Those golden rays of light were produced from Brendel's body, as if they were golden blood flowing under his skin. Under the catalysis of the blood of God that was injected into his body, they instantly awakened. Then, these rays of light wrapped around Brando's body and formed a huge cocoon of light. The cocoon of light shrunk and contracted, becoming brighter and brighter, as if something would break out at any time. Andesha stood at the side and watched this scene with her mouth agape. Blood of a superior god. Blood of a superior god. She muttered to herself, the true blood of a superior god. The descendant of a divine citizen. How is this possible? She held her breath, unable to believe her eyes. But at this moment, the cocoon of light suddenly contracted, and Andesha's expression changed. It was a reaction of divine power. She subconsciously raised her head and saw an invisible divine power forming a connection with a constellation in the sky. Wait, this is bad. Only then did Andesha remember that she wasn't the only expert in the vicinity. Veronica and the Ash Sword Saint Mephisto were also in the vicinity of the valley, and that didn't include the incubus she saw from afar. She immediately spread out countless vines in an attempt to stop this unconscious flow of divine power, but at that moment, the huge cocoon of light suddenly expanded. She was a step too late. A dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. This dazzling golden pillar of light was like an endless river of light piercing into the sky. It parted the clouds and pointed towards the seventh constellation in the night sky. The Dragon of War, Tiamat. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 431. This was the 5th day since the start of the calamity of wolves, and the sky was still as dark as ever. Inside the green tower, rain was pouring down from the sky. The pillars of light that represented the fire seed had already been extinguished, and the world was plunged into darkness. Only the occasional flash of purple lightning could tear through the darkness, and the dazzling light reflected off the raindrops in silver. The wolves had already broken through the last barrier of the green tower. The snow-white winter wolves and the plague wolves with festering fur crossed the defensive line formed by the corpses of the druids and tree elves, appearing before the eyes of the green tower's residents for the first time. The pack of wolves swept across the undulating ground like a flood. Their sharp claws moved up and down, stepping on the ground that was either muddy or bloody, splashing water as they passed through the curtain of rain. Soon, a row of pale faces appeared in the heavy rain. There were men and women's faces. Some of them were even very young, but they were only teenagers. Their faces were filled with a mixture of fear and uneasiness. Raindrops slid down their faces from their foreheads, noses, eyelids, and cheeks. Their mouths were slightly open, but they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They subconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. The druid elder stood behind this army with an oak staff in hand. He had a solemn expression on his face. In his eyes, these youths were the last of the Green Tower's strength. They could be said to be the seeds of the Sky Ring's future. However, in the face of a life and death situation, even the seeds had to throw themselves into a defensive battle. The druids set up a final line of defense in the Autumn Equinox Hall at the lowest level of the Green Tower, attempting to prevent the calamity of wolves from entering the town. The sound of the wolves' footsteps was even louder than raindrops in the rain. It was as if a terrifying army was marching forward, and the people couldn't help but feel that the fire seed of the Green Tower was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps the next moment would be eternity. Thousands of people were swallowed by the darkness. The people who died were like numbers, but these numbers once contained vivid faces. They used to be husbands, sons, friends, and lovers, but all of them had lost their colors. The first batch of winter wolves emerged from the darkness. Their strength had been reduced to the lowest possible level, and they were suppressed to the level of an intermediate iron rank. However, their terrifying numbers were still enough to make the people's hearts palpitate. This was the most despairing part of the calamity of wolves. No matter how brave you were, you would eventually run out of energy and fall under the endless attacks. The wolves may have paid a price 10 times or even 100 times more than the druids and tree elves. Their corpses dissolved in the rain and turned into black sewage that seeped into the ground. But even more of their kind passed over these corpses and swarmed forward. There seemed to be no end to the darkness. Then the wolf and the man collided. They crashed into a wall of thorns formed by intertwining vines. The wolves behind did not care about their companions in front of them. The first winter wolf crashed into the wall of thorns. The sharp thorns pierced through its fur, and black blood stained its snow-white skin. It was crushed by the wolves behind it, and its eyeballs even popped out of their sockets. The second and third winter wolves suffered the same fate. The dying wolves let out terrifying howls, but even more wolves stepped on the corpses of their companions and jumped onto the wall of thorns. The fallen winter wolves were instantly crushed into meat paste by their sharp claws. The silver tide quickly overflowed the short wall and crashed into the formation of the tree elves. The tree elves' formation caved in under the immense force, and many of them were dragged down by the wolves. Screams of agony filled the air. A rare great demonic wave. William stood in the square outside the green tower in his silver robe. The rainwater that formed a line between heaven and earth seemed to have hit an invisible wall a foot away from his body and splashed outwards, turning into a layer of mist. In the eyes of the onlookers, the invisible wall formed a perfect sphere around the legendary wizard of the Silver Alliance. Even the ground within the sphere was extremely dry, and the surrounding water could not seep in. The only thing that could be done was to form small streams on both sides of the sphere. However, the old man did not seem to care about this. He held a silver staff in his hand, and 6 stone runes revolved around the tip of the staff. If Brando was here, he would have recognized the staff as the mithril glory. It was the inheritance of the city lord of Canage, and one of the symbols of William's status. He held the staff in his hand and casually shot out a few lightning bolts to kill a few winter wolves that tried to pass through the tree elves' defensive line. Haru said during the meeting that this great demonic wave is just a routine. But what did the Silver Candle Council warn him? When the astrologers were observing the constellations of the Twilight Dragon, they discovered that a few of them were on the verge of collapse. He didn't care about it at all. The old man beside William raised his snow-white eyebrows and snorted. This old man was also surrounded by a spherical transparent wall, but it was not as exaggerated as the legendary wizard. So that's why you're here? William turned his head. More or less. If something happens to the loop of trade winds, the humans will lose all their territories south of Ampere Seal, the old man replied. Besides, Erewhon is half my homeland. I was just here to observe the situation, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. Judging from the situation of the Green Tower, it seems to be even fiercer than the War of the Holy Saints recorded in the literature. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. If not for my rationality, I would have suspected that Lady Martha's creation codex, Tiamat, had a hole opened in it. I don't like such lame jokes, William replied nonchalantly. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, making his thin face look even whiter. So, what are you going to do, Tolman, my brother? Kill all these monsters and protect them? He pointed at the druids. Laugh all you want, I don't have the ability to do that. Tolman glanced at him and took out a crystal ball from his sleeve. If they can defend it, then everyone will be happy. If they can't, then I'll move the Withering Tree Council to a safe place. According to their words, as long as there is a seed, the tree will sprout. A teleportation orb, William raised his silver eyebrows. You actually brought this thing here. This is called being prepared for everything, old friend. You're mocking me again, William said with a smile. He flicked his twig-like fingers. I've told you before, I'm not here for these messy things. I'm here for an old friend. Is it the Lionheart sword? Tolman smiled mysteriously. You know it's not here. No, William replied, I've also said that the important thing is not the sword, but the person. King Eric did not become King Eric because of the Lionheart sword, but the Lionheart sword shines because of my old friend. Yes, he's a person, but that kid lied to me before that he wanted to walk the path of a scholar. But King Eric is actually a scholar. I'll settle the score with him after I confirm the information about the slate. Tolman replied. William could not help but laugh. Even you have times when you're fooled? That kid is not an ordinary person. You have to be careful, don't make me laugh in the future. Tolman replied. William did not mind. He raised his head and looked at the crumbling defensive line of the tree elves. He stood calmly in the rain and changed the topic. How long do you think they can last? An hour. And then? The tree elves and druids should have an elite troop. The centaurs in the town can also form a garrison, but no matter what, it will last for at most a day. A day. William looked at the pitch-black sky. In the distant southern horizon, there were only a few pillars of light that were still standing. The legendary wizard's thin lips moved, and his old eyes seemed to be in a trance, as if he was thinking about something. Tolman's estimation was not wrong. The druids had exhausted all their strength, but even if they let the winter wolves in, they would only be able to survive for a few hours. But at this moment, William raised his eyebrows. He turned his head. When he saw Tolman, he was also surprised. At the same time, the elders of the Withering Tree Council were guarding the Green Tower's hall. The situation was dangerous, and everyone was aware of it. But before Brando could send back news, they could only wait. The sound of the rain drowned out all other sounds. The great elder who stood at the top of the crowd turned his head several times to look at the flickering flame under the suppression of the chaos magic. Even though he looked calm on the surface, his heart was filled with unease and anxiety. In terms of time, Brando, Wade, and Quinn should have sent back news by now. He could not help but look at the silent Sifred who was holding his left hand. She had been like this ever since Brando left. Great Elder, we don't have much time. The Great Elder turned his head and looked at the tall Druid Elder. He thought for a moment, then shook his head and didn't reply. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the southern horizon. The sky was pitch black. But at this moment, the stooped Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. In fact, it was not only him. All the great druids present felt their hearts throbbing at the same time. A powerful magic resonance. They raised their heads. A golden pillar of light suddenly appeared in the southern night sky and instantly connected the heavens and the earth. Everyone raised their heads and saw the pillar of light splitting the layers of clouds and reaching the end of the sky. What is that? The druids were dumbfounded. But what made them even more dumbfounded was that in the next second, another golden pillar of light rose up from the center of the loop of trade winds. This golden pillar of light shone together with the previous one, and it was extremely familiar to William, who was standing outside the autumn equinox hall. It was another magic resonance. It's that kid. Tolman frowned and immediately said. William glanced at him. Then, without saying a word, he took a step forward and disappeared into the rain. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 432. Mephistopheles raised his head and saw a golden pillar of light in the night sky, as well as another pillar of light that reached the clouds. He stood up and patted the grass off his body. Out of the four of them, he had the easiest time escaping from the nightmare mist. The Lernea Hydra did not bother him at all, but he did not expect to lose his way after leaving the forest. Mephistopheles raised his head and looked at the pillar of light. His eyes sparkled. He stopped and then walked in that direction. At the same time, When the pillar of light exploded, Andesha's tendrils shot towards Brando, trying to stop him from using divine power. But she did not expect her tendrils to burn like paper when they came in contact with the golden light, turning into ashes in an instant. Andesha screamed and quickly retracted her tendrils. The golden flames seemed to have a power that could burn her soul, causing her to feel a sharp pain. The tree shepherd's leader suddenly sensed something. She turned around and squinted her purple eyes. She saw a flash of green light on the other side of the valley. She's fast. Andesha gritted her teeth. She grabbed Scarlet's arm and said in a low voice, "It's not time to deal with that woman yet. Darling, come with me." But she did not expect that Scarlet would not budge at all. Andesha lowered her head and looked at Scarlet in shock, only to find that the red-haired girl was holding onto a rock protruding from the ground and looking at her with determination. "I'm not going with you." Scarlet stared at Andesha's eyes fearlessly and said word by word, "You're crazy." Andesha's voice rose an octave, "You promised me. You'll come with me as long as I heal him." "I didn't say that I'm going to keep my word," Scarlet replied. "I won't leave his lordship, you can just kill me." Andesha was stunned. The tree herders were the ones who were cunning and went back on their words. She did not expect that she would be tricked by a little girl today. Even if she wanted to kill Brando, the golden flames would not allow her to do so. She was so angry that her body trembled. She could only hit the back of Scarlet's head, causing her to groan and faint. But during this delay, the green figure on the other side of the valley suddenly sped up. It was Veronica, who had caught up with her sword. The Empire's goddess of war pursed her lips and pressed her hand on the hilt of the azure firmament. She took a step forward, and this step seemed to fold the space of several hundred meters into a single point. In the next moment, she blocked Andesha's path. Veronica looked coldly at Faina, who was tied up by Andesha, and shouted, "Andesha!" "TSK," Andesha's hand stopped moving. She was a high and mighty person after all, and she had already calmed down. She snorted lightly, "I'm still a step too late. Lady Veronica's element power has reached the extremity realm. You're so fast that you can make people see illusions." "Enough with the nonsense, Andesha," Veronica's voice was as cold as ice. She knew the identity of the woman in front of her. She was definitely not here to flatter her, not to mention that Faina was still in her hands. "Why is Faina in your hands? Where are Rono and Elman?" she questioned. "You're talking about this little girl?" Andesha did not seem to mind Veronica's tone at all. She extended her hand to allow the vines binding Faina to come closer to her and lifted her chin. "What an enchanting beauty. Don't keep me in suspense." Veronica unsheathed her sword and pointed it at Andesha. "Andesha, what are you doing here?" Veronica naturally noticed the pillar of light behind Andesha, but she did not notice that there was someone else inside because of the golden flames. However, she frowned when she saw the unconscious Scarlet. Andesha smiled. "Why don't you make a guess?" Veronica's expression darkened. She pursed her lips and slashed her sword towards Andesha. Her sword brought about a green stream of air that took the shape of a green bird. To the onlookers, it looked like a green bird that flapped its wings and shot towards Andesha, leaving a long trail behind it. It was as fast as lightning. Andesha's expression changed. She did not expect Veronica to use her full strength right from the start. She waved her right hand that was covered in vines, and countless white thorns grew out from the ground to block Veronica's sword chi. These thorns were not ordinary thorns, but the vines of the Sulphur River's blood rose. They were as hard as steel, and the thorns on them were poisonous enough to cause skin ulcers to fester. However, the green bird seemed to have a life of its own. It flapped its wings and flew through the gaps between the thorns like a nimble petrel, heading straight for Andesha. Secret sword technique. Andesha finally understood that Veronica was serious. Heaven's Wall was a defensive sword technique that used the wind element as its foundation. Although it focused on defense, it was like an impenetrable wall of air when defending, but it was as nimble as the wind when counterattacking. It had its own unique aspect. The blue bird flying up and down was the best example at this moment. Andesha gritted her teeth and released her grip on Vahina's chin. She swung her hand towards Veronica's sword chi, and the moment her fingertips touched the green bird, Veronica's sword chi dissipated like dust in the wind. "Lady Veronica," Andesha said, "you are not my opponent, why are you so reckless?" Veronica did not reply. What answered her was the sword in her hand. Andesha raised her head and saw a magnificent green scene in front of her. Countless green birds flapped their wings and shot out from a huge green vortex, forming a magnificent scene. That scene was slow and magnificent, giving people the illusion that a huge flock of migrating birds was flying upward along the white cloud wall and the blue dome of heaven. Citizens of the Wind. The Lord of Withering Flowers' expression changed. She stretched out her hand and screamed, "Earth puppet!" Following Andesha's shout, the ground beneath their feet rumbled. Mud and rocks surged up and formed a huge earth puppet. Under Veronica's sword, countless blue birds charged forward, crashing into the stone puppet that had suddenly appeared. Every sword chi left a huge hole in the stone puppet, but in the blink of an eye, even more soil repaired the stone puppet. In an instant, over 100 streaks of sword chi were unleashed. Although the giant puppet was badly damaged, it was still able to move. It let out a low growl, raised its huge fist, and smashed towards Veronica from a few hundred feet away with the force of Mount Tai. Beads of sweat appeared on Andesha's forehead, but she remained calm. She gritted her teeth and raised cyan firmament above her head. The dazzling blade cut through the earth puppet, and with a loud bang, one of the earth puppet's arms fell to the ground. Veronica sheathed her sword and sighed lightly. The previous battle had left her exhausted. But when she raised her head, she saw Andesha standing beside the earth puppet, but her face was slightly pale. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. Andesha looked at Veronica, and in order to prevent her from attacking again, she smiled and placed a finger on Vahina's neck. "Lady Veronica, this one is not here to fight with you. If you attack again, don't blame me for being impolite." "You won't kill her?" Veronica replied coldly. Andesha was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "You're smart, but that depends on how valuable this little princess is." "What do you want?" "You know very well, Lady Veronica," Andesha smiled. "I want the lion heart." "You're dreaming," Veronica replied. "Then you don't want this little princess as well?" Andesha patted the unconscious Vahina's face. Veronica took a deep breath and shook her head. "Not to mention that I don't have the lion heart. Even if I did, I wouldn't exchange it for Vahina." "How heartless. Is an inanimate object more valuable than a human life in your eyes?" Andesha's sharp finger drew across Vahina's face. "This little girl is the only successor to the Duke of Flowers. Aren't you afraid that he will come after you?" "Enough nonsense," Veronica replied. "Andesha, you and I both know what the lion heart represents. Let alone Vahina, even if His Majesty the Emperor was in your hands, I wouldn't agree to such a request." She raised her head and said word by word, "The Cruz Empire will never bow to any threat." This time, it was Andesha's turn to be silent. She knew Veronica's personality very well, and she did not plan to meet this woman so soon. Her original plan was to wait for Veronica to obtain the Lionheart, then use Vahina to distract her and seize the opportunity to snatch the Lionheart from her. This was the tactic she was most proficient in. But she did not expect Scarlet and Brando to appear out of nowhere and disrupt her plans. She did not say a word, but the anger in her heart was growing. She was also thinking about how to salvage the situation. "Since the Lionheart is not in your hands," Andesha said in a low voice, "then the thing that is looking for the Lionheart should be in your hands." Veronica frowned and immediately understood Andesha's intention. She raised her sword and prepared to defend herself. But Andesha smiled charmingly and grabbed Vahina's neck with her left hand. "But since this little princess is no longer of any use, there is no harm in using her as a blood sacrifice." Veronica's expression changed. Just as she was about to say something, a voice suddenly interrupted her. Lady Andesha, I don't mind if you do that, the voice said, but before you do, you better explain to me what you did to my guard. Andesha's expression changed. She felt as if a wild beast had locked onto her from behind, and her hair stood on end. She subconsciously turned around. A blinding golden flame rushed towards her. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 433. Andesha's expression changed drastically as the golden flames rushed towards her. She could feel the terrifying heat coming from the flames, and the painful lesson she had learned was still fresh in her mind. She subconsciously dodged to the side. But this action also increased the distance between her and Scarlet. In fact, Andesha had already forgotten about the little girl and only noticed her when she pushed her away. She immediately felt that something was wrong and turned around, but she could only watch as the golden flames burned through the vines between her and Scarlet. Andesha screamed in pain. She endured the pain and reached out to grab Scarlet, but the voice in the golden flames was faster than her. A sword wrapped in flames pierced out from the flames and blocked her hand in front of Scarlet. A path opened up in the flames, and a figure stepped out. It was Brando. Although his clothes were still tattered, his injuries were completely healed. He glanced at Andesha and pulled out the crystal from his chest. He crushed it, but there was no wound on his chest. This is yours, right? Brando loosened his grip and let the crystal powder scatter with the wind. He then raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him. Andesha, should I call you the Lord of Withering Flowers? You know me? Andesha stared at the young man with a wary expression. She did not move around much as the leader of the tree herders, but she had fought with Veronica before. It was not strange that the latter recognized her, but how did this young man recognize her? Even if he heard her conversation with Veronica, the Lord of Withering Flowers was her title in the tree herders. Not to mention ordinary people, even Veronica might not know her identity. She narrowed her purple eyes and stared at Brando warily. Brando glanced at Veronica, then turned his gaze back to the Lord of Withering Flowers. He placed a hand on Scarlet's shoulder and used Brando's experience in the militia to check her condition. Fortunately, she was only unconscious, which made him heave a sigh of relief. He looked at Andesha. Thanks to her, his body had been completely transformed by the blood of the Dark God. He could even be called a divine envoy. However, the situation was a little special. Firstly, he had inexplicably inherited the Dark Dragon's legacy. Secondly, it was because of the gift that Odin gave him. It was a drop of blood. After that drop of blood merged with his body, it completely reversed the effects of the blood of the Dark God. However, in Brando's opinion, it was better to say that the blood of the Dark God was completely swallowed by his own bloodline. Before this, Brando had never heard of a human bloodline being able to swallow the blood of the Dark God. However, that was exactly what had happened at that time. After Odin's blood entered his body, it seemed to carry an ancient message that activated a certain signal in his bloodline. The ancient resonance started from the soul. At that moment, Brando felt that his spirit and will had become 1,000 times stronger. In an instant, he had completely received the weak power from the blood of God. Then, his bloodline began to fully integrate with the blood of God. It did not look like he was undergoing a transformation. Instead, it looked like he was absorbing the power contained in the blood of God to evolve. In short, he could already see the results of the evolution. First, he had completely absorbed the blood of the Dark God and obtained the ability of the Dark God. Rapid recovery. Loss of life and damage to the body can be recovered at 10 times the normal speed. Brando was very clear that this effect was even more ridiculous than Scarlet's divine envoy of lightning. The blood of the lightning god was only a high-grade divine envoy, while the divine envoy of darkness was a true top-grade divine envoy. After becoming a divine envoy, he naturally obtained the corresponding supernatural ability, just like how Scarlet could control lightning. Brando obtained the power of darkness. This thing was similar to an element, but it was the power to control the dark element. This was the specialty of the dark priests and necromancers. However, Brando could only infuse his attacks with the power of darkness. This might not seem like a big deal, but it was the most destructive and corrosive element. Just the ability to corrode one's defense was enough to greatly benefit any physical profession. One had to know that light, dark, and lightning weapons were all extremely expensive. Light weapons ignored armor, while weapons with lightning enchantments, such as the lightning spear, were famous for their ability to attack large areas. Dark weapons were famous for their ability to corrode defenses and weaken healing effects. Other than the above effects, there were also some minor side effects. This was because Brando discovered that his dark element pool had doubled in size, while his light element pool had shrunk by a third due to the same reason. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. But this was not the only benefit. After being tempered by the blood of God, he could clearly feel that his body's constitution had greatly improved. Just like when he forced Andesha's sword back, his strength, agility, and coordination were all unbelievably strong. If it was in the past, he would not even have the qualifications to fight against Andesha. In fact, the most direct manifestation of the increase in his attributes was the attribute panel in front of Brando's eyes. His attributes had almost doubled, reaching the level of a gold rank. But compared to the increase in his will and wisdom, the increase in his constitution was child's play. Brando looked at his will, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He discovered that his will had increased to a terrifying 124 points. Thanks to Martha, will was not a basic attribute in the Amber Sword. It was used to resist the effects of most spells and some effects on the mind. More than 100 points of will meant that any spells below the 12th circle would have no effect on him. Wizards above the 12th circle were not commonly seen in Wound, which meant that Brando could claim that he was immune to most spells. Apart from that, he also obtained the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. In fact, after Brando saw the true effect of the Fool, he immediately threw away his previous unhappiness. Talent of Fate, the Fool LVL1, Frenzy. Selfless devotion is sometimes not a good thing. Within half an hour of activating Frenzy, the character's attributes will increase by 100%. This ability can be used twice a day. Primordial people, able to learn primordial skills like normal skills. When Brendel saw this attribute on his status panel, he wanted to punch it in the face. The strength of this destiny talent was second only to the legendary Son of Marcia. Although the Twin Pact was more suitable for him, one had to look at the strength of his talent. Then the Twin Pact would be nothing at all. The first talent, Frenzy, was needless to say. It allowed him to transform into a Superman for an hour every day. Doubling his ability would allow him to reach the pinnacle of gold rank, and even touch the edge of the elemental realm. The second talent, Ancient Folk, was something that others might not understand. But as a player, Brendel knew the uses of these things. Ancient skills. As the name suggests, these are legendary skills that have been passed down from ancient times until today. Most of these skills are the signature skills of famous NPCs. For example, Tumen's ancient sacred runes, Flame King Gretel's flash strike sword art, or the Holy Apostle Farnazane's prophecy of the Herudian. These powerful spells and skills were all labeled with the so-called ancient label. Most of these skills had extremely strict requirements. Bloodline, talent, attributes, and luck were all included. Some even indicated which quests the player had to complete and which quests they couldn't complete. If the player didn't meet any of these requirements, they would never be able to master it. Take Flame King Gretel's flash strike sword art for example. Most of the crew's palace knights and members of the royal family knew one or two moves. But to learn the full version of the skill, one had to be a crew citizen. Secondly, one had to complete the crew's main storyline, Glorious Eagle, quest. Thirdly, one couldn't complete any quest related to the Myrna's friendly reputation. Lastly, one had to master the highest level of fire element. Apart from one or two of these requirements, 3 or 4 were extremely difficult for most people to fulfill. Not to mention the highest level of fire elemental essences, but to not complete any quests related to the Myrna's friendly side was simply too much. After all, in the 3rd chapter of the Amber Sword, most of the quests were related to the dark forces, and players would more or less come into contact with the Myrnas. Other than Gretel's flash strike sword art, most of the other similar ancient skills were the same. Most of the ancient skills had a repulsive attribute. Once you mastered one of them, you wouldn't be able to fulfill the other requirement. Ancient skills were so powerful that 1 or 2 of them could completely change a character's fighting style. There were countless players on the forums who dreamed that they could learn all 10 of the ancient skills. But obviously, that was unrealistic. But now, Brando discovered that this ancient's talent seemed to be able to turn this fantasy into reality, if it was really as described. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and couldn't help but look at Endesha, who was staring at him warily. For a moment, he didn't know if he should thank her for what she had done to him. Although the divine messenger was neither a human nor a ghost in the eyes of ordinary people, and the terrifying blood of divinity had almost cost him his life once. But looking at the remaining crystal powder in Brando's hand, Endesha seemed to be shocked. She was stunned for a long time before she asked, You didn't become a divine messenger? Endesha? You used the blood of divinity on him. Veronica, who was ignored by Endesha, raised her eyebrows and asked in a low voice. What does that have to do with you? Endesha glanced at Veronica. She was feeling irritated. The blood of divinity was a rare high-quality product. She was originally looking forward to creating an excellent divine messenger to listen to her orders, but she didn't expect that the blood of divinity didn't seem to have any effect on Brando. Veronica was stunned by Endesha's words. She thought that Endesha was right. What did this have to do with her? But she couldn't help but look at Brando and felt that it was a pity. She didn't even know why she had such a feeling. But when she looked at Brando, she realized that he didn't seem to be controlled by the blood of divinity. Could it be that the blood of divinity didn't have any effect? But that was impossible. She knew Endesha's position in the tree herders, and the blood of divinity in her hands wouldn't be bad. And at this moment, what's wrong? Brendel nodded and looked at Endesha. Did I disappoint you, Miss Endesha? To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 434. Endesha's expression changed when her thoughts were exposed. However, this was nothing compared to the pain and anger of losing the blood of the dark god. Stay here and obey my orders, and I'll let you live. Endesha said in a low voice. Brando did not find her bossy attitude funny. Instead, he raised his guard. He frowned and stood in front of her with his sword. Even though he had obtained the blood of the god of darkness and Odin's inheritance, and was close to reaching the elemental realm, Brendel knew that his strength was not enough to fight against the tree shepherds. You're forcing me to side with Veronica. Endesha, I have no intention of fighting with you. As for the grudge between you and the Cruz Empire, I have no intention of interfering. He placed a hand on the unconscious red-haired girl's shoulder and said, I'll leave with her, and you can continue to pursue the Lionheart sword. Maybe Lady Veronica will change her mind and agree to your request. Brendel. Veronica's emerald eyebrows furrowed. However, Brando ignored her. If it was before, he might have helped Veronica because of the Valkyrie, but after the previous battle, he had enough of these arrogant Cruz people. You want to run? You must be dreaming. Endesha interrupted them coldly. I won't let my personal belongings escape from my hands. Do you think I'm afraid of you joining hands? Her purple eyes instantly became as long and narrow as a reptile's, emitting a cold light. Whether it's the Lionheart sword or you, you're all mine. She raised her chin proudly. if you want to struggle, you can try." Veronica immediately snorted. As the commander of the Azure Skies, she had never been looked down upon like this before. Even though she knew that the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders were much stronger than her, she still could not stand it. The moment Andesha finished speaking, the female sword saint had already made her move. She sheathed her sword and placed her left hand on her chest. She chanted an incantation to activate her first element source and swung the azure firmament forward. Veronica was truly going all out this time. Her jade-like eyes were locked onto Andesha's movements, and her brows were raised like a pair of sharp swords. Even her fair face was dyed with a layer of faint red. A green winged wyvern flew out from her sword. The wyvern spread its wings and let out a long dragon roar. Then, it circled in the air and pounced on the withering leaf overlord. At the same time, Brando was also prepared for battle. Andesha's words clearly indicated that she wanted to keep both of them here. It sounded a little arrogant, but she had the qualifications to do so. The 12 patriarchs of the tree herders were invincible in the early stages of the Amber Sword, with the exception of the ancient dragons and the old monsters among the Magi. When he saw Veronica's secret art of the sky, the fairy of wind, a circle of black wood fragments appeared around Andesha's body. These fragments floated in the air, as though they were constantly turning into fine powder that was blown away by the wind. He knew that Veronica was serious about this. The decaying phenomenon was a sign that Andesha's element source had been activated. It was the first sign of the withering leaf overlord's element source, decay. At this time, Veronica's actions angered Brando. Andesha's true strength was at least a level higher than this female commander. Compared to him, her strength was indescribable. Even if the two of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat her. Under such circumstances, a direct confrontation was the worst choice. And yet, this female sword saint did it. He raised Halran Gaia, and flames rose from the crimson blessing, wrapping around the blade in an instant. At the same time, he cursed Veronica's decades of experience on the battlefield had been eroded by her pampered life. But in other words, it was as if Veronica herself was a soldier, and there were not many fancy tricks in a battle. At this moment, Andesha was blocking Veronica's secret art of the azure skies with one hand while the unconscious Vahina was on the other side. This scene made Brando's eyes light up, and he suddenly thought of a strategy. Without hesitation, he drew a cross in front of his chest with his left hand, leaving a series of black afterimages behind him. Whoosh! A pair of wings made of black smoke spread out from his back, as if the Grim Reaper had opened his cloak. Brando activated his berserk innate skill. His entire aura changed in an instant. Even though his temporary attributes could not break through the element wall, but after his strength and vitality exceeded 600, Brando could not help but feel the faintly discernible element wall. He stretched his hand forward, and the space in front of him shattered like layers of glass. A ray of black light shot towards Andesha from his 5 fingers, and she immediately felt the threat behind her. She was surprised and waved her hand behind her back. With a loud bang, the ground shook, and the incomplete earth golem blocked Brando's path. The ray of black light hit the earth golem's right leg, and a 2-meter-wide hole was blasted open, completely penetrating the earth golem's body. Brendel was startled by the penetrating power. The White Raven swordsmanship is affected by the power of darkness under berserk innate skill. He was shocked, but he immediately felt a shadow rushing towards him. Brendel looked up and saw that the earth golem was falling towards him. Because its right leg was injured, it actually broke the stone pillar and lost its balance and fell towards Brendel's direction. Brando did not dare to be careless. He stomped on the ground and activated his charge skill. His entire body turned into a black line that bypassed the earth golem and shot towards Faina, who was beside Andesha. The explosion and smoke from the earth golem's fall completely obstructed Brando's plan. Andesha did not expect Brando's speed to be so ridiculously fast. Under the effects of berserk innate skill and charge, Brando's speed was even faster than Veronica's wind element. Andesha did not even realize that Brando had closed in on her. You. Andesha noticed Brando in the smoke a little too late. She suddenly realized something and clawed at him with a sinister expression. The corrosive power brushed past Brando's body, and one of his sleeves and inner armor turned into ashes. But at least he was able to avoid Andesha's attack. Brando made use of this opportunity to leap forward and cut off Andesha's vines with his sword. He then reached out with his left hand to catch Faina, who was falling. The young girl snorted and furrowed her brows. Brando saw a red circle around her neck and knew that she had suffered a lot. But now was not the time to think about that. Andesha had already noticed his actions. Andesha shrieked in the smoke. She chanted loudly and stretched out her 5 fingers. A huge wooden spike suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced towards Brando. Brando cut off Andesha's vines with one hand and hugged Faina with the other. He was completely defenseless. The wooden spike pierced through the air, and he could only turn his head and focus his mind to form a solid barrier in front of him. When the wooden spike broke through the fog and suddenly pierced out, it just happened to hit the barrier. The huge force immediately twisted the wooden spike out of shape, and with a bang, it exploded into countless pieces. But this was not the end of the spell. The fragments turned into countless wooden claws and attacked Brando once more. Brando could only disperse the barrier and let the claws hit the transparent barrier. The wooden claws were once again affected by the magic resistance, and this time they turned into black dust that filled the air. All of this happened in an instant. Brando shook his head and felt a little dizzy. A strong will could provide him with a terrifying magic resistance, but it was not without cost. Just as the black dust was about to envelop him, he suddenly had an idea. Howran Gaia wrapped in flames around his body, and the dancing flames instantly burned the dust to ashes. Thorn of the Living Tree was a spell that pierced through the target, followed by binding, and lastly, the powder was laced with poison. Anyone who was not familiar with this spell would be at a great disadvantage, but Brando had already expected this spell. After dealing with the 3 steps of this spell, he immediately leaped back with Faina in his arms and left Andesha's range of attack. Target achieved. Brando dodged 2 vine whips and shouted, "Veronica, Miss Faina has been saved. Let's split up and leave." He knew that the 2 of them together were not a match for the Lord of Withering Flowers. Veronica and Andesha were not fools if he wanted to escape alone with Scarlet. Veronica would only wholeheartedly cover his retreat if he saved Faina. As long as Veronica was willing to delay Andesha, the chances of him escaping would greatly increase. But when he shouted, Andesha was completely enraged. Andesha arrogantly treated him and Scarlet as her personal possessions, especially the precious blood of the Dark God in Brando's body. She would not allow him to escape so easily. The Lord of Withering Tree Herders let out a high-pitched shriek. She opened her hands, and countless thorny vines surged out from the ground and blocked Brando's path. Shit! Brando's heart skipped a beat when he saw the huge cage that was formed out of thin air. He immediately realized that he had underestimated the Vine Lady's persistence. At this critical moment, a green light suddenly pierced through the fog. Wherever it passed, the vines would be cut in half. However, the green sword light turned into a flock of green birds and flew in all directions. Immediately, a large hole was blasted in the vines that had surrounded them in midair. Brando's eyes lit up and he immediately jumped out of the hole. He dragged Faina along and turned around. He saw Veronica standing behind him with her sword in her hand. The sword saint's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he could only see her back. "The red-haired girl is over there. Bring her and Faina away first," Veronica said without turning back. "Leave this to me." "Thank goodness I'm not wrong." Brando sighed in relief. He knew that Veronica was not Andesha's opponent, but it was her choice to make this decision. Moreover, they were enemies before this, and Veronica had repaid him for saving Faina's life. After all, this was just a business deal. Thus, he did not feel too burdened and immediately flew towards the white sacred stone. Andesha's angry roar could be heard from behind. Damned brat, don't let me catch you. However, her voice sounded flustered and exasperated. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 435. Brando thought that as long as Veronica stopped Andesha, he and Scarlet would have a chance to escape. But he realized that he had underestimated the situation. After half an hour of walking around the valley with the unconscious Scarlet and Vahina, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky. Brando turned around and saw a flash of green light in the night sky. Then, with a loud rumble, a figure fell in front of him and crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brando saw clearly that it was Veronica. He was shocked and stepped forward. He parted the dust and saw the crew's goddess of war lying in a large crater, her body covered in blood. Veronica's battle robe was completely unrecognizable. Her inner armor was exposed in many places, and the friction between the armor and the ground caused white smoke to rise from the heat. Brando thought that Veronica had fainted, but when he took a step closer, she groaned softly and opened her emerald eyes. Quickly leave this place, cough. Andesha has caught up. Veronica's eyelids drooped, but her eyes were still filled with determination. Her body was riddled with wounds, and she could not move at all. She struggled to grab her sword, but Brendel was one step ahead of her and grabbed the blue firmament. Veronica was startled and looked at the youth in shock. Brando was also troubled. If Veronica still had the strength to fight, he would not have interfered. But Veronica was obviously going to die, and he would never watch her do that, even if Veronica had been unfriendly to him in the past. Brando knew that it was because of Vahina and the others. For Freya's sake, he thought and sighed, you are no longer fit to fight, Lady Veronica. Veronica looked at the two girls that Brando was supporting on both sides. She sighed in relief when she saw that Brando did not leave Vahina behind. But she stretched out her hand to Brando. Give me the sword. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Miss Veronica, you have to come with me now. You know that's the Wither Overlord. If we run together, you won't be able to escape. Veronica closed her eyes and frowned. I wouldn't say that if I couldn't escape, Brando replied. Miss Veronica, I like miracles, but I never count on them. I like to gamble, but I won't put all my eggs in one basket. Veronica opened her eyes and looked at him with her deep emerald eyes. There was a deep color in her eyes. How are you going to take me away? I look like this. She looked at the two girls on either side of Brando and shook her head with a weak smile. Don't try to be brave, good child. Give me the sword, Brando smiled confidently. He raised his head and looked at the sky. When he lowered his head, he stretched out two fingers and black smoke formed a card at his fingertips. Brando raised the card and flicked it forward. Veronica was shocked to see a black hexagram appear on the ground out of thin air. After the light faded, a girl with long hair and short hair wearing a black tuxedo walked out from the black smoke. The girl came to Brando and put her hand, a woman's hand, in front of her chest and bowed respectfully. In the name of the venerated darkness, this humble one is Mephistopheles. I'm here to serve my master and await your orders. He paused for a moment and added solemnly, also, this humble one is male. His voice was soft and slightly neutral. Brendel looked at Veronica with a strange expression and thought to himself, damn, he's a real trap this time. But now was not the time to care about that. He immediately pointed at her. Mephistopheles, help this lady up and follow me. Mephistopheles nodded respectfully and came to Veronica's side. He easily helped the fully armored female general up. Even though the vampire looked weak, he was still a gold-ranked warrior. It was not difficult for him to carry another person. Veronica was a little uncomfortable. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Brando, blood descendant of the Blood Throne, high dark magic, necromancer. Not high dark magic. It's just a family heirloom. Veronica pondered for a moment. A summon statue? Brando nodded. The goddess of war of the Cruz Empire immediately shut her mouth. If he was a necromancer, he might be able to fight against Andesha, but a summoned statue was meaningless. A gold-ranked warrior was nothing in front of that woman. Veronica was silent for a moment before she spoke weakly. Andesha is behind us. I managed to shake her off at the cost of my injuries, but she will catch up soon. What do you plan to do? Brando thought for a moment and replied, there's a way. Lady Veronica, do you know what's in front of us? I don't know. Veronica frowned and looked at Brando suspiciously. You know? I know a little. Brando replied. There's a huge canyon in front of us, and it's also the center of the storm. Lady Veronica, I'm sure you haven't seen the scene of traveling through the clouds. He raised his head and answered as if he had seen it with his own eyes. And under the clouds, the winds will flow along the canyon. The most important thing is that the terrain is complicated. I can make it difficult for Andesha to catch up. But you won't be able to shake her off. I can't shake her off, Brando replied, but I can think of a way to get rid of her. Veronica raised her head and looked at Brendel with an expression that said, I want to see if this young man is indulging in his fantasy. The goddess of war of the Cruz Empire sighed softly. You've thought of a way? I've always had one. Brando flipped his hand over, revealing the gray gem that shone brightly in his palm. But it's dangerous. It was no longer practical to turn back, and the only way was to lure Andesha into the center of the loop of trade winds. Brendel had already thought about it from the start, and the plan in his mind was extremely bold. If Andesha pursued him relentlessly, then he would be luring her into the Hydra's lair. Provoking a battle between two bosses was something that the players loved to do in the Amber Sword. But the higher the level of the bosses, the harder it was to succeed. This was the difference between bosses and low-level bosses, especially Andesha and the Hydra. They were even smarter than most humans. It was not easy to make them fight. But Brando knew that it was not impossible. He remembered that when he inherited the fate of the fool, the gray gem had resonated with a certain existence in the center of the loop of trade winds. As the inheritor of the gray gem, Brando could vaguely sense a familiar aura. It was the aura of the Hydra from before. Even though the Dragon of Darkness did not tell him about the relationship between the gray gem and the Hydra, Brando was not stupid. He could imagine that the gray gem was obtained by a monk from the Holy Cathedral of Fire through some unknown means, which led to the pursuit of the Hydra. With this explanation, it made sense why Amon acted so strangely. It also made sense why the Hydra would let him go and attack Amon instead. Brando had reason to believe that the other end of the resonance with the gray gem was the Hydra's lair. Of course, he did not dare to say that he was 100% sure. But the current situation did not allow him to think about it, and he could only take a gamble. Brando kept the gray gem and continued forward with the Mephistopheles. Just as Veronica expected, Andesha quickly caught up to them through the traces they left behind in the canyon. According to Brando, she was as sharp as an experienced hound when it came to tracking. But considering that the tree shepherds were half a druid, it was understandable. The relationship between the tree shepherds and the ring of sky was like the two sides of light and darkness. Brando and the rest could not help but slow down as they trudged through the canyon. Andesha passed by them several times, but Brando was able to avoid her due to his familiarity with the terrain. She even suspected that this was not Brando's first time here. But no matter how she asked, Brando refused to speak. In the end, she gave up. After a few hours, Brendel's group was the first to enter the ancient isthmus. The ancient isthmus was the last pass to enter the ruins of Valhalla, and it was also the deepest part of the Wall of Clouds. The ancient isthmus was shrouded in clouds, and Brando and Veronica felt as if they had returned to the time when they encountered the Hydra. The only difference was that the terrain of the ancient isthmus was notoriously complex in the entire game. Winding valleys and intersecting canyons covered the entire area. There were no plants, and the ground was covered with volcanic rocks and obsidian. Large rocks formed all kinds of blind spots, and Brando could easily avoid Andesha in such an environment. But the thing that gave him a headache was that the woman seemed to have an intuition that kept her close to them. There were a few times when she almost discovered them. A game of cat and mouse was not fun for the prey, especially when it was a matter of life and death. After advancing for half a day, Brando stopped to rest for the first time. Because they had lost their backpacks, they did not bring any food. Veronica would not bring any food, and the crew's people's rations were left behind. Moreover, the sword saint probably did not expect this situation to happen. Brando could only endure the feeling of emptiness in his stomach. Fortunately, after absorbing the blood of divinity, the hunger was not as strong as before. He sat quietly against a large rock. Even though his body was cold, he did not dare to light a fire. Everyone knew that Andesha was still nearby. Veronica was placed down by the Mephistopheles and sat opposite him. The crew's goddess of war was tired from losing too much blood, but she looked at Brando with her emerald green eyes. "You know, little one, because you are Erewhon's subordinate, I will not thank you." Brando was startled. "I don't need that either." He pursed his lips and said in a nonchalant tone. "Do you want to learn swordsmanship from me, Brando?" The woman closed her eyes and smiled gently. "My swordsmanship, Sky Wall, huh?" Brando looked at Veronica in confusion. He almost thought that he had misheard and wanted to dig his ears with his hands. "You don't want to?" "No." Brando was a little stunned. How is this possible? After all, he was not even a crew's subordinate. I can't become a crew's subordinate. I said, but this time, Veronica shook her head gently and interrupted him. The woman sighed and seemed to want to say something, but Brando did not hear anything else after that. The young man waited for a long time. He looked at the sword saint and found that she had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Her head was lowered, and her breathing was long and even. What the F***CK, what the F***CK? Brando suddenly screamed in his heart, "Big sister, can't you at least say it all at once? There's still suspense. Don't be like this." But just as Brando was lamenting over the loss of Sky Wall, Mephistopheles, the only one who was still awake, looked at his master and said, "Dear master, I'm hungry." Brando was stunned. He looked at the vampire lady who looked like a girl but was actually dressed like a male aristocrat. He thought for a moment and then replied, "Well, sorry, there's no more food." Unfortunately, Mephistopheles just tilted his head and looked at him with his blood-like crystal eyes. It was as if he was a delicious meal. But wait. Brando's face suddenly turned a little ugly. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 436. The wind was as sharp as a knife as it cut through the cliffs. As they went deeper into the ancient isthmus, the wind that blew through the valley became stronger and stronger. The strange thing was that the wind did not blow away the clouds and mist. Instead, the white mist often appeared together with the fierce wind. It swallowed the clouds and spat out fog, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. It made the visibility in the valley extremely low. This situation allowed Brando and the others to avoid Andesha's pursuit, but it also made the trek through the valley even more difficult. Brando placed his hand on a protruding rock. The wind blew so hard that he had to squint his eyes. He turned around and passed his hand to Scarlet, who was climbing up. He placed Scarlet on the platform, followed by Vahina. On the other side, Veronica climbed up with the help of the Mephistopheles. In the end, Brando also climbed up against the wind. That's the legendary Tempest Circle in front of us, right? Legend has it that no one has ever been able to cross that wall made of violent winds, Veronica said as she held her azure firmament in one hand. She turned around and looked at Brando with her emerald eyes. "What do you plan to do, little one?" Even though the crew's goddess of war was still weak, she seemed to be in good spirits. Brando climbed up the platform. The valley was split into two, and on the other side was a bottomless ravine. The black granite was split in the middle, and the fracture was smooth and flat, as if there was a huge fissure in the ground. The wind continued to flow in the direction of the fissure, and the airflow formed a white line that looked like a sea current that was suspended in the air. The nest of the Saint Hydra was right below. Brando was speechless for a moment before he turned around and answered, "The way to pass through the Tempest Wall is through the underground. The Druids have invested a lot of manpower and resources into this place for the past 100 years just to find that passage." "They found it?" Brando shook his head. "So you know?" Veronica asked as she looked at him. "I've read about it in an ancient document. It should be nearby. Ancient texts are used to being ridiculed, and I have a tendency to turn this excuse into a hidden truth. The entrance to the underground passage is at the bottom of this bottomless chasm, but going down is not an easy task." At this time, Brando noticed that Scarlet was looking at her wrist with a strange expression. He immediately felt awkward and couldn't help but touch the teeth marks on his wrist. However, he really didn't know how to explain it. Perhaps it wasn't some kind of hand-kissing gift? But damn it, it turns out that life points can't be withdrawn automatically. Scarlet woke up at the right time. Brando had a headache, but he turned back to look at Mephistopheles. That damn transvestite turned his face to one side. Well, to go down from here, Brando awkwardly changed the topic. "It looks a little difficult. I'm not sure if there's a way down." "Go down from here?" This was the first time the noble daughter of the Cruz family spoke since she woke up. She seemed to have woken up from her depression. She frowned and raised her eyebrows. Vahina looked down at the pitch-black chasm with a pale face. "That's too whimsical, isn't it? For a spoiled, weak, and incompetent young lady, that's indeed the case." Mephistopheles replied quickly. He looked expressionlessly at Vahina, who was staring at him in disbelief. "That's why I said, please don't question the master's decision, you." "Enough, Vahina." Veronica interrupted them. "Since the ancient document mentioned that passage, there might be a way down. Let's look for it." "I'm sorry, but there's no such ancient document." Brando cursed inwardly. However, he did think of a possibility. Back when that player entered the loop of trade winds, his strength wasn't even half of his. Since that player couldn't climb down this cliff, it meant that there was indeed a path leading to this cliff. But before that, Brando drew a card from the Planeswalker System's deck. It was the Holy Sword. He frowned. He had hoped that it would be the Silver Stallion. That way, he could send everyone down the chasm after 3 trips. But things did not go as he wished. Ever since he left the Holy White Stone, it had already been 3 stages. But he only drew the Pristine Archangel, the Golden War Flag, and the Holy Sword card. In addition to his original hand, there were the Blood Throne Vampire, Wind Spirit Spider, Holy Sword, Fire Djinn, Sprint Drive, Energy Drain, and Fire Claw Bugler. The Blood Throne Vampire and Wind Spirit Spider were still on the battlefield. The Holy Sword was originally used up, but it was now back in his hand. The Fire Djinn had entered the graveyard during the battle with Amon, and the Fire Claw Lord was still in the graveyard. Energy Drain was used up when he fought the Warg and was shuffled back into the deck. The Fire Claw Bugler and Pikeman should still be on the battlefield, but they should be with Amandina. Other than the Wind Spirit Spider, Brando did not have the time to reset any other cards. He had a few chances to do so, but he missed them because he was unconscious. "Andesha is down there," Scarlet suddenly whispered. Brendel was taken aback. He looked over and saw that the woman was indeed chasing after him along the valley. But it seemed that she had not discovered them yet. The wind in the chasm was strong, and they could only see a sky full of sand and clouds. But Andesha's speed still made him suck in a breath of cold air. She did not know the correct path, and she was only 1 step behind them. The difference in strength was a little too great. Brando quickly lowered his body and gestured to the others to lie flat on the boulder. He then turned back and whispered, "Regardless of whether there is a path or not, we have to go." That woman. Faina seemed to have recalled the previous incident and could not help but tremble. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Brando immediately gestured to Mephistopheles to pull the young lady back. At the same time, he brought Veronica and Scarlet back carefully. He gestured to the others, "We have to walk along the cliff and see if we can find the path." Veronica and Scarlet nodded. But no one expected that when Mephistopheles helped Faina up, she seemed to have lost her balance and slipped down. "Careful." Brando's expression changed as he shouted. Mephistopheles reacted quickly and grabbed Faina's ankle, hanging her upside down in the air. Even though the crossdresser's strength was so great that it almost caused tears to fall from the noble lady's eyes, at least he managed to catch her before she slid down. Faina bit her lips hard to stop herself from screaming. She looked up with a pale face and saw a pebble rolling down in that direction, making a crashing sound. The few of them froze on the cliff. Brando looked at Andesha's direction with a grave expression. But fortunately, the wind in the chasm was strong, and Andesha did not seem to have noticed the commotion. Save me," Faina was clearly frightened. Her leg was lifted upside down by Mephistopheles, and her whole body swayed back and forth on the cliff. Even a man would not be able to endure such a situation, let alone Faina, who had never experienced such a situation before. She looked as if she was about to cry at any moment. Brando could not help but glance at her. He could not understand why the goddess of war, who was known for her calmness and foresight, would bring along a useless noble with her. This was a rather euphemistic way of putting it. In fact, Faina's influence on Veronica was negative no matter how he looked at it. Veronica sighed. What could she say? This was not her idea, and Elman was the one who made the decision. Moreover, Elman and Faina were both descendants of large families and not her direct subordinates, so she could not say anything. Brando could tell from her expression that the Empire was not as united as before. Otherwise, they would not have sent a group of people to deal with such an important matter. But this was still considered good, at least compared to Awin. He nodded at Mephistopheles and motioned for them to pull Faina up. Although he wanted to throw her down, he was afraid that Veronica would immediately draw her sword against him. Mephistopheles obeyed and slowly pulled Faina up. But at this moment, before the people on the cliff could even breathe a sigh of relief, something happened. Brando was stunned as he watched the dagger on Faina's waist slip out of its sheath. The dagger slowly fell. At that moment, it was as if time was stretched. Everyone saw the sword slowly fall, then hit a protruding rock, bounced to the side, and continued to fall, after which it was hit many times. Finally, a series of crisp metallic clangs could be heard from the bottom of the cliff. The cliff was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Andesha stopped in her tracks. Then, she suddenly raised her head. Although she did not see the people on the cliff, her purple eyebrows twitched. She seemed to have determined the direction of Brando's group. Countless vines surged out from Andesha's back and escorted her forward. She then turned into a dark green dragon and charged towards the direction of the cliff. The craggy terrain was not an obstacle for Andesha. She walked on the cliff as if it was flat ground and closed the distance between them in an instant. Run! Brando was the first to react. He knew that Andesha had already discovered them. If she could not even catch this movement, then she was not worthy of being one of the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders. Brando! Don't speak, he interrupted her. Follow the original plan and run south. Brando paused for a moment. Help me take care of Scarlet. Veronica frowned and looked at him. She suddenly realized that this young man might be separated from them. In fact, that was exactly what Brando was thinking. If Andesha caught up to them, he would have to think of a way to lure her away. The nest of the Lernea Hydra should be nearby. Under such circumstances, bringing the others, especially the useless young lady, would only be a burden. He made up his mind in an instant, but Veronica had already started to pull Scarlet away. Mephistopheles also pulled Faina up. He did not wait for her to regain her balance and dragged her by the arm. Faina's hand was in so much pain that she teared up, but she knew that she was in trouble. She gritted her teeth and did not dare to make a sound as she staggered behind. Brando was the last to leave. He looked at Andesha from afar and saw that she was moving at an astonishing speed. The few of them ran along the cliff towards the south. On one side was the bottomless abyss, and on the other side was the Lord of Withering Weeds. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. If not for the strong winds above the canyon, Andesha would have chased after them without any hesitation. But the difference in speed was too great, and Brando knew that it would not end well if he continued chasing after her. He turned around and released the eternal orb and the wind spirit spiders to form a wall between them and Andesha. The wind spirit spiders lined up in midair and formed a wall that shone with a green radiance. "Get out of my way." Andesha looked at the green wall. She saw that it was just some ordinary wind spirit spiders, but as the matriarch of the tree herders and the lord of withering weeds in the amber sword, she naturally recognized these little creatures. She thought that Brando was trying to stall for time, and she roared and waved her hand nonchalantly. Countless vines shot towards the wall of wind spirit spiders like steel spears. Andesha did not use her full strength, but this mistake caused her to suffer a great loss. In the next moment, the green radiance on the wall suddenly changed and was replaced by gold. The wall of wind spirit spiders seemed to be dyed with a dazzling golden light. Then, a golden light flashed. Countless pillars of light shot out from the wall and pierced through Andesha's vines, hitting her body in an instant. The matriarch of the tree herders screamed in pain. Even though a silver-ranked attack was not enough to injure her, it was enough to make her flustered and battered. Brando used up all his Earth EP in an instant and ordered the Holy Sword Art to attack without holding back. The continuous barrage of light pillars infuriated Andesha, but it was a pity that it was not easy for her to regain the initiative in the midst of the barrage of attacks. When Andesha finally managed to break free from the pillars of light, she was furious to find that Brendel and the others had pulled away from her by quite a distance. The withered overlord of the tree shepherds let out a furious roar. He waved a vine in his hand and tore the wind spirit spider's formation to shreds in no time. Then, she continued to advance. At this time, Brando immediately sacrificed the remaining wind spirit spiders. Sacrifice non-black creatures to the card, Blood Throne Vampire. P.S. 4,000 words, test it out. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com, there are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 437. Sacrifice a non-black creature, Blood Throne Vampire. Select Wind Spirit Spider. A line of green text appeared in his vision. Wind Spirit Spider is treated as a creature card. Do you wish to sacrifice it to vampire? 1 card? Brando was stunned, but he nodded and added 3 battle counters to the card. A black flame ignited on Mephistopheles' body, and a circle of runes appeared on his neck and hands. Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles understood and threw Vahina towards Brando. Amandina shrieked in fright, but before she could finish her long, sound, she had already fallen into Brendel's arms. Brendel caught the young lady in his arms and subconsciously carried her in a horizontal position. Vahina's face was drained of blood as she stared blankly at him. Her chest heaved up and down as if she did not notice it. Brando! Veronica suddenly shouted, "Look over there." Brendel was startled and subconsciously raised his head. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a path leading downwards on the cliff. There was no doubt that it was the path that originally existed in the game. "Let's go." He was relieved and shouted, "I'll buy some time," and Andesha had already closed in on them, and Brando gave Mephistopheles a signal. Mephistopheles suddenly stopped and turned around to face Andesha. He spread out a pair of black wings in the air, and a blue flame of negative energy appeared in his hand as he thrust it towards Andesha. Andesha's expression was as cold as ice. "You're courting death." She raised her right hand, and the thorny vines drew a long whip in the air. But at that moment, the green text in Brando's vision changed. "Frowny face wind spirit spider has entered the graveyard. Mana burn activated. Please select a target." Is there even a need to ask? Brando immediately locked onto the woman, mistress of withering death, Andesha. Hundreds of wind spirit spiders dissipated in the air and turned into green light that entered Andesha's body. The mana burn effect was extremely unpleasant, and it was harmful to the body. Andesha groaned, and her movements slowed down. The whip drew a curved arc in the air, and even if he was slightly slower, the Mephistopheles would not be able to dodge it. But the time that Brando bought was not in vain. Mephistopheles had already pressed the blue flame on Andesha's shoulder. The huge force sent Morpheus flying like a cannonball, crashing into the rock stratum and sending rocks flying everywhere. But Andesha also let out a shriek. Soul flames were a type of negative energy to any living being, and it was extremely difficult to defend against such negative energy. Even someone as powerful as Andesha was no exception to this. Even though the Mephistopheles were not a threat to her, the feeling of being injured was not pleasant, especially for someone as strong as her. In fact, Andesha could not remember how long it had been since she was last injured. She did not even dream that the vampire's fighting style would be so ferocious. Mephistopheles were only at the pinnacle of gold rank after their upgrade, and she did not even put them in her eyes. But she did not expect to suffer such a great loss. She was furious. Brando had humiliated her time and time again, and it had completely ignited her anger. But when she was about to move past the Mephistopheles, she noticed that the vampire had silently crawled out of the crater in the ground. He was covered in wounds. His left arm was hanging by his side, and his right hand was pressing on the wound on his left shoulder. It was still bleeding, the blood of a dead creature. Even though the Mephistopheles looked like a weak girl standing in the wind, her eyes were filled with determination. It seemed like she had no intention of letting Andesha pass so easily. Andesha did not waste her breath and swept her whip again. Brendel's group was running further and further away, and she did not intend to play a game of hide-and-seek with them. But right before Andesha swung her whip, a hollow occult orb appeared on Brando's left shoulder. It was the Eternal Orb. The young suzerain focused his mind and drew out a white card, Pristine Archangel. "Show me the card. Pay the Eternal Orb fee and let the derivative enter the field." He did not care about Vahina's wide blue eyes as she stared at his sweaty face. In the next moment, 2 white magic circles appeared in the air. 2 angels crossed their swords and flew out at the same time. "Please choose the resurrection card." The green text on his retina changed again. "Lord of Fireclaw, Fire Jinn." Behind the 2 angels, the Fireclaw lizard man Lord Ropar and the Fire Jinn stepped forward. He then waved his hand and grabbed the Fire Jinn card in his hand, and shouted, "Sacrifice a non-black creature, Blood Throne Vampire. Choose the Fire Jinn." The green text changed again. "The Fire Jinn has entered the graveyard. Self-immolation effect has been triggered. Please choose the target. Choose the Lord of Withering, Andesha." Brando threw the card forward. The pitiful Fire Jinn had just been resurrected when it was thrown at Andesha and self-immolated. With a loud bang, a golden-red fireball exploded in the wind. Even though the explosion did not affect the Lord of Withering tree herders, the flames still blocked Andesha's vision for a moment. She roared angrily and pulled the flames away from the explosion. But before she could do that, she saw a white palm covered in black patterns stabbing towards her chest with icy blue flames. "That's impossible." Andesha's eyes widened in shock. She did not believe that a mere gold rank could dodge her attack. While she was stunned, the claws of the Mephistopheles had already pierced her chest. "Is he faster than before? Wait a minute." Andesha sucked in a breath of cold air. She felt that her defense had been broken. This was the power of soul essence, and there was only one kind of existence in Wone that could control the soul essence. The undead. Did he break through the elemental barrier in an instant? What kind of joke is this? Andesha groaned. Her chest was once again invaded by the soul flames, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Not to mention, this attack was infused with the power of elemental barrier. It could be said that this was the first time Andesha felt threatened since she fought with Brando. She had no choice but to retreat. Of course, this did not mean that the matriarch of tree herders had retreated. A person who had just entered the elemental barrier was not enough to make her retreat. She just needed to adjust her attack. The moment Andesha retreated, countless vines shot out from her back in an attempt to bind the Mephistopheles. Although the Mephistopheles had entered the threshold of the elemental barrier after 2 boosts, he was still a far cry from Andesha. He tried to retreat under the encirclement of the vines, but he was still 1 step too slow. He immediately felt his hand and right leg being bound. The sharp thorns pierced through his fair skin, and fresh blood flowed out. As the summoner, Brendel also sensed the predicament his summoned creature was in. He frowned slightly and immediately sacrificed the pristine archangel that was a derivative. 3 more battle counters appeared on the blood-thrown vampire card, and the Mephistopheles' abilities were further strengthened. The trapped vampire's body was already covered in black flames, but he could not break free no matter how hard he struggled. Mephistopheles could only dodge Andesha's attacks clumsily. He was quickly hit several times, and even one of his wings was broken. Mephistopheles spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated, but he was still stubborn and did not intend to let Andesha pass. His attitude clearly angered the mistress of withering tears. She could not help but scream as she attacked, "Get out of my way, you loser!" She pulled Mephistopheles and threw him into the abyss. At this time, Brando and the others were just approaching the mountain path. The young man had no choice but to sacrifice the Fireclaw trumpeter, but he did not expect that he would still lose. Mephistopheles only lasted for a few seconds before he was sent flying by a whip. Brando watched as the trapped vampire was thrown into the abyss like a kite with a broken string, and disappeared in an instant. Mephistopheles! He could not help but shout, but the abyss did not give him any response. The young man sucked in a breath of cold air. Andesha's strength was beyond his imagination. Even though he had fought the patriarch of the tree herders before, he did not think that she was this strong. Archangel, Ropar. Brando had no choice but to turn around and order his 2 remaining summons, "Stop her." In truth, he did not want to sacrifice the pristine archangel because she was the only way he could retrieve the grave. But he could not care less at this time. If he was even a little slower, he might even lose his life here. But this time, his losses were great. There were at least 6 or 7 cards in the graveyard, and he would not be able to retrieve the grave for a period of time. This meant that the number of cards he could use would be greatly reduced. "Boy, are you a summoner?" Veronica had seen everything that Brendel had done, but it was only now that she had the chance to ask about it. Brando saw Ropar and the pristine archangel blocking his path, but he did not answer and only nodded. Under such circumstances, there was really nothing to hide. He might as well wear this hat first. With a preconceived notion, at least Veronica wouldn't be able to guess his true identity. At this time, the group rushed down the mountain path. Brando looked around and made a decision. He turned around and saw Ropar and the pristine archangel turn into white light and return to the graveyard after exchanging a single round of blows with Andesha. He could not help but narrow his eyes. He knew that Andesha had no qualms about going all out at this time. At this time, the patriarch of the tree herders was completely enraged. Brando knew that his chance had come. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.